On the day of the marriage certificate, the bride price increased. Ding! Host has successfully checked in. Reward top-tier beautiful wife. Chapter 1. Paying the price for her willfulness. In front of the Civil Affairs Bureau, Song Yun stood in a suit and held a bouquet of flowers. Today, he was going to marry his girlfriend of 3 years, Su Luting. Looking back on the challenges he faced due to his girlfriend's parents, he was glad he hadn't given up on this relationship. A Volkswagen pulled up beside him, and from the car stepped 2 men and 2 women, Su Luting's family. Excited, Song Yun stepped forward to greet his in-laws and handed the flowers to Su Luting. "You look beautiful today." "Thank you." Speaking of his girlfriend, Su Luting had been a campus beauty in college, not only stunningly attractive but also maintaining her chastity. After 3 years of dating, their relationship had progressed to holding hands and kissing, with the more intimate moments reserved for their wedding night. Song Yun felt he had struck gold with such a pure and sincere girl. "Mom and Dad, I'll go in with Luting to get the marriage certificate. You can take my little brother to the cafe next door to wait for us," Song Yun said. Just as he was about to pull Su Luting into the Civil Affairs Bureau, her mother, Zhao Juanxia, stopped them. "Wait. I need to talk to you." Zhao Juanxia's expression grew sharp as she looked at them. "Song Yun, let me be clear, if you want to marry my daughter, no problem, but you need to add an extra 200,000 to the bride price, or you can go get the certificate by yourself." Zhao Juanxia thought her sudden move was quite clever. She believed that at this critical moment, Song Yun, a young and naive boy, would be at her mercy. Su Luting lowered her head, remaining silent. It was clear she had known about this in advance. Song Yun stood frozen in shock. "Did I mishear? The bride price is 200,000 more. Mom, stop right there. Until you two get the certificate, you're not considered a couple. Just call me Auntie for now." Fine, Auntie Zhao. "Didn't I already pay 188,000 for the bride price? Why do I need to pay more?" Song Yun's face darkened as he asked in a low voice. Zhao Juanxia looked at him disdainfully, sneering that 188,000 was for the engagement. "If you want to marry my daughter, add another 200,000. Otherwise, go back to where you came from." She patted Su Luting's shoulder and proudly said, as if she was selling a product, "My daughter is the most beautiful teacher in a prestigious school, and many people are after her. If she is willing to marry you, it's thanks to your ancestors' luck. 200,000 bride price is nothing. Don't tell me you don't have it." Of course, Zhao Juanxia had more to say in her heart. Her son was also at the age to get married, so after discussing it with her husband, they decided to sell their smaller house and buy a bigger one. The difference in price was exactly 200,000. Song Yun was furious, his teeth grinding. 2 years ago, your husband had surgery for a tumor, and I gave you 130,000 in emergency funds. A year ago, you said your son couldn't afford school, and I paid 50,000 for his tuition. Now you want 200,000 more. Isn't this too much? What are you saying? I never asked you for this money. You gave it willingly." Zhao Juanxia's face showed her displeasure. "Well, the money did end up in Su's family's hands. Did I force you to give it? If you didn't want to, you didn't have to." Zhao Juanxia's words, along with Su Luting's silence, made Song Yun feel even more frustrated. At first, Su Luting had begged him to help her family, but now, it felt like he was the one being used. Song Yun had seen shameless people before, but never this shameless. Looking at his girlfriend's family, Song Yun sighed and said with a bitter smile, "I thought I had been more than generous to your family, but now you're biting the hand that fed you. To be honest, I have no more money for you." "No money? Then what wife are you marrying?" "Stop wasting our time," Zhao Juanxia retorted with a roll of her eyes. "Heh, I finally understand what a shrew is. Looks like you're one of them." You. Zhao Juanxia's face turned red, but she couldn't find a single word to counter with. Because, indeed, she was exactly that kind of person. Song Yun held Su Luting's hand and stared into her eyes, asking seriously, "Luting, do you want to go with me to get the certificate?" Seeing the expectation in Song Yun's eyes, Su Luting couldn't hold back her tears anymore. "Song Yun, just consider this the last time I'm being willful. I promise, it's the last time." Hearing this, Song Yun shook his head and let go of her hand. Time and time again, helping her, and next time still having to pay for it? When will this end? Zhao Juanxia pressed on from the side. "Song Yun, love needs to be supported by money. If you have the money, you can go in and get the certificate today. As a mother, I'll bless you. If you don't, wait until you have the money." "Heh, got it. Good, then you'd better hurry up and get the money. Our Luting is very sought after." "Whatever. Su Luting can marry anyone she wants. It's none of my business anymore." Song Yun said coldly. He had once hoped to have a happy little family, but Su Luting's family was like a black hole, never satisfied no matter how much money was given. First, it was 200,000, then maybe 300,000, 400,000 for her brother's wedding? How much more would they ask for? All these factors made Song Yun completely lose faith in Su's family. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully rejecting the greedy family. The sign-in system is now activated. Ding! The system has been activated. Location detected. Civil Affairs Bureau, Xinhua District, Magic City. Would the host like to sign in? Hearing the mechanical voice in his mind, Song Yun froze for a moment. Sign-in system? As a long-time novel reader, he knew exactly what this meant. Many protagonists in novels rose to the peak of their lives thanks to a system. And now, he had been chosen. Why should he care about this insufferable family? Forget it. From now on, I'm the one they'll never reach. Start sign in. His mind focused, and the system's voice responded immediately. Ding! Sign in completed. Location, Civil Affairs Bureau, Xinhua District, Magic City. Ding! Since this is the host's first sign-in, a 10-star reward has been activated. Ding! Reward, the top beauty of Magic City, Yi Qingqing, will marry the host. Yi Qingqing. The familiar name slowly unlocked in his mind. When he was a child, there was a little girl named Yi Qingqing, his childhood friend. They used to play house, with him as the father and Yi Qingqing as the mother, running around with a bunch of kids. But later, due to his father's work, Song Yun's family moved away from the compound, and they lost touch. And now, the top beauty he had just been rewarded with also had the same name, Yi Qingqing. What a coincidence. Chapter 2. Coming to marry in a Lamborghini. While Song Yun was immersed in the sign-in system, his girlfriend's family stared at him in disbelief, especially Su Luting. Her eyes were red, and she walked up to Song Yun, burying her head in his chest, sobbing quietly. We've been together for 3 years, and you're willing to give up our relationship for a mere 200,000? Su Luting still liked Song Yun, but she couldn't go against her mother. To her, her father, brother, and mother were the most important family, and she was willing to do anything for them. Seeing Su Luting so agitated, Song Yun pulled her hand away helplessly and said, "How much have I spent on you over the years? I've just graduated 3 years ago, and I really don't have any money left. Don't even talk about 200,000, I can't even come up with 20,000. Let us just break up." Today's incident gave Song Yun the final push to make up his mind. If you don't sever a relationship when needed, it'll only bring chaos. Looking at Song Yun's firm resolve, Su Luting began to panic. After recovering from the shock, Zhao Juanxia walked up to Su Luting. "Luting, don't bother with this scumbag. Look at him, he can't even come up with 200,000. What kind of life can you expect marrying someone like this? Listen to Mom, I'll find a few rich young men to introduce to you. Yeah, I saw online that any man who refuses to spend money on a woman is useless. It's just for paying for Dada's treatment, but he is acting like he is a hero. It disgusts me." Su Luting's younger brother, Su Jun, also tried to comfort her. After hearing her mother and brother's words, Su Luting gradually calmed down. She knew that Song Yun was upset right now, and perhaps in a few days, he would come back to her. After all, their 3 years of love couldn't be broken by a mere 200,000. Just as the family was about to leave, a mechanical roar of an engine echoed from nearby. It was clearly the sound of a supercar. Su Jun immediately stopped in his tracks and turned to look toward the sound. Sure enough, a black Lamborghini drove toward them. Seeing the rare supercar, Su Jun excitedly grabbed Su Luting's sleeve and shouted, "Sis, look at the smooth lines of this car. It's so damn cool. When you look for a husband, you have to find a rich guy like this." At his university, there were a bunch of second-generation rich kids who skipped class all the time and drove supercars around. Su Jun envied them deeply and often dreamed about living the same lifestyle. Zhao Juanxia, hearing Su Jun's words, became intrigued. "Son, how much does this car cost?" "Several million, and you might not even be able to buy it." "What? Several million? These rich people sure have too much money. Why not buy a house instead?" Zhao Juanxia was shocked by the price, clicking her tongue in disbelief. Su Jun turned around, looking at his mother with disdain. "Mom, do you think people who can afford a supercar are lacking in houses? Don't talk about tens of billions, at least they've got several hundred million. A few million is nothing to them." "Several hundred million?" Zhao Juanxia muttered, her mind racing with ideas. Her daughter was as beautiful as a goddess, and if she could marry a wealthy man like that, not only would her daughter live a good life, but their whole family would rise to the top. While Zhao Juanxia was contemplating how to push her daughter towards such a rich man, the Lamborghini performed a beautiful drift and stopped right in front of them. Su Jun watched the black Lamborghini glittering under the sunlight, unable to help but swallow. Even Su Luting's heart raced at the sight. Whoosh! The Lamborghini's scissor doors opened, and a pair of long, white legs stepped out first. Before even seeing the face of the owner, just those legs were enough to make countless men swoon. A few seconds later, a short-haired girl stepped out. Her figure was perfectly proportioned, and her long, slender, snow-white legs were a sight to behold. But what truly made her captivating was her beauty. She was even more stunning than the top celebrities on TV. This sight completely stunned Su Jun, leaving him frozen. As for Song Yun, he was also thoroughly amazed. He had seen beautiful women before, but he had never come across one who was this rich, this beautiful, and had such an incredible body. After getting out of the car, Yi Qingqing immediately spotted Song Yun. Upon seeing him, a blush crept across her face. A girl in her prime, especially one with a past like hers, would inevitably be deeply impacted by meeting a man. Su Jun, swallowing hard, stammered, "If I had a girlfriend like that, I wouldn't even care if the kid wasn't mine." "Look at you, shameless." Zhao Juanxia rolled her eyes at her son, but inwardly she couldn't help but agree. If she could get such a daughter-in-law, it would be a huge blessing for their family. Yi Qingqing closed the car door and cast a cold glance at Su Luting's family. After Song Yun's family moved away from the compound, the Yi family had followed suit, and with her father's relentless efforts, the Yi family became a regular presence on the Forbes list. As the only daughter of the chairman of Yi Group, Yi Qingqing was sent abroad to study advanced management knowledge. After completing her studies, she returned and established her own company, becoming a well-known businesswoman in Magic City. However, in her heart, there had always been one figure who lingered Song Yun. When they were kids, he had promised her that he would marry her one day, and she never forgot. Over the past few years, she had been searching for him. Only recently did a private detective manage to find his whereabouts, but unfortunately, Song Yun already had a girlfriend. But even though she loved him deeply, she couldn't bring herself to be the third party in someone else's relationship. Today, she learned that Song Yun was coming to get the marriage certificate, so she sent her subordinates to wait outside, planning to give him a villa as a wedding gift. However, when they arrived, they encountered the scene of Zhao Juanxia demanding an additional bride price and immediately reported it to Yi Qingqing. Hearing this, Yi Qingqing, who had been in a meeting, immediately drove over. To her, the boy they were bullying was nothing less than a priceless treasure. Thinking this, Yi Qingqing smiled charmingly, her lips curving into a seductive grin. "Su Luting, oh Su Luting, I really have to thank you for giving up Song Yun. That's what gave me my chance." Meanwhile, Su Jun, stunned by her beauty, was left speechless. This woman was too damn beautiful. He didn't even know who was going to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get the certificate, but he thought, this is what real people are like. It's infuriating. As Su Luting's family stood in silence, Yi Qingqing walked up to Song Yun, leaned on his shoulder, and whispered, "Handsome, I heard that family asked you for an additional 200,000 bride price." As soon as she said this, the faces of Su Luting's family turned uncomfortable. Chapter 3. See you in court. Yi Qingqing took out a pack of cigarettes from her pocket, took out a cigarette and put it into Song Yun's mouth. She lit it for him and said with a smile, "Since we are talking about money, let's not talk about feelings anymore. If such an outstanding person like you really falls into the mud, it would be a waste of talent. You should thank them for showing you their ugly true face." At this point, Yi Qingqing turned around and deliberately said in a very exaggerated tone, "Handsome boy, you're not married and I am not married. As long as you are willing, I don't need a penny of betrothal gift. We can go in and get the marriage certificate now." As Yi Qingqing spoke, she playfully touched Song Yun's face. Every word she said was heart-piercing and a slap in the face to the Su family. The spectators around were all stunned. Some boys who had not yet entered the Civil Affairs Bureau sighed and wondered how their mother-in-law could be so approachable. If they also added a gift at the last minute, would they be able to have such good luck? Zhao Juanxia and Su Jun also stayed where they were, looking at Yi Qingqing in confusion. Did they hear it in an illusion? Did this beautiful woman just say she wanted to marry Song Yun? Moreover, no betrothal gift is required? They are dumbfounded. This rich woman is actually willing to pay for him. Have they not woken up yet? Su Luting opened her eyes wide and looked back and forth between Yi Qingqing and Song Yun. She thought that Song Yun would calm down in a few days, and she would be able to reconcile with him if she tried to coax him. But today a woman who was prettier and richer than herself suddenly appeared. She actually gave up everything and married Song Yun. Now she is panicking. Yi Qingqing looked at Su Luting's family with smug eyes as their faces turned purple, and thought happily in her heart, "If I help brother Song Yun to vent his anger, Can I take the opportunity to break into his love life, and how many children should I have after marriage? I don't know whether brother Song Yun likes boys or girls. But then, Song Yun's words also made her slightly stunned. Okay, let's go get the certificate now. Ah. What does that mean? Although she wants to marry Song Yun, they haven't seen each other for many years. Shouldn't they first find a place to catch up and take things slow? Why does she suddenly want to do it all at once? Song Yun looked at Yi Qingqing's confused expression, a little puzzled. You didn't bring your ID. He was a little confused. Wasn't this beauty a reward from the system? Why did she look so silly? I brought it. Yi Qingqing's heart was pounding. Screw the reminiscences, screw the process. I'm going to get what I want today. Then go in. After saying that, Song Yun walked towards the Civil Affairs Bureau, not even bothering to take another look at his girlfriend's family. When Su Luting saw that Song Yun was actually going to marry someone else, she felt panicked. She wanted to win Song Yun back, but her mind was filled with thoughts and she couldn't say a word. Today's result is all their own fault. If her mother had not stopped her, and if she had been determined to marry Song Yun, perhaps they would have already discussed where to book the wedding hotel. Su Jun felt terrible when he saw Yi Qingqing jogging along with Song Yun into the Civil Affairs Bureau. He clenched his fists, his face full of disbelief. Such a stunning beauty is actually going to be with that poor loser Song Yun? Is it fake? Hallucination, huh? Do all the rich ladies like this these days? At this moment, his worldview collapsed. After more than 10 minutes, Song Yun brought Yi Qingqing out. Yi Qingqing held Song Yun's arm tightly, holding the bright red marriage certificate in her other hand, with joy reflected on her face. I didn't expect that in just a few moments, brother Song Yun and I would become a couple recognized by the state. I was so happy, so happy. Song Yun, who was standing aside, felt a little uncomfortable because Yi Qingqing was so beautiful, and her every frown and smile could arouse the most impulsive desires in a man's heart. And the more he looked at Yi Qingqing, the more he felt that this girl looked like his childhood sweetheart. That's right. When Yi Qingqing was a child, she had a mark on her butt. They were playing house. Yi Qingqing, the mother, was sick and needed an injection. Song Yun, the father, held a pencil as a syringe and wanted to fool around with it, but he was pushed by someone behind him and the needle pierced his flesh. Melanin deposition causes a black spot on the other person's, but that looks like a mole. Thinking of this, Song Yun glanced at Yi Qingqing's round and plump buttocks. Where are you looking at, you hooligan? Yi Qingqing pinched the soft flesh on Song Yun's waist. Her pretty face flushed. Hee. After leaving the Civil Affairs Bureau, Song Yun saw that his girlfriend's family did not leave. Instead, they stared at him with gloomy faces. Zhao Juanxia really didn't expect that this poor boy would actually get married so quickly, and with such a beautiful and rich girl. Doesn't this indirectly prove that I have poor vision and am not only an ungrateful person, but also a blind person? Su Luting looked at the marriage certificate in Yi Qingqing's hand and shouted in a trembling voice, Song Yun, are you really so heartless? You can earn the 200,000 yuan betrothal gift with hard work. Why do you want to marry a random woman? Song Yun stared into Su Luting's eyes and said word by word, I can support a woman, but I can't support her entire family. Sorry, we are destined not to be together in this life. After saying that, Song Yun walked around Su Luting and came to Zhao Juanxia. I don't need the money for the medical treatment and Su Jun's tuition, but you must return every penny of the 188,000 yuan betrothal gift. Zhao Juanxia thought she could win over Song Yun, so she had already squandered all the betrothal money. But I didn't expect that Song Yun didn't care about the 3-year relationship at all and broke up with me. Now, where would I get the money to pay him back? At this time, Su Jun said dissatisfiedly, You delayed my sister's youth for 3 years, and you still have the nerve to ask for the money back. When Zhao Juanxia heard what her son said, her eyes lit up. Yes, her daughter had been with this poor boy for 3 years for no reason. It was impossible that she would get nothing in the end. Song Yun looked at the disgusting faces of this family and was about to speak when Yi Qingqing walked up to him. She held Song Yun's hand and said coldly to Zhao Juanxia and her son, There is no such thing as youth compensation in our country's laws. The 188,000 yuan is your betrothal gift. Now that the marriage has not become a fait accompli, you need to return the full amount. If you don't pay me back, I will find a professional lawyer to sue your family for fraud. In front of Song Yun, Yi Qingqing can be an innocent little sister. But in the eyes of outsiders, Yi Qingqing, who is in the business world, can be described as a domineering president. When Zhao Juanxia heard that she was going to be sued, she panicked. After hesitating for a long time, she said timidly, It's just 188,000 yuan. Is it necessary to be so aggressive? I will pay it back to you in a few days. Is that okay? If you don't see the money within 3 days, you'll get a court summons. After Yi Qingqing finished speaking, she pulled Song Yan into the Lamborghini and slowly drove away, accompanied by the roar of the sports car. Seeing the other party leave, Zhao Juanxia collapsed to the ground, her mood plummeting. Where can you get this money in 3 days? Su Luting was also squatting on the ground crying. Today's Su family is destined to remember what happened for the rest of their lives. Chapter 4 5-star reward, punish evil and promote good card. On the other side, Song Yan, who was sitting in the passenger seat, closed his eyes and rested. Because the system rewarded a novice with a 5-draw streak based on his performance just now. Start the lottery. Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning 200,000 cash. The screen of Song Yan's cell phone lit up. A legal gambling company abroad had transferred a sum of money to him, exactly 200,000 yuan. Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning Yi Qingqing's heart, and the favorability degree has increased by 10 points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the appearance-enhancing potion. This potion has no side effects. After injection, it will optimize the host's facial structure and greatly improve the host's appearance. Ding. Congratulations to the host for winning the lottery and getting a 5-star reward, a punish evil and promote good card. Use this card to test the good and evil index of a certain action of the target person. If it is judged as evil, the target will be extremely unlucky for the next month. If it is judged as good, the target will receive rewards of different levels. Note, this card can be used 3 times a month. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a real estate card. With this card, you can exchange for any property you want, regardless of region or amount. Punish evil and promote good card? Song Yan pulled up a smile and immediately used it on Zhao Juanxia. The system is judging. Please wait. Ding. Judged as evil. Target Zhao Juanxia. For the next month, the price of vegetables will go up, she will fall down when she goes out, and she will get shot when she plays cards. Song Yan hated Zhao Juanxia to the extreme. Greedy and sarcastic are synonymous with people like her. Whether it was adding a temporary gift or being ungrateful, she did it without any psychological burden, which really opened Song Yan's eyes. I was originally thinking about how to impose a small punishment, but I didn't expect the system to directly give me this card. Now Song Yan's originally ruined mood was swept away and he felt extremely relieved. Opening his eyes and looking at Yi Qingqing, who was driving seriously, Song Yan couldn't help but sigh. If Zhao Juanxia hadn't stopped me just now, I would have gotten the marriage certificate and gone to the celebration banquet with Su Luting. But now, Song Yan is very glad that none of this happened. If he had really gotten married, the days ahead would probably have been even more difficult. Yi Qingqing, who was driving by the side, felt hot all over when being stared at by Song Yan, and wondered if she was going to have sex with brother Song Yan tonight. Well, just park your car in front. Song Yan pointed to the intersection ahead. Why don't you come home with me to meet my parents? Yi Qingqing asked in surprise. She had originally planned to get the certificate and then go back to see her parents to discuss where to hold the wedding ceremony. But now Song Yan's words made her confused. Song Yan was stunned by the question. Shouldn't the plot be that you help me show off, and then we each go back home to our own mothers? What's the situation now? Did this girl take it seriously? What the hell? Such a living person is my wife? That means the wedding night is just around the corner and I can get rid of my status as a virgin? It's kind of fucking exciting. I'm a little nervous about meeting my uncle and aunt right after getting married. How about you give me a few days to get used to it? Oh, okay. I was thinking about sleeping with brother Song Yan tonight. Yi Qingqing said dejectedly. Ahem. This wife I picked up for free is quite tough, but I don't know if the system will reward me with body enhancers. The car stopped by the roadside. Song Yan opened the door and got out. Yi Qingqing leaned over the passenger seat and yelled, Brother Song Yan, you can't chat with pretty girls when I'm not around. Also, I added you on WeChat. Please post me on your moments and introduce me to your friends. Brother, I'm leaving now. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye. Yi Qingqing pouted and drove away unhappily. The people around who were originally admiring the sports car were now looking at Song Yan in confusion. Nowadays, it is not uncommon to see a man driving a Lamborghini to pick up girls, but it is very rare to see a man being picked up by a girl driving a Lamborghini and then being reluctant to let go and asking to see each other again tomorrow after the act is over. Is this the legendary love mentor? Song Yan was frightened by these people's stares and quickly turned around and left. The other side. Su Luting and her group returned home. In Su Luting's bedroom, Zhao Juanxia comforted her daughter. Now Su Luting's whole condition is as if she has suffered from amnesia, and her face looks so pale that it is very scary. Don't think about that bastard anymore. He just made the list of rich women and he wants to sue our family. Men like that are scum. Mom will introduce you to a rich man someday to annoy that poor boy. Zhao Juanxia spoke until her mouth was dry, but Su Luting didn't hear a word she said. Forget it. Just have a good sleep and forget about him completely when you wake up. Zhao Juanxia sighed and left the bedroom. He said goodbye to his wife and went out to find someone to raise money. She had just closed the door and walked down the stairs when a dog suddenly ran up from downstairs. Zhao Juanxia was so scared that she shivered and fell towards the stairwell. Bang, bang, bang. Zhao Juanxia rolled over several times and lay on the ground for a long time without getting up. The card of punishing evil and promoting good has begun to take effect. Hey, who has this stray dog? Zhao Juanxia covered her thigh and wailed in pain. She was soon found, and the Su family was notified and sent to the hospital. After the examination, it was found that Zhao Juanxia's right leg was fractured, her left hand bone was fractured, and her ribs were slightly fractured. The long list of abnormalities left the doctor dumbfounded. How could a simple fall lead to such a serious condition? How many meters high must the stairs in the patient's home be? However, the doctor didn't know that because of the blessing of the punish evil and promote good card, even a small matter would be magnified several times. Lying on the hospital bed, Zhao Juanxia was wrapped tightly in bandages. The slightest movement would cause pain all over the body. It's all the fault of that bastard Song Yan. If he hadn't been unable to come up with the 200,000 yuan betrothal gift, I wouldn't have suffered. Ouch tilde, it hurts so much. Mom, I think that kid is just lucky. Just wait and see, sooner or later he will be beaten back to his original form. Su Jun's eyes were filled with hatred and jealousy. Why did Yi Qingqing, a beautiful woman, marry Song Yan, a poor boy, while he, a promising college student, is still single? Just as Zhao Juanxia and her son were cursing Song Yan as a jinx in the ward, the doctor pushed the door open. Hello, this is the bill for this operation. Who will go to the front desk to pay? Su Jun took the list and was so scared when he saw the number on it that he threw it aside. Father Su hunched over, picked up the bill and examined it carefully. As the pillar of the family, he originally had a great say in his daughter's marriage. However, he was diagnosed with cancer 2 years ago, and his physical condition was getting worse day by day. He could only turn a blind eye to his wife's actions. Oh, another 80,000 yuan is gone. Father Su sighed. What? 80,000? Zhao Juanxia exclaimed. Chapter 5. The Su family is stupid and rich. I still owed Song Yan 1.88 million yuan in betrothal gifts, and now I'm 80,000 yuan gone. What should I do? She believed that if Song Yan did not receive the money after 3 days, Yi Qingqing would definitely take their family to court. After all, he drives a Lamborghini, so his family must be powerful. It's no small matter for him to deal with an ordinary family. Looking at the expense list, the Su family fell silent. How about Tingting? You ask Song Yan to delay the payment of the betrothal gift for a while. Zhao Juanxia spoke shamelessly, as if she was not the one who had just scolded Song Yan. Su Jun also responded. He naturally knew the family situation. Not to mention Song Yan's betrothal gift, even his mother's medical expenses would have to be raised from others. Sister, our family is really out of money. I haven't graduated yet, and my dad is sick and can't go to work. If we really want to get the money together, we can only sell the house. But do you really want to see our family become like this? Looking at her mother's hopeful eyes, Su Luting felt bitter. She obediently took out her cell phone and called Song Yan. Beep, beep. In the agonizing wait, Su Luting put down her phone helplessly. He didn't answer. How about trying WeChat voice? Su Jun urged his sister to look for other opportunities. I opened the software and a voice message was sent with a bright red exclamation mark on it. The message was sent, but was rejected by the other party. He blocked me. Su Luting's voice was a little choked up at this time. Looking at the news that had accumulated between the two of them over the past few years on the screen, her heart was filled with pain. Then change your phone and continue calling. Zhao Juanxia borrowed a cell phone from a nearby patient and called Song Yan. Hello, who are you looking for? Song Yan's voice came over. Hello Song Yan, I am Tingting's mother. Zhao Juanxia spoke softly. Song Yan on the other end of the phone was a little confused. The matter was over, so why was he still looking for him? Zhao Juanxia was afraid that Song Yan would hang up the phone, so she gritted her teeth and told him everything, and promised that she would definitely return all the betrothal money in a year. Hearing this, Song Yan knew that the card of punishing evil and promoting good was taking effect. When I paid the 188,000 yuan betrothal gift, you told me that not a penny less would be enough. Now I am returning your words to you without changing a word. When Zhao Juanxia heard Song Yan's words, She couldn't help but burst into tears. Song Yun, please give us a chance to reform for Tingting's sake. You also know the situation of the Su family. Jun is still in school, Tingting's father is a disabled person, and the whole family relies on Tingting's salary to make ends meet. Auntie, please spare our lives. Song Yun said calmly, I've done the math. In the past 3 years, I've lent your family 130,000 yuan for medical expenses, 50,000 yuan for Sujun's tuition, and 188,000 yuan for the betrothal gift. This doesn't include the nutritional supplements I bought for you and the red envelopes I gave you during festivals. All of this adds up to nearly 400,000 yuan. Now I just want to return the betrothal gift. Is that too much? As for Su Luting's face, I have given her enough. If I don't see the money in 3 days, you can just wait for the lawsuit. Song Yun hung up the phone immediately after he finished speaking. On the other side, Zhao Juanxia's heart suddenly sank to the bottom. Looking at Su Jun's expectant eyes, she burst into tears. Why is my life so miserable? My husband is not doing well and my daughter is blind when it comes to finding a partner. God, why don't you take me away? The crying sound attracted the attention of patients in the corridor. Among the crowd, there was a man in a suit and tie with a gold Rolex watch. His eyes lit up when he saw Zhao Juanxia lying on the hospital bed. Sister Xia. The man squeezed out of the crowd, closed the door of the ward and asked, Who are you? Zhao Juanxia wiped away her tears. The man in front of her was wearing designer clothes and his hair was combed meticulously. Dressed like a successful person. She didn't remember knowing such a person. I'm your high school classmate, Zhong Denghui. When Zhao Juanxia heard the man's self-introduction, her eyes lit up. Zhong Denghui. I remember you. We used to be desk mates. Zhao Juanxia was also a little surprised. She didn't expect to meet an old classmate here. It's just that she and this classmate weren't that close in high school, and they never kept in touch after graduation. Calculating the time, the two people haven't seen each other for more than 20 years. Looking at Zhong Denghui's outfit, Zhao Juanxia sighed in her heart. If she had known that this guy was so successful now, she should have made a good friend of him. But what she didn't know was that Zhong Denghui, who looked like a successful person in her eyes, was actually a professional scammer who cheated people. Even the Rolex on his wrist and the brand name clothes on his body were rented. He came to the hospital today only to visit a target who was about to be attacked. He thought that if one person was a scam, then 2 were scams too, so it would be better to catch them both in one fell swoop, so he came in to chat. Sister Xia, what happened to you? Are you seriously injured? Seeing her old classmate's concern, Zhao Juanxia complained bitterly and wanted to portray Song Yun as a heinous death row prisoner. After learning the cause of the incident, Zhong Denghui sighed. Zhao Juanxia sighed and looked at Zhong Denghui's outfit carefully. She wanted to ask for money but was too embarrassed to say it. After all, the two haven't seen each other for more than 20 years, and the other party may not lend money if you ask for money as soon as you meet. Sister Xia, I have a project to host later, so I'll say goodbye now. I wish you a speedy recovery. As he spoke, Zhong Denghui stood up to say goodbye, but was stopped by Su Jun, who was standing beside him. Uncle Zhong, you and my mother haven't seen each other for such a long time. We must catch up. Please sit down first. I will wash some fruit for you. Su Jun was making plans quickly. This was his mother's old classmate. It would be a waste if he didn't make use of such a good social relationship. After washing the fruit and returning to the ward, Su Jun asked with a smile, Uncle Zhong, what are you busy with now? I will graduate next year. Does your company still need anyone? Hearing this, Zhong Denghui waved his hand and said regretfully, I'm sorry, the company is now in a bottleneck period and is planning to lay off employees. After these words were spoken, Su Jun's flattering expression faded a little. But if I finish the project at hand, that is another story. Oh, can you tell me about it? Su Jun became interested. Instead of working for others after graduation, it would be better to find some awesome people to get some information. Maybe he could seize the opportunity and become a rich man. Alas, this project requires a lot of money. I have invested tens of millions myself. Since you are a small family and a small business, don't get involved. The more Zhong Denghui refused, the more Su Jun felt that there was a way forward. In this day and age, who would tell others about a money-making project? Wouldn't it be better for him to make money secretly on his own? Uncle Zhong, you also know our family situation. Please be kind and take us into the game. Even if it's just for some soup, I, Su Jun, will be grateful for your kindness for the rest of my life. This. Zhong Denghui was secretly delighted, but he still pretended to be embarrassed. Are you dissatisfied with the small amount of money? We can mortgage the house to the bank to get some money and redeem it later. Well, I'll think about it. When Zhao Juanxia saw Zhong Denghui hesitate, she immediately said, "Old classmate, you have to help me. If you continue like this, I will have to jump off the building." "Well, I originally wanted to make money on my own, but Sister Xia, you were my secret crush in high school. Forget it, I'll tell you something. This project I'm working on will pay off at least tenfold if it's run properly." The Su family, who are stupid and rich, rushed to give him money, and he would feel embarrassed not to accept it. If there were more people like this in the world, he might be the richest man now. Chapter 6. Become bigger and stronger, and create greater glory. 2 days later, Zhong Denghui felt that the line had been laid out long enough, so he showed up. Zhao Juanxia was eager to make a lot of money, so when she met Zhong Denghui, she took him to the most expensive hotel in the area without saying a word. They ordered a lot of abalone, bird's nest, and maro tai, and Zhong Denghui was drunk as he drank. Su Jun kept asking about the project, and Zhong Denghui blushed and told him everything about the project in a vague manner. As a new generation of college students, Su Jun felt that Uncle Zhong was still modest after hearing the complete logic of the project. This is not a tenfold profit. If the operation is good, you can make 20 times. Moreover, it is a project that can make a lot of money and can be done for a long time. Faced with such a mountain of gold, Su Jun's greed emerged. So he made a prompt decision and urged Zhao Juanxia to invest 3 million yuan in the project first. "You say you don't have enough money? Buy a house. You have to invest everything you have. If you don't join the game now, it will be difficult next time." Zhao Juanxia was also troubled when she heard her son's confident words. After all, the amount of money is really too huge, but when they thought of Song Yan's contemptuous expression and the look on their old classmates' faces who didn't want them to invest, they decided decisively to invest. Grow bigger and stronger, and create greater glory. Zhong Denghui said this and ended the dinner. Next, I just wait for the 3 million to be deposited and then run away. After leaving the hotel, Zhong Denghui waved his hand, and a Rolls-Royce slowly drove in front of the crowd. A driver in a suit opened the back door and held the roof with his hand, looking very professional. Looking at the car of such a high administrative level, Su Jun firmly believed that Uncle Zhong was definitely a hidden rich man who had never appeared in the world. Zhong Denghui got into the car with a drunken step. The moment the car door closed, Zhong Denghui no longer looked drunk as he did just now. He sat with his legs crossed on the seat, looking very uncomfortable. "Boss, today's fare is 5,000 yuan. Would you like to pay by card or cash?" The driver spoke up front. "Hey, swipe the card." Zhao Juanxia and her family didn't know yet that even this car was specially rented by Zhong Denghui. "Junjun, do you think this project is reliable?" On the other side, Zhao Juanxia and her group were sitting in a taxi, and Zhao Juanxia looked a little worried. "Mom, you can insult my people, but you can't insult my major. I studied finance in college. This project is definitely feasible, and the returns are huge. As long as this money is invested, our family can move to a villa and drive a luxury car this year." "Okay. Mom believes you, so let's take a gamble. I don't think my old classmate is a liar." "Yes, we have been having bad luck these past few days. This is what they call bad times before good times. It's time for our luck to change." They acted right away. Despite Su's father's objection, the mother and son took the property certificate to the bank to apply for a loan. "After working hard for a whole day with an acquaintance, I finally saw the money. 3,300,000. This huge sum of money can not only be used to repay the betrothal gift to Song Yan, the ungrateful bastard, but can also be used for investment." In an instant, Zhao Juanxia felt that her burden was much lighter. At home, Song Yan looked at the text messages on his mobile phone and found that someone had transferred 200,000 yuan to him, followed by a text message from Su Jun. "I'll send you a little more money, poor fellow, so you don't have to gossip about us behind our backs." Song Yan didn't care about Su Jun's ridicule. He was just a little curious about how the Su family could make so much money in such a short time. They didn't have any rich relatives. In the Hilton VIP rooftop restaurant in Shanghai, this is not a place where a bunch of fake socialites can spend some money to group the bill. Those who can enter here are all ladies from wealthy families, and only those with a certain amount of assets can apply for membership cards to dine here. Sitting near the window, Yi Qingqing supported her chin with both hands, her eyes full of happiness. Sitting opposite her was a mature lady with long flowing hair. She was outstanding in appearance and her figure was comparable to Yi Qingqing's. "Baby, you said you are married now, a married woman." The royal sister asked in disbelief, "Baby, you don't have a fever, do you? We agreed to be single together until the end of the world, but you secretly got rid of your singleness and completed the most important thing in your life, getting married. Do you really regard me as your best friend?" She, I just happened to meet you. I thought that I couldn't let those bad guys bully Brother Song, so I got excited. The royal sister is called Li Shishi. Her family is also a well-known energy giant in the country with assets of hundreds of billions. She has known Yi Qingqing since childhood. The two of them are not a group of fake girlfriends like those outside, but real friends with deep feelings. Li Shishi stirred the coffee in front of her with a spoon. After digesting the information completely, she blurted out after a while, "My silly bestie, I really can't figure out what you are thinking. Let's not talk about whether you will get married or not. The important thing is that the person you are marrying is a stranger you haven't seen for many years. It's really..." "What stranger?" "That's Brother Song." Okay, then does your Brother Song still recognize you?" Li Shishi lit a lady cigarette, leaned back in her chair and asked leisurely, "After so many years, do you understand him? Do you know what he went through while growing up? Do you understand what he really wants?" I don't know, but I just like him." "Alas, they say love makes people's IQ lower, but yours is not only lower, it's almost negative. My silly baby. You don't know anything, but you dare to bet your whole life on one person. Have you forgotten the tragedy that happened in Molin's family?" Li Shusha's words made Yi Qingqing speechless for a moment. Molin is a well-known socialite in their circle. Her family was originally in the real estate business and had abundant assets. However, Molin met a poor boy during her college years. After a hunger strike and abstention from water, Molin's family could not resist their daughter's pleading and agreed to the marriage. As a result, 3 years after their marriage, Molin's parents died one after another in mysterious circumstances. As the only heir, Molin simply did not have the courage to save the collapsing business. At this time, the poor boy stepped forward and led the group out of the predicament. As a result of all this, the poor boy seized all the assets of the group and kept countless mistresses outside. Molin became unhappy and suffered from depression. After a quarrel, she jumped off the building. "Baby, I just want you to be happy and not fall into tragedy. Do you understand?" Li Shishi put out the cigarette in the ashtray and sighed. "It's different, Shishi. Believe me, Brother Song is definitely different from that ungrateful person. I drove over there in a luxury car, and Brother Song's emotions didn't change after he got the marriage certificate. Instead, he needed time to digest it. If all this can be faked, I admit it." Hearing her best friend say this, Li Shishi suddenly became interested in Song Yun. Chapter 7: The Birth of a Billionaire. These days, Song Yun had no intention of contacting Yi Qingqing, because he found that as long as he signed in at various places, he would get different rewards. Sign in on the bed and get the Deep Dream card, which allows you to sneak into someone's dream or build your own world in the dream. What's more amazing is that when you use this card to dream, you know clearly that you are in a dreaming state and will not get lost at all. Sign in at KTV and get the voice of a professional singer. Sign in at the bookstore and get the top writing status of the world's top 10 writers. Even when you sign into the toilet, you will receive a reward from the system for a healthy stomach. So Song Yun was overjoyed and spent the whole day wandering around in various places, never getting tired of it. On the other side, Zhao Juanxia and her group solemnly placed a bank card with 3 million in cash in front of Zhong Denghui. "Old classmate, from now on, whether Xiaji's family will eat meat or starve to death depends entirely on you." Zhao Juanxia stared at the bank card, showing a look of reluctance. After all, she had never seen so much money in her life. 3 million. It's enough for her to eat, drink, and have fun until she grows old. Zhong Denghui leaned back in his chair, looked at the bank card with disdain, waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, I only gave you the opportunity to join because of my old classmates. You should know that there are countless people who want to invest in my project, but I turned them all down. Do you know why?" "Why, Uncle Zhong? Wouldn't it be more convenient for the project to absorb funds from all sides?" Su Jun asked curiously. Haha, real money-making projects are treasures in the eyes of big shots. Have you ever seen Jack Ma distribute Taobao shares to other investors? You are still young and don't understand the twists and turns here, but you gave the money to me, and I will definitely give you an explanation. As a veteran liar, Zhong Denghui's lies are so convincing that people can believe them. He put away the bank card and said with a smile, "Sister Xia, congratulations on becoming a new generation of billionaire. I will definitely give you a portion of the first wave of rebates. By then, don't even mention the 3 million yuan of capital, it will be more than 30 million. Seeing how Zhong Denghui treated money as dirt, Su Jun and Zhao Juanxia looked at each other and felt that they had made the right bet. It was estimated that in Zhong Denghui's eyes, the 3 million might not even be enough for the other party's one-day profit. After bidding farewell to Zhao Juanxia and her family, Zhong Denghui got into a Rolls-Royce amid everyone's expectant eyes and drove to the airport. After getting 3 million, run away. Haha, I never thought Zhao Juanxia was so fucking stupid. Her son Su Jun is also a half-baked guy. He dares to go all in after learning a little knowledge. Ha ha ha, I'm rich. Zhong Denghui doesn't care about the life or death of Zhao Juanxia's family. He has long lost his so-called conscience. If his relatives are rich and he happens to be able to cheat them, he will definitely not stop doing this. The other side. Su Jun and Zhao Juanxia were still happily thinking about how much profit Zhong Denghui would give them in a month. When Su Jun thought of the Lamborghini he saw in front of the Civil Affairs Bureau that day, he became energetic. It turns out that men still look cool when they drive a sports car. Zhao Juanxia finally put down the burden on her heart. She had spent all the money and was just waiting for dividends from her old classmates. When the time comes, once the house loan is paid off, this old house can be sold directly and the whole family can move into the villa. It will be so cool. After returning home, Su Jun lay on the bed. The young man's vanity made it impossible for him to calm down. He took out his cell phone and posted a message to his friends. Thanks for the invitation. I just got off the plane. What is it like to be financially independent while still in college? Just a few minutes after Su Jun posted this message on WeChat Moments, his message list exploded. Questions from classmates and compliments after knowing the truth. The teacher probed cautiously. And the attentions of the goddess who usually ignores him. All of these made this young man, who was only in his 20s, feel very happy after feeling vanity. Brother Su Jun, let's go out for dinner together some other day, Tilda. Looking at the tender voice message from the goddess, and the seductive charm contained in it, Su Jun's bones were softened. Okay. I'll take you to the most upscale hotel in Shanghai for dinner some other day, and then we'll go. Brother Su Jun, Tilda, you are so annoying, Tilda, but I just like you being annoying, Tilda. Haha, sure, Jie. I plan to go to the Lamborghini 4S store to pick up a car in a month. I'll go take a look at it in the next few days. Will you come with me? When Shorojia on the other side of the screen saw this message, her eyes lit up. It seemed that this poor loser was really rich and was even thinking about buying a sports car. I don't know how the shock absorption of this sports car is, Tilda. Su Jun swallowed his saliva. His goddess drove the car for him? Asking about shock absorption, isn't it just to have sex in the car? On the other side, Yi Qingqing took Li Shishi to a coffee shop near Song Yun's house. This coffee shop is located right opposite Song Yun's residential area. Whenever Song Yun goes out, she will definitely see it. Sitting in the coffee shop, Yi Qingqing was a little angry. She didn't know what brother Song Yun was busy with all day. He didn't even contact his newly married wife. It was really annoying. The people in the cafe now turned their attention to the two sisters. Damn, these two beauties are so beautiful. With exquisite facial features and a sexy body, she is truly a stunner. It is no exaggeration to say that it is a blessing to see one on the street on weekdays, but I didn't expect that two came to such a small shop today. Gudong. A young boy swallowed his saliva. His girlfriend, who was sitting next to him, wanted to get angry, but when she saw the looks of the two sisters, her heart was filled with inferiority. This was simply a dimensionality reduction attack, and she couldn't even get angry. At this time, Yi Qingqing was staring at the corridor of Song Yun outside the window. Li Shishi sighed when she saw her best friend's infatuated expression. She really couldn't understand. Is Song Yun really so charming? Yi Qingqing is so obsessed with him. Just as she was curious, she saw Yi Qingqing covering her mouth and pointing out the window frantically. She looked over, but there was no one there. Could it be that her best friend was hallucinating because she was thinking about her husband? Ding-ling, Tilda. The door of the coffee shop was pushed open, and Li Shishi subconsciously looked back. She had never seen Song Yun's photo, but she just thought that the young man who had just come in was so handsome. I've been running around these days and almost forgot about the cafe. I wonder what rewards I can get by signing in here. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in at the coffee shop and gaining charm points plus 5 inch. The mechanical sound of the system sounded. Suddenly, Song Yun's heart was filled with confidence. His every move seemed to carry a buff that made people fall in love with him. Bite. It has been detected that the host's 3 data are beyond the normal level, so the data panel is opened. The normal level is 10. Speed, 8. Strength, 9. Intelligence, 11. Stamina, 15. Charisma, 16. Chapter 8. I can't understand the happiness of my best friend. Qingqing, look at the handsome boy at the door. I really want to get his contact information. Li Shishi held Yi Qingqing's arm, her eyes full of stars. Yi Qingqing looked in the direction her bestie pointed. Wasn't this her brother Song Yun? She was just wondering where he had gone in the blink of an eye, but she didn't expect him to come up. Brother Song Yun. Yi Qingqing waved her arms and shouted excitedly. Song Yun. Li Shishi was stunned. Before she could come to her senses, she saw her usually cool best friend running towards Song Yun happily as if she was a little fangirl seeing her idol. Song Yun, who was standing at the door, paused slightly when he heard Yi Qingqing's voice. He looked in the direction of the voice and it was indeed Yi Qingqing. Yi Qingqing is dressed exceptionally beautifully today. The black dress perfectly outlines her enchanting figure. Watching her running towards him, Song Yun didn't know how to address her for a moment. Call her wife? They don't seem to know each other well enough. Call her beauty, but she has already obtained a marriage certificate with me. How should I start this conversation? That. Hubby, where have you been these past few days? I missed you so much. Yi Qingqing doesn't care about all this. In her mind, Song Yun, who has already been certified, is her legal husband, recognized by the country. Wife, why are you here? The girls all let go of their reserve, and as Song Yun was a grown man, he naturally acted quickly. But Yi Qingqing was stunned when she heard it. Brother Song Yun actually called her his wife. How happy. When this shout was uttered, all the male compatriots in the coffee shop stared at Song Yun. Wife? This bastard actually called the goddess his wife? What is happening? Could it be that my relationship is over before it even started? Amid the angry gazes of the crowd, Yi Qingqing shyly moved to Song Yun's side. I called you but you didn't answer, so I had to come to you in person. Tilda. Everyone opened their mouths wide, their eyes filled with disbelief. What was going on? What the hell? Could it be that this young lady is really married? Do I still have a chance? And I heard from the goddess that this bastard actually dared not answer the goddess call. Unforgivable. If my wife is like this, I won't even go to work and spend the whole day trying to make her happy. You actually dared to let your beautiful wife come to you in person. Are you still a man? Damn it, it's really a drought that's killing people, and a flood that's killing people. But when they came to their senses, thinking that although their wives were not as good as the goddess Yi Qingqing, they at least loved them deeply, they saw their wives sitting next to them, looking at Song Yun with a crazy look on their faces. Song Yun was brought to Li Shishi by Yi Qingqing. Shishi, this is my husband, Song Yun. Gudong. Li Shishi took a sip of coffee to hide her embarrassment. She finally understood why her best friend had a flash marriage with a man she hadn't seen for nearly 20 years. If it were her, she would probably lock Song Yun in the house after marriage and not let him go out. This was too damn tempting. It seems that I am just worrying about nothing. She can't experience the happiness of her best friend. Song Yun nodded to Li Shishi and sat opposite her. Li Shishi kept looking at Song Yun with eyes full of curiosity and confusion. Yi Qingqing, you bad woman. You lie to yourself that you are my childhood sweetheart and I will marry you when I grow up. I wonder if you will still get married if you find an ugly guy. You are just attracted by beauty. Just as Song Yun and the other two were chatting, a man in a suit walked over. The man wore gold-rimmed glasses, had a fair complexion, and had a scholarly aura. Hello, two beauties. The man had a possessive look in his eyes as he kept looking at the two women's figures. He had been preparing himself mentally since just now, wondering whether he should come over and strike up a conversation. But ever since Yi Qingqing called her husband, he felt that he must come and steal her away. Because he has a fetish that outsiders don't know about, he is obsessed with married women. Whenever he sees a beautiful married woman, he can't help but want to possess her, and then dump her when he gets tired of her. With his looks and financial resources, he is hooked up with dozens of women, if not 100. It can be said that he already has his own routine, which can fool girls into a state of confusion. But this time he felt like he had encountered trouble. The two beauties had no intention of paying any attention to him at all. Song Yun looked up and asked, "Hello, what can I do for you?" Haha, come over and say hello, let's be friends. The man talked to himself and wanted to sit next to Li Shishi. But Li Shishi sternly rejected it. But the man did not feel embarrassed at all. Instead, he shamelessly moved a chair from next door and sat in the aisle. Song Yun looked at him with disgust, thinking, this man is a fool, right? He has no sense at all. I'm sorry, you're an eyesore here, could you please leave? Yi Qingqing was frightened by the other party's aggressive gaze and couldn't help but speak. Haha, I heard you two ladies discussing Pride and Prejudice. Although I am not very talented, I have read the original English version thoroughly in college. If you want to know what the book means, I can explain it to you two ladies. No need, if I don't know anything, I can just ask my husband. What? The man looked Song Yun up and down and felt that this boy was just so-so. He was just handsome. You know, not everyone will read Pride and Prejudice. The boring plot and long names are enough to discourage many people. Haha, your husband is very handsome. but my university major is classical literature. I believe that with my explanation, even boring books can be made lively. The man had a smile on his face, but he was already making plans in his mind. According to his understanding, these two beauties must be literary girls who like Western literature. As long as he shows his erudition in front of them, he might be able to get closer to them and even discuss studies in the hotel in the middle of the night. I'm sorry, we don't need an explanation. Please leave. Yi Qingqing said unkindly. Beauty, do you feel that my presence here hurts your husband's self-esteem? The man took a risky move and got straight to the point. Yi Qingqing did have this idea. Song Yun was just an ordinary person in the information. How could he have an in-depth understanding of literature? It doesn't matter. Whether brother Song Yun understands this or not, I still like you the most. Song Yun smiled and touched Yi Qingqing's head and said, then I can make you like me a little more. Ice and tea at just literature? After these few days of systematic transformation, he already had a thorough understanding of ancient and modern Chinese and foreign literature. Let alone explaining Pride and Prejudice, it would be a piece of cake for him to write a famous book. Chapter 9, Marrying the Same Man. After hearing this, Yi Qingqing did not insist anymore. After all, she had to give Song Yun enough face in front of outsiders. If Song Yun could not say something in a while, she planned to just pull brother Song Yun away. The man looked at Song Yun and said with a fake smile, could it be that I was mistaken today and met a literary master? Literary masters dare not say that they know something roughly. Song Yun activated the memories in his mind, and the thoughts of countless top writers swirled in his mind. Among them is the author of Pride and Prejudice, Jane. Let's start with the writer. Jane was born in a small town in Austria. Her father was a local pastor, and she had never been to school. When she wrote Pride and Prejudice, she probably didn't expect that she would break the old rules of European literary circles. Song Yun uttered a series of professional explanations, shocking the onlookers and making them break out in cold sweats. I didn't expect this pretty boy to be so knowledgeable, and he looks quite handsome when he quotes from classics. This is the result of Song Yun's charm. As long as he does something seriously, he will involuntarily exude a power that makes people feel close to him. The man with gold-rimmed eyes felt more and more guilty as he listened. He only had a superficial understanding of foreign literature. He had only attended a few lectures in college. Because he was too bored, he never had a deep understanding. Now, hearing Song Yun talking endlessly about the European literary world, he felt that the knowledge reserve of this man in front of him might be even more extensive than that of his own university teacher. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. The man with gold-rimmed eyes knew that if he stayed any longer he would become a joke, so he left in a hurry after saying something. At this moment, Yi Qingqing couldn't take her eyes off Song Yun. She didn't expect that her brother Song Yun was not only handsome, but also so knowledgeable. He was truly a treasure boy. No, it's treasure husband. This was just a small episode. After this incident, the eyes of the male compatriots who originally hated Song Yun softened. Who can really hate a man who is handsome, has a beautiful wife, and is capable? Li Shishi also kept pestering Song Yun, asking him to continue explaining the dirty things between men and women in the European literary world. Her gossipy eyes made Song Yun very embarrassed, so he took the opportunity to say he wanted to go to the toilet, and only then did he get rid of this little witch. After Song Yun left everyone's sight, Li Shishi sat down next to Yi Qingqing and said with a smile, I didn't expect it. You actually hid so many things from me. Your brother Song Yun is so knowledgeable. When he talks about professional arguments, he seems to be better than my university tutor. That's right, but I'm warning you. Don't set your sights on my brother Song Yun. At this time, Yi Qingqing's phone rang. There was a problem in the company. She got up and went out to answer the phone. At this point, Song Yun came out. Seeing that only Li Shishi was sitting at the table, he suddenly felt very troubled. Where is Qingqing? Song Yun asked with gritted teeth. Why, are you so clingy to your wife? Or do you not want to be alone with me? Is Yi Qingqing's bestie having a fever? Or is she horny? What horny words are she saying? Seeing Song Yunumo, Li Shishi moved her but a few centimeters towards him. Seeing this, Song Yun quickly moved a little further away. In this way, one of them moved closer to the other, while the other wanted to stay away from the other. Stop moving. You'll fall to the ground if you move again. Li Shishi found the other person's expression funny. She had never seen such a pure-hearted person. If it was someone else, he would have accepted her embrace long ago. With the intention of teasing Song Yun, Li Shishi raised her head, looked at Song Yun with her big watery eyes, and pouted her lips and said coquettishly, Why do you hate me so much? Qingqing and I have been sisters since we were young. When we were young, We made a promise to marry the same person. You dislike me so much, don't you want to marry me? I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. When Qingqing comes back, please tell her. Song Yan panicked and ran away. Seeing Song Yan jogging and knocking open the door of the coffee shop, Li Shishi covered her mouth and laughed. This man was really interesting. She couldn't help but want to tease him when she saw him. To be honest, if he wasn't her best friend's man, I'm afraid I really wouldn't be able to help but take action against Song Yan. 10 minutes later, Yi Qingqing finished dealing with the company's affairs. When she came back, she saw Li Shishi lying on the table and laughing secretly, so she asked in confusion, "Where is brother Song Yan?" "Let's go, he said he had something to do, ha." Li Shishi couldn't hold back any longer and revealed to Yi Qingqing what she had just done and what she was thinking. Yi Qingqing felt helpless as she watched her best friend laughing so hard that she was out of breath. In the evening, Song Yan just came out of the bathroom after taking a shower. Received the message from Yi Qingqing. "I'm planning to buy a sports car soon. Brother Song Yan, will you accompany me to take a look at it?" "Good. Then I'll see you at your doorstep tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock tilde. See you there." After replying to the message, Song Yan wiped his hair, thinking that he had never signed in at the sports car 4S store, and he didn't know what kind of reward he would get. Early the next morning, Song Yan packed up and stood waiting at the gate of the community. Just before 10 o'clock, the roar of a sports car came from outside the community. It was the same domineering Lamborghini from last time, which slowly stopped in front of Song Yan. After getting in the car, he found that Yi Qingqing's outfit today was a little different. On weekdays, Yi Qingqing liked to wear some slightly formal clothes, but today she was wearing a sexy lavender hip skirt that outlined her figure to the fullest. The body lines are exquisite and the exposed skin is white. Such a woman would make anyone confused. For a moment, Song Yan was stunned. Seeing Song Yan's expression, Yi Qingqing smiled secretly in her heart. After returning home last night, she seriously thought about her dressing style today. She changed her clothes over and over again and felt that she had been a wife for many days, but she had no physical contact with brother Song Yan. She simply took out the most daring piece of clothing from the closet and tried to seduce him. Today, the results seem remarkable. After sitting in the car for a while, Song Yan finally reacted. I quickly explained, "Just now when I got in the car, I was thinking about something." "Ah, what are you thinking about?" "I think the steering wheel is really big. No, the seats are really white. Bah. My mouth always makes mistakes at critical moments. I really want to slap myself in the face." Seeing Song Yan's red face and sweat, Yi Qingqing laughed. Okay, I'm your wife. You can look at it openly. I won't say anything." As soon as the words came out, a hint of pink appeared on Yi Qingqing's fair face. Chapter 10. Sign in at the 4S store and get a sports car poison as a reward. The car started, and Song Yan's eyes kept lingering on Yi Qingqing. Yi Qingqing's face turned red. Does brother Song Yan like her outfit today? Will you go home with me after buying the car? Will you stay at home tonight? What if I stay overnight and I share a room with him? Then, thinking of this, Yi Qingqing felt hot all over. Seeing that Yi Qingqing seemed to have a fever, Song Yan quickly steadied her hand that was holding the steering wheel. Brother Song Yan held my hand. Yi Qingqing screamed in her heart. This was a small grasp of history, but a huge grasp of the distance between two people. Seeing that Yi Qingqing was almost unable to control herself, Song Yan opened the window and let the cool breeze blow into the car to lower the body temperature of both of them. On the other side, the Su family's living room. Zhao Juanxia held the cell phone, her face filled with worry. Many days have passed since Zhong Denghui passed away. During this period of time, no one answered my calls and no one replied to my text messages. Could I have been a scammer? As soon as I told Su Jun about this concern, he interrupted me. Mom, just rest assured. I have been looking for that project online these days. The project Uncle Zhong mentioned really exists and has already started running. Besides, even if you don't believe Uncle Zhong, you have to believe your son. I have seen countless people and I won't be wrong. After hearing what her son said, Zhao Juanxia felt relieved a little, but it was not a good idea for Zhong Denghui to not answer the phone. The family couldn't just sit and wait for a month, right? Mom, if you can't stay idle at home, go play mahjong with those aunties. I'll be out soon. I've made an appointment with someone to go to the 4S store to look at cars. I'll just wait for the money to arrive and then I can withdraw the full amount. Su Jun looked at his phone happily. After these few days of joking around with the goddess, the distance between the two of them was close enough for them to tell dirty jokes on a daily basis. Although it was always Su Jun who said that the goddess said he was annoying, didn't this prove one thing? The goddess really likes herself. Thinking of this, He couldn't help but think that after paying the full price for the car, he must find a high-end restaurant to have dinner with the goddess, and then stay out all night. The more Su Jun thought about it, the hotter he felt. He grabbed his collar and shouted, "Mom, I'm going out. Don't think too much. Maybe it's just because Uncle Zhong has been busy these days and hasn't been checking his phone. Don't keep urging him. It makes it seem like our family doesn't trust Uncle Zhong." After saying that, Su Jun went out and took a taxi to pick up his goddess. On the other side, Song Yun and Yi Qingqing came to Lamborghini's 4S store. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in at the Lamborghini 4S store and receiving a reward of a Lamborghini Veneno. Really? When Song Yun heard the sound of the system, he was delighted. The Lamborghini Veneno is limited worldwide, and this car cannot be bought with money. He didn't expect the system to be so generous and give him tens of millions without any hesitation. But the surprise is yet to come, and what follows is a memory that merges into Song Yun's mind. Song Yun pondered his memories and felt a chill in his heart. This memory combines the driving talent of today's top racing drivers. It can be said that he can drive a Lamborghini Veneno on the streets very skillfully without any learning. Let's go in. Yi Qingqing parked the car, took Song Yun's arm and smiled. Song Yun then discovered that Yi Qingqing had put on a pair of crystal high-heeled shoes. Under the sunlight, the crystal shoes emitted colorful lights, which matched her fair feet and were full of pure desire. The two people chatted and laughed as they entered the 4S store, and a salesperson in uniform walked over quickly. "Ms. Yi, are you here to look at the car today?" The salesperson stood beside Yi Qingqing and asked attentively. "Yes, come and buy a car when you have nothing to do." Yi Qingqing smiled. Song Yun was searching the whole room for his poison. Sure enough, at the 4S booth, a brand new sports car was parked there, like the king of cars, receiving worship from thousands of other cars. Seeing Song Yun standing there in a daze without moving, Yi Qingqing followed his gaze and saw the unique car. Excited to see prey, Yi Qingqing pulled Song Yun towards the poison. The female salesperson followed closely behind and said with regret, "Ms. Yi has a sharp eye and saw this model at first sight, but unfortunately, this car has been ordered by someone else. Now it is just displayed in our 4S store for visitors to visit. Maybe the owner will drive the car away that day." Been booked. Yi Qingqing was slightly disappointed. Seeing Yi Qingqing's expression, Song Yun was just about to smile and tease her when he heard a female voice coming from the door of 4S. "Tilda. Su Jun, look at that car, it's so cool. How about we buy this one?" The voice belonged to Shou Jie, and the person standing next to her was Su Jun. The two also agreed to come to the 4S store to look at the car today, and they would buy it in full after the money arrived. Hearing Su Jun's name, Song Yun looked back curiously. Sure enough, Su Jun was standing next to Shou Jie with a dog-licking look on his face. What is he doing here? Song Yun was a little confused. Even if the bad luck card had expired, Su Jun's status was not enough to buy a sports car, right? With the Su family's financial resources, a car worth hundreds of thousands of yuan at most would be enough, and even then they had to take out a loan to buy it. Could it be that something happened in these few days that I don't know about? Su Jun also saw Song Yun at a glance, not because Song Yun was handsome, but because Yi Qingqing was so beautiful. He recognized this woman at a glance. He had seen her at the door of the Civil Affairs Bureau a few days ago. When they met again, Su Jun's heart was pounding. He didn't have the courage to look at her carefully that day, but after looking her up and down today, Su Jun felt that Shou Jie was a goddess. It's just to trick those ignorant kids on campus. The real goddess is Yi Qingqing. Song Yun is so lucky that he could marry such a stunning wife. It's so infuriating. Shou Jie didn't notice the change in Su Jun's expression. She walked forward on her own and stood around the Lamborghini Veneno, admiring it non-stop. "This car is so cool, let's buy it." "Excuse me, miss. This car has been reserved and is not among the models sold in our store." The female salesperson explained with a smile. "Bought by someone." Su Jun felt insulted. It was so hard to find a high-end car in this store, but it was actually booked by someone. "If I order this car, how much will it cost and how long will it take to arrive?" "Sorry, this model is limited to the headquarters and requires application. The full price is about 40 million. 40 million? Korean won. You must be kidding. Of course it's RMB. When Su Jun heard the quote, he took a breath. He knew that Lamborghini was much more expensive than sports cars of the same quality, but he didn't expect it to be so much more. Thinking of this, Su Jun felt that the person who could buy this car was definitely not an ordinary person. While the owner of the car was not here, Su Jun walked around the sports car greedily, his eyes full of envy. Chapter 11. The more you brag, the faster you will be slapped in the face. Jie, who was standing next to Su Jun, was also looking at the Lamborghini with envy. This car not only looks handsome, but also has the best configuration. Although she doesn't know much about cars, she knows very well what tens of millions mean. Anyone who can spend so much money on a car must be one of the top rich and handsome men in Shanghai. Seeing that Jie was interested in the car, Su Jun showed off the little knowledge he had. Jie, the performance of this car is definitely better than 99% of sports cars. We feel that tens of millions is a lot, but perhaps for the owner, this car is just a drop in the bucket. Add to that the modifications and maintenance after buying the car. Think about it yourself. Isn't it a sky-high price? Hearing this, Xiao Ji's eyes revealed longing. So the person who can buy this car must be a big shot, right? Haha, I can't say anything else, but I do have billions of assets. Looking at the two people singing in unison, Song Yun burst out laughing. I said to the saleswoman, "Hello, please help me get the key to this car." As soon as Song Yun finished speaking, everyone's faces showed an expression of confusion. Su Jun stared at him with disgust and said disdainfully, "Didn't you hear what the salesperson said just now? This car already has an owner. You, a pretty boy who hooked up with a beautiful, rich woman, still want to own this car? Dream on." The salesperson also chimed in, "Sir, we don't have any right to lend this car to a third party, so I'm sorry, I suggest you look at other models." Hearing the salesman's words, Su Jun nodded with satisfaction. What do you think a pretty boy can do? Not to mention you, I'm afraid the assets of the goddess next to you can't compare with the owner of this car. Song Yun shook his head helplessly and said to the saleswoman, "I'm Song Yun. I believe you have told me the owner's name, right? The good thing about the system is that it will take care of all the tedious tasks, and Song Yun only needs to verify his identity." Before the salesperson could say anything, Su Jun jumped out, pointed at Song Yun's nose and yelled, "What are you pretending to be, you little bastard? People who don't know you think you are so awesome, but you are actually a gigolo. What? You serve your sponsor well, but you want to cheat him out of his money? Isn't that shameful? As a man, I despise you. I hate you." After these words were spoken, everyone's faces changed. Yi Qingqing couldn't help but wanted to stand up, but was stopped by Song Yun. Song Yun looked at the dazed saleswoman and asked gently, "Why, didn't the headquarters tell you the owner's information?" No. So you are Mr. Song Yun." The saleswoman covered her mouth with a look of disbelief. What happened to the rich people nowadays? Do they like to play the pig and eat the tiger? And the handsome guy's clothes are really too common. He doesn't look like the owner of the car. Please provide your identity information. The female salesperson respectfully took Song Yun's ID card, carefully checked it with the information given by the headquarters, and then respectfully returned it with both hands. "Mr. Song, everything is confirmed. I'll go get the key for you right away." A few minutes later, the saleswoman ran out jogging with 2 keys. "Mr. Song, here are the keys to your car, 1 master key and 1 spare. If you lose either, you can contact the Shanghai Lamborghini 4S store at any time. We will provide you with 24-hour emergency assistance." Su Jun was stunned when he saw the female salesperson being so respectful. What happened? Why does it sound like this female salesperson said this car belongs to Song Yun? Wasn't Song Yun still a loser a few days ago? He couldn't even afford a few 100,000 yuan in betrothal gifts, so how could he be the owner of a Lamborghini Veneno? Moreover, this kind of high-end sports car requires time to be customized by a special person, so this means that before Song Yun broke up with his sister, he had already bought this car? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Su Jun couldn't accept the reality that Song Yun was actually a wealthy man. He shook his head, his heart filled with pain. If my mother hadn't added the betrothal gift at the last minute, would her brother-in-law have been able to climb up this big tree? Grass. Jie, who was beside Su Jun, looked at Song Yun lovingly. This handsome guy is more handsome than Su Jun and richer than Su Jun. If I can hook up with him, will I also be able to become a phoenix? At this moment, Yi Qingqing's beautiful eyes moved as she watched Song Yun's heart in turmoil. So my brother Song Yun is actually a rich man? It doesn't seem like it, and the information I got from the detective shows that my brother Song Yun is just an ordinary person. Could it be that there is something I don't know? Song Yun ignored everyone's gazes, took the key and put it in Yi Qingqing's hand. It was as if this car worth tens of millions was not worth mentioning to him. Seeing Song Yun's indifferent expression, Su Jun's mentality collapsed. He was just bragging about this car, but he didn't expect to slap himself in the face, the loudest one. He felt a little congested in his head and his vision began to blur. No. If Su Jun had been slapped in the face before, he would have endured it. But now, it's different. He is also a rich man. Relying on Uncle Zhong's dividends in the first quarter, he can get more than 50 million. In this case, it is not impossible to take out 40 million to buy a car. Thinking of this, Su Jun's emotions slowly calmed down. He looked at the saleswoman and waved his hand. Go get the vehicle configuration sheet. I want to buy a luxury sports car that's almost the same as this one. The other side. In the mahjong room downstairs of the Su family, Zhao Juanxia was bragging to her group of good sisters about the news that she was about to become a rich woman. Looking at the envious looks from these old sisters, Zhao Juanxia felt extremely refreshed. Zhao Juanxia was talking happily when the door of the mahjong room was pushed open. 2 policemen walked in. When everyone saw this, they quickly collected the money on the table, for fear of being accused of gambling and being arrested and detained for a few days. However, the 2 policemen did not care about the little actions of the crowd. Seeing the police getting closer and closer to her, Zhao Juanxia suddenly felt a little panicked. Are you Ms. Zhao Juanxia? It's me. What happened? Zhao Juanxia asked tentatively. Do you know the person in the photo? A policeman took out a photo from the folder, placed it in front of Zhao Juanxia and asked, Zhong Denghui. I know him. What happened to him? Zhao Juanxia was a little flustered. Unfortunately, I have to tell you that this suspect is a professional fraudster who swindled the savings of middle-aged and elderly people by boasting about high-return projects. Someone reported the case to the Magic City Criminal Police team yesterday. We have already started an investigation, but it may be difficult to find him in the short term. You must be mentally prepared for a long battle. Chapter 12. My husband is a very picky eater. Zhong Denghui is a liar. These words kept circling in Zhao Juanxia's mind. She tried to stay awake, somewhat unable to believe it. But the evidence provided by the police brought her back to reality. My 3 million is gone. She gave the money to Zhong Denghui without even touching it, and now this is the outcome. Oh God, are you going to destroy our Su family? When the police saw that Zhao Juanxia looked like she was about to faint, they quickly tried to comfort her and then began to record her statement on the spot. After the end, Zhao Juanxia looked bitter and said with difficulty, Young comrade, can our money be recovered? This. The young policeman who was recording the statement was speechless for a moment. The older policeman sighed and said seriously, According to our experience, after scammers get a certain amount of money, they will squander it immediately. They also know that they can't keep the money, so it is very likely that your funds have been spent by Zhong Denghui. Bang! Zhao Juanxia collapsed at the mahjong table beside her. 3 million, a lifetime of savings, all gone. All gone. This money was obtained by mortgaging the house. If I can't pay back the bank's money, my own home. Thinking of this, Zhao Juanxia couldn't help but cover her face and cry. The 2 policemen seemed to have seen this kind of scene many times. They looked at each other, and for a moment, the only sound left in the scene was Zhao Juanxia's crying. Alas! You dare to give such a large sum of money to a stranger. The young policeman was interrupted by the older policeman when he was halfway through his words. At this time, he needed to comfort the victim instead of provoking him. He patted Zhao Juanxia on the shoulder and said in a gentle voice, Based on the amount of money Zhong Denghui defrauded this time, if he is caught, he will be convicted for more than 30 years. This is the only good result. Sentenced to more than 30 years. Even if he was sentenced to life imprisonment, what would be the point? Her money was gone anyway. Thinking about the monthly bank loan repayments, Zhao Juanxia fainted. But as soon as his body touched the ground, the damage caused by the original fracture was aggravated again. He could not faint, and could only lie on the ground, sobbing in pain. And the other side. Inside Lamborghini's 4S store, Su Jun carefully matched the various configurations of the sports car, and finally decided on a modified model worth 30 million. Seeing the other party's smug expression, Song Yun asked curiously, Did you win the lottery? Even if you won the first prize, it wouldn't be much money, right? Who are you looking down on? Let me tell you, without you, our family is doing well and we have a project that lays golden eggs. Don't even mention 30 million, even 300 million will be nothing to me in half a year. Seeing Su Jun's confident look, the saleswoman was ecstatic. If the car could be successfully sold, it would be enough for her to pay the down payment for a house in Shanghai. Even if there is a project, you don't have the money. There are many scammers now who can get a lot of money to squander with just empty promises. I hope you don't meet such people. Hearing Song Yun's words, Su Jun was so angry that he jumped to his feet. He pointed at Song Yun's nose and snorted coldly, Don't think that everyone is like you. This society is not that bad yet. After saying that, he took out his phone and wanted to call Zhong Denghui. Since he had already invested, as a small shareholder, it would be okay for him to take some dividends in advance, right? Beep, 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 beep. Beep, the number you dialed is unanswered. Please call again later. No one answered. Su Jun frowned and called again. A few minutes later, Su Jun, who had made more than a dozen calls, was sweating profusely. What's going on? Why is no one answering the phone? Before, when I hadn't paid any money, the secretary would answer my call immediately. What is going on now? After I get through the phone, I must report this to Uncle Zhong and ask him to fire this irresponsible secretary. A few more minutes passed, and still no one answered the phone. Everyone present was getting a little impatient waiting, and even Shou Jie had a hint of disgust in her eyes. Wait a minute, I'll call my mom to ask about the situation. Su Jun wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and dialed Zhao Juanxia's cell phone with trembling fingers. It's connected. Mom, please call Uncle Zhong, I can't get through here. The familiar voice of my mother did not come. After a few rustling sounds on the other end of the phone, a male voice said, Hello, I am a police officer from the Economic Crime Division of the Criminal Investigation Brigade of Shanghai. Are you Ms. Zhao's son? Ah. Su Jun was confused. Why did someone from the police station come to find his mother? What's going on? He pretended to be calm and walked away, whispering, What happened to my mother? It's like this. The policeman told Zhong Denghui's story again, and finally said, Your mother seems to be injured. She is lying on the ground and not moving. We don't know what's wrong with her, so we called 120. You can go directly to the Third People's Hospital of Shanghai. After saying that, the person on the other end hung up the phone. I heard the busy tone coming from the phone. Su Jun panicked. He calculated everything, all of which was how much dividends he could get, but he never expected that Zhong Denghui, who looked so sophisticated, was actually a liar. He could no longer remain calm, and fell to the ground feeling dizzy. Swindler. Uncle Zhong is actually a scammer. 3 million just gone. Even if 3 million coins were thrown into the Huangpu River, there would be the sound of water. But now, there is nothing left. The 3 million is the money from the mortgage of the house, and the interest and principal to be paid every month. Thinking of this, Su Jun almost fainted. Shou Jie, who was far away, saw Su Jun sitting on the ground. She frowned and walked up to him and asked, What's wrong? Are you still going to order this car today? Hearing this, Su Jun couldn't help but burst into tears. It's all gone, I have no money. 3 million. I may not be able to earn it in my entire life. It's gone just like that. Shou Jie frowned. She didn't feel that Su Jun was pitiful, but just felt very embarrassed. She rolled her eyes at Su Jun, turned around, opened her WeChat business card, and smiled at Song Yanmai. Handsome, add me as a friend. Let's go drink together some other day, Tilda. Su Jun, who was sitting on the ground and crying, heard that his goddess had betrayed him. He turned and threw himself into Song Yan's arms, crying even harder. I'm sorry, my husband won't add strange women's contact information. Besides, my husband is very picky about food, and ugly looks are not on his list of food choices. Yi Qingqing stood up and said with her hands on her hips. Shou Jie originally wanted to retort, but when she saw the other person's delicate face and explosive body, she couldn't help but feel unsure. But now that things have come to this, she can only place all her hopes on Song Yan. She looked up at Song Yan pitifully, and only hoped that the man in front of her would not embarrass her like this. But Song Yan seemed not to see it, and looked at Su Jun's back with a frown. Grass. Shou Jie left in a rage in her high heels, walked up to Su Jun and kicked him. Stupid. I'm so embarrassed to be with you today. Just wait and see how I'll make you a social death when I get back to school. Chapter 13. It's all Yi Qingqing's fault. Ding. The punish evil and promote good card has been used up. After continuous bad luck, the following results are finally achieved. Song Yan was shocked when he saw the current situation of the Su family on the program panel. He originally thought that it would be over if Zhao Juanxia just got slightly injured, but who knew that the system was so powerful. Not only did Zhao Juanxia have dozens of fractures all over her body, but because she believed in Su Jun's slander, the Su family sold their house and was defrauded of 3 million. This is 3 million. This amount of savings, which an ordinary person might not be able to accumulate in a lifetime, was a fatal blow to Zhao Juanxia, who loved money like her life. In the beginning, when he was in love with Su Luting, Zhao Juanxia took a lot of money out of his pocket. Even when his brother-in-law went out for a date, he had to pay. It can be said that he was treated as a mobile ATM. It would be fine if we could consider Song Yan's feelings a little bit and understand that it is not easy for Song Yan to make money. But Zhao Juanxia's greedy look made her want to suck all the blood out of Song Yan. Now, not to mention the huge amount of money that Song Yan had been defrauded of, even the original capital could not be kept. I don't know if poor Su Luting would have to bear the heavy mortgage of the house in the end because of the greed of her mother and brother. However, these are not issues that Song Yun should consider. The current situation has nothing to do with him. He got into the car and left with Yi Qingqing, leaving behind only the day's saleswoman and the crying Su Jun. Sitting in the Lamborghini Veneno, Yi Qingqing looked at the man in front of her curiously. I really didn't expect that my brother Song Yun is actually a hidden rich man. If those who prescribe poison are not wealthy, then perhaps the only ones who can count are those who purchase private jets. While driving, Song Yun was constantly honing in on the memories of those racing drivers in his mind. He shrugged and said with a smile, I'm not a rich man. If I say this is the first time I've driven a sports car in my life, do you believe me? I'd be foolish to believe you. Yi Qingqing rolled her eyes at Song Yun. As she sat in the car, she felt that the vehicle was stable and the speed was appropriate, without any bumps or discomfort. Only those veterans who have driven sports cars for more than 10 years can be so capable. If you don't believe it, forget it. Song Yun said helplessly. Big idiot. Yi Qingqing stared at Song Yun's face as he drove seriously, and finally couldn't help but stepped forward and kissed him on the cheek. Song Yun was frightened by the sudden attack and quickly parked the car on the side of the road. After the kiss, Yi Qingqing shrank back in the driver's seat, glancing away, not daring to look at the other person at all. Song Yun touched his face, as if the warmth from before still remained on the surface of his skin. Good of you. How dare you kiss me secretly? Song Yun pretended to be angry. I'm sorry. I just... Before Yi Qingqing could finish her apology, Song Yun's lips blocked hers. Mum tilde. Yi Qingqing's eyes widened at first, then slowly turned into enjoyment. Brother Song Yun's kiss is so warm, and my heart is beating so fast. After a long time, Song Yun sat back in his seat. The lipstick on Yi Qingqing's lips was smudged, but she didn't care about that. She just felt her heart beating deep in her chest. She secretly looked at Song Yun and found that there were still marks of her lipstick on the corners of Song Yun's mouth, and she couldn't help laughing out loud. She took out a handkerchief from her bag, dipped it in water and wiped Song Yun's lips carefully. Brother Song Yun is just a big fool, not gentle at all tilde. Yi Qingqing's words were full of charm, and upon hearing this, the hairs all over Song Yun's body could not help but stand up. Okay, you still dare to say that to me. Go home now, and I'll show you what I look like when I'm not gentle. Song Yun stepped on the accelerator and the car sped towards home. At this moment, Song Yun was extremely excited. His wife was so charming. Even though he was used to seeing beauties in Sun Country movies, he had no resistance when facing Yi Qingqing. I can't stand it anymore. I can't stand it anymore. Go home now and deal with this little goblin. Yi Qingqing was sitting in the passenger seat, her face flushed, as if brother Song Yun had just mentioned going home. That? The car soon arrived at where Song Yun lived. He rented this apartment right after he graduated from college. The rent alone was 4,000 yuan a month. If it weren't for his salary of over 10,000 yuan and if he didn't cook at home on weekdays, he wouldn't be able to live in Shanghai. The car stopped and the eyes of the neighbors around were instantly fixed on the sports car. This community is neither good nor bad in Shanghai. It can only be considered average. It is a big deal if anyone has a BMW or Mercedes worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. Now, a luxury supercar is driven in, which shocked them. Soon, Song Yun got out of the car. He walked to Yi Qingqing like a gentleman and helped her open the car door. When the neighbors saw that the owner of the car was Song Yun, they were all stunned. When they saw a beautiful woman getting out of the car, they became even more confused. Song Yun was driving a sports car with a beautiful lady in it? Is he still the frugal guy he used to be? Song Yun didn't care about other people's eyes. He took Yi Qingqing, nodded to the neighbors around, and went upstairs with Yi Qingqing. Seeing Song Yun go up, the neighbors gathered together and whispered, I told you that Song Yun has the face of a wealthy man, but you didn't believe me. Now that he's driving a sports car into the community, you should believe me now. You always tell everyone you meet that they are rich and powerful. Everyone in the community knows about your bad habit. But seriously, this guy Song Yun can't be the second-generation rich son of a consortium. Look at this sports car, it must be worth millions. Alas, they are the second generation of rich people who came here to experience life. We didn't seize the opportunity to climb the big tree, so now we can only watch. At first I was thinking of introducing my niece to him, but now that I see Song Yun's girlfriend, I'm glad I didn't ask for it, otherwise my niece would be embarrassed. Several middle-aged women kept talking about Song Yun behind his back, but everyone's eyes were full of envy and jealousy. The other side. After getting out of the elevator, Song Yun took Yi Qingqing back home. As soon as the door was closed, Song Yun kissed Yi Qingqing on the neck. Yi Qingqing shuddered as if she had been electrocuted, and her face turned red. But soon, she woke up from her confusion. Yi Qingqing pushed Song Yan away in panic and whispered, "We can't go on. We haven't met our parents yet." Hearing the firmness in Yi Qingqing's tone, Song Yan's passion for fire was extinguished like a basin of cold water. Indeed, he didn't even know Yi Qingqing, so why did he suddenly want to? It's all because Yi Qingqing is too pretty, has such a sexy body, and what she wore today is too seductive. Otherwise, as a modern-day Liu Xiaohui, how could I not be able to resist such temptation? It's all Yi Qingqing's fault. Chapter 14 Love is really magical. Ahem, find a place to sit, I'll get you some water. Seeing that the atmosphere was becoming awkward, Song Yan quickly turned around and walked towards the kitchen. Brother Song Yan, I originally thought that men's rooms were dirty and messy, but I didn't expect yours to be quite clean, Tilda. Yi Qingqing sat on the sofa, looked around and said, the apartment Song Yan rented was not big, with 1 bedroom, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, and 1 bathroom, which together were less than 50 square meters. It was not even as big as Yi Qingqing's bedroom, but this was where Song Yan's brother lived, so it was more perfect than any mansion. I usually live here alone, and I'm annoyed by the mess. Song Yan handed Yi Qingqing a bottle of ice water and said with a smile, "Did someone clean up for you?" Yi Qingqing rolled her eyes at Song Yan and said sweetly, "From now on, this place is my territory. No female creatures are allowed to enter." He, what about raising animals? Song Yan wanted to tease the other person. Even animals are not acceptable. Yi Qingqing took a sip of water and then spit it out, her face a little red. Well, I can't eat ice these days. Oh. Although Song Yan had never experienced sex, she was very clear about the menstrual period of girls. Fortunately, she stopped the car just now, otherwise she would have run a red light. He changed a bottle of room temperature water, sat next to Yi Qingqing, and asked curiously, "Speaking of which, since we got married, I still don't know what your family situation is like. Can you tell me about it?" Yi Qingqing looked at Song Yan seriously, thinking, as expected, brother Song Yan didn't recognize me. Humph. I'll expose you later and see how you have the nerve to treat me like this. Song Yan was frightened by the stare at him. He felt that Yi Qingqing was a little angry. Well, there was no proposal, no parents' blessing, and no proper wedding. They just got the marriage certificate in such a muddle. Anyone would be heartbroken. Let me tell you, my mother is okay, she's a kind person, but my father is very strict. How strict? It's just. I can't explain it. It's just that he's very difficult to get along with. After all, he's the richest man in Magic City, and his net worth is too high. It's a bit hard to figure out what he's thinking right now. Hearing this, Song Yan broke out in a cold sweat. I originally thought that Yi Qingqing's family only had assets of a few billion, but I didn't expect that she got the daughter of the richest man. The richest man in Shanghai, his net worth must be over 100 billion, right? Although he has no worries about food and drink now, for the richest man, his assets are probably nothing. Ahem. Do you have any brothers or sisters at home? Yi Qingqing tilted her head and looked at Song Yan blankly, then shook her head. So you are an only child? Yeah, my dad said that having me in his life is enough, Tilda. Yi Qingqing found that Song Yan's expression was becoming more and more strange, and she didn't know what he was thinking. Well, let me make it clear first, I am the only one in my family, I don't want to be a son-in-law. Listening to Song Yan's mumbling, Yi Qingqing burst out laughing. She leaned on Song Yan's shoulder and said, "Stupid, no matter who wants to be a son-in-law, you are not allowed to be one." Hey. Song Yan put his arm around Yi Qingqing's shoulders and asked curiously, "Your father?" "No, since our father is the richest man in the Magic City, your family must have been prosperous for several generations, right?" After listening to Song Yan's words, Yi Qingqing thought about it carefully, nodded and said, "We were quite rich before, but later we went bankrupt for some reason. When I was very young, my father seized the opportunity and made our family prosperous again." Oh, I wonder what opportunity my father-in-law took to become the richest man. Song Yan wondered if his father-in-law also had a system. After the ancestral home was demolished, my father got a lot of money. Later, he invested in setting up factories and companies, and finally he has the current scale. The second generation of wealth is too good to be true. It seems that the saying, "the third generation of wealth will be ruined," does make some sense. Then I will take some time to visit my future father-in-law. No matter how he embarrasses me, I will definitely not say a word of sarcasm. I want him to know that I am serious about you. Song Yan's sudden sweet words made Yi Qingqing's face blush. She raised her head and pecked Song Yan lightly on the lips. The two of them stayed in this ambiguous environment for more than 2 hours. Song Yan felt that if he continued to stay like this, he would definitely not be able to become the modern-day Liu Xiaohui. It's getting late. Let me take you home. Song Yun turned his back, bent over and stood up. Okay. Then we should find a better time to meet next time. Yi Qingqing said reluctantly. Anything is fine. Every man could understand Song Yun's current embarrassment. He silently chanted the great compassion mantra in his heart and took several deep breaths to suppress it. Let's go. The two men drove away. The middle-aged ladies who were basking in the sun downstairs gathered together and pointed at the exhaust of the sports car. It seems Xiao Song is in good health. It's been almost 3 hours. Well, they are young people after all. It's normal to be greedy for pleasure. The more I look at this couple, the more they seem to be a good match. After seeing Yi Qingqing off, Song Yun parked his car in the underground parking lot of a nearby large supermarket. He didn't dare to leave tens of millions in the community, in case some naughty kid didn't know what was going on and scratched the car. Lying on the bed, Song Yun looked at the ceiling. Ever since I got the system, I have been able to cheat all the way, and my life has become more and more comfortable. But what if the system had not come in the first place? Or did he compromise himself in front of the Civil Affairs Bureau? I dare not think about it. Song Yun cherishes the present more and more. The next day, Yi Qingqing came to Li Shusha's house, entered the bedroom, and pulled open the heavy curtains. The bright sunlight shone in. Li Shishi opened her sleepy eyes and sat up. She lifted her fallen shoulder strap and said dissatisfiedly, "What time is it now? I stayed up late to watch TV series last night. Baby, let me sleep a little longer." I did that with brother Song Yan yesterday. Yi Qingqing jumped onto the bed excitedly, gestured to Li Shishi and spoke excitedly. Li Shishi had just woken up and her brain had not yet started up. It was stuck for a long time, with her eyes wide open and her mouth open, her expression very dull. No, you've only known each other for a few days. Even if Song Yun is more handsome and knowledgeable, you two shouldn't develop so fast. I just couldn't help it. You silly girl. Li Shishi tapped Yi Qingqing's forehead heavily. She stared at Yi Qingqing's thighs and took a breath of cold air. You did that yesterday. How come you can get out of bed today? I heard from them that it was painful the first time. Yi Qingqing's face was full of black lines. She pushed Li Shishi and said angrily, "What are you thinking of? I mean, brother Song Yun and I kissed yesterday tilde hee. It's just a Li Shishi waved her hands and suddenly came to her senses. No. This is your first kiss. Did you give it to me just like that? Li Shusha's brain couldn't keep up with Yi Qingqing's words at all. She now felt that love was really magical. Chapter 15, The Su Family Dilemma. Baby, wake up. Even though he is your brother Song Yun, you can't be so casual with him, right? Li Shishi said angrily. Oh, I just couldn't help it. What can I say about you? Li Shishi nodded Yi Qingqing's head fiercely, sighed and said, You are so proactive now, it makes Chen Yansheng, who pursued you in the past, look miserable. Chen Yansheng? Yi Qingqing curled her lips. This man's family was very powerful in Shanghai. Last year, Yi's father intended to bring the two parties together and strengthen the relationship. But at that time, Yi Qingqing was only thinking about finding Song Yun, and her heart was not on Chen Yansheng at all. At that time, let alone physical contact, even seeing Chen Yansheng was an eyesore. Every time there was a party, Chen Yansheng came up to show his courtesy, and Yi Qingqing wanted to stay away from him. Later, the matter was dropped and became a topic of conversation among the top leaders in Shanghai. Li Shishi touched Yi Qingqing's tender face and said with regret, Chen Yansheng was so good to you at the beginning, and many girls in the circle were moved by him, but you just didn't like him. Now you are facing another man, and you kissed him in less than half a month. That's different. When we were little, brother Song Yun said he would marry me. I have been able to live alone abroad for so many years, all thanks to this sentence. TSK, 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 the air is filled with the sour smell of love. Li Shishi lit up a lady's cigarette and came back to her senses. If such a dreamlike thing happened to her, would she accept it? After thinking for a while, Li Shishi felt that she would definitely do it, and she would happily stick to Song Yun and not leave every day. There's no way around it. Li Shishi is just a face lover, and Song Yun just happens to look like the type of person she likes extremely both psychologically and physiologically. Alas, although she doesn't want to admit it, Li Shishi really envies her best friend. Master, do you know what is most surprising to me? Yi Qingqing raised her eyebrows and asked with a smile at her best friend. What? According to the information sent back by my private detective, I found out. Brother Song Yun has only had one girlfriend in all these years, and she doesn't even have that one. It can be said to be a brand new one. When Li Shishi heard Yi Qingqing's words, her gums itched with hatred. Not only is he handsome, but he is also not a scumbag. He is actually still an original young handsome guy. My God, the chance of a boy being a fledgling is much smaller than that of a girl. I never expected that Song Yan could be called a modern Liu Xiaohui. HMPH. Have you ever thought that it's okay not to let go of this kind of thing, but once you let go, men will know the taste and will no longer be able to not cheat? You'll cry when the time comes. Li Shishi attacked. Impossible. Brother Song Yan is not that kind of person. Yi Qingqing raised her little head and said dissatisfiedly, "You bad teacher, you only know how to stir up trouble between us. Look at my dragon claws." Yi Qingqing reached her hand into the quilt and began to scratch Li Shish's waist. Tilda, ha ha ha, Tilda, I was wrong. I shouldn't have said that. Ha 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 ha. On the other side, the Su family's living room. Su's father sat on the sofa and smoked non-stop. Su Jun and Zhao Juanxia, who were sitting below, had pale faces and empty eyes. Even Su Luting, who had the best temper, didn't know how to start talking at this moment. What her mother and brother did was so shameless. He actually mortgaged his house just to get rich overnight. Can this house be mortgaged casually? Now, what should their family do? After a long silence, Su Jun wiped the sweat from his forehead and slowly said, "That. How dare you talk like that?" Father Su slammed the table, stood up, and yelled at Su Jun, "You useless thing. Don't think I don't know that you were just whispering in your mother's ears. When Song Yan was your sister's boyfriend, you looked down on him all day long. What about now? You can only compare to Song Yan in that aspect. I really didn't expect that you, a prodigal son, would become more and more daring and even dare to instigate your mother to mortgage the house. I've been sick these years, watching you ruin our family tradition. I'm a useless person and it's hard to talk to you, but that doesn't mean I'm not your father." After saying that, Su's father pulled out the belt from his waist and hit Su Jun on the head. Su Jun had always been pampered since he was a child, but he had never suffered such a punishment before and lay on the ground howling in pain. Old Su, hiss. Zhao Juanxia wanted to speak up to save her son, but when she was about to stand up, she pulled the wound on her body. "Shut up. The reason why Su Jun, that little bastard, is in this state is all because of you. Don't you think about the fact that he is already an adult? If you continue to spoil him like this, not only will he ruin the family business, but he will also endanger society in the next step." Father Su roared, "Zhao Juanxia, I can't understand you anymore. You were such a good person in the past, how did you become such a Philistine now?" Zhao Juanxia was moved to tears by these words, and she let the tears flow down her face. "Am I wrong for wanting to make money? Your medicine costs tens of thousands every year, and my son has to get married. Where can I, a woman, get the money? What do you want me to do? Lao Su, do you want to force me to death?" "Oh." After hearing these words, Su's father sighed deeply and sat back on the sofa sulking. "Tingting, quickly take a look at where your brother is injured." Zhao Juanxia hurriedly called Su Luting. Su Luting got up reluctantly and checked. Although her father scolded her harshly, he did not hit her that hard. Su Jun only had superficial injuries and would be fine after a few days of rest. "Mom, I'm not saying anything to you, but can't you take care of yourself? You said that the hospital bills were too expensive and you wanted to go home to recuperate, and we agreed, but you turned around and went to play mahjong. Now you're injured again. The doctor has recommended that you be hospitalized for observation, but you insisted on going home. What if something happens?" Su Luting said worriedly, "Hospitals are all lies. I don't know if I'm okay or not. You're just a little girl and you don't understand. Just stay quiet." Su Luting opened her mouth, but didn't know what to say. Since she was a child, she has found that her mother is biased towards boys and favors her younger brother. Whenever there is something delicious, Su Jun eats it first. Now, she has grown up but still doesn't consider her parents. Now she has caused such a big hole. What should she do? Let's just mortgage the house. At worst, we can rent a house. We won't starve to death. Father Su sighed and said, "As long as the family is safe." "Well, I still owe 50,000 or 60,000 yuan in online loans." Su Jun said weakly while lying on the ground. "Huh? You eat and live at home on weekdays. Where does your money go?" Su's father asked with his eyes wide open. "I thought I had money now, so I should find a girlfriend. Then I bought her a bag that day." Before Su Jun could finish his words, he was pinned to the ground and beaten by Su's father again. Chapter 16 starts the story mode. "Oh my dear father, if you hit me again I will really die." Su Jun kept rolling on the ground begging for mercy, and finally blurted out, I have a solution. Father Su stopped and looked at his son in confusion. He asked in a cold voice, Speak. Do you want me to ask you to speak? Well, although there is no way to solve the current dilemma, if there is one person who can help, our family will definitely be restored to its original state. Su Jun shouted hurriedly. Who? Song Yun. Song Yun. The family looked at each other in bewilderment. How could a poor boy like Song Yun possibly pay off the huge sum of more than 3 million yuan owed by the Su family? Zhao Juanxia shook her head and said bitterly, It's unlikely. Although Song Yun is with a rich woman, she's not stupid. It's impossible for her to give him so much money. Besides, why would Song Yun help us? It's good enough that he doesn't add insult to injury at this time. Su Luting felt sad when she heard this. They were once a happy couple, but now they have ended up like this just for a mere 200,000 yuan dowry. She really didn't know what to do. Dad, Mom, and sister, you've all been deceived by Song Yun. Seeing Father Su's belt raised high again, Su Jun said quickly, In fact, Song Yun is very rich. Really, believe me. He is actually a super rich second generation. He is worth at least several hundred million. What? Several hundred million? Zhao Juanxia and Su Luting were both shocked. How could Song Yun, who usually sells things on the street, have a net worth of hundreds of millions? Are you kidding me? Junjun, don't lie to your mother. If you use this to deceive people because you don't want to get beaten, your mother can't save you. Zhao Juanxia said seriously, I really didn't lie to you. I actually saw him at Lamborghini's 4S store yesterday. He bought a Lamborghini Veneno on the spot, which is worth tens of millions. Luxury cars like this are not available in stock. They need to be customized at the headquarters. It can be said that he had this huge amount of money a few months ago, but he just kept it from us. This. When Zhao Juanxia heard this, she stood there in a daze. If what Su Jun said is true, it proves that Song Yun has always been a rich man, but he was just hiding it. Su Luting's face was full of disbelief. How could this be possible? Although she and Song Yun were not husband and wife, they were together day and night. The deposit in Song Yun's bank card had never exceeded 100,000 yuan. How was it possible that he had customized a sports car a few months ago? Su Jun watched the whole family fall into silence, secretly got up from the ground, sat on the sofa, lowered his voice, and said mysteriously, I have heard that those rich people like this tune, pretending to be an ordinary person to gain experience, but in fact it is just pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. I guess Song Yun is also such a person. After hearing Su Jun's well-reasoned analysis, everyone believed it a little. Nowadays, all the rich people have some quirks. Maybe Song Yun just likes to live the life of an ordinary person. Thinking of this, Zhao Juanxia felt extremely regretful. She actually forced away a super-rich second-generation son-in-law with her own hands? Thinking of this, she wanted to jump off the building. Why was I so blinded by greed in the first place? Why did I ask for a betrothal gift of 200,000 yuan? I am so. But she turned around and thought, since Song Yun is so wealthy, then 3 million is nothing to him. It seems that she needs to find a way to get some money from him. Song Yun lay on the bed and sneezed several times. He didn't know who was saying bad things about him behind his back. He is a little worried now. With his little wealth, how can he dare to go to the house of the richest man in Shanghai and say with a flattering face, I love your daughter, please let me fly with your daughter. This kind of talk is just a lie. If he were to put himself in his shoes, and his daughter brought this man back home, and he dared to be so shameless, he would definitely find someone to break this guy's legs and throw him out. He is like a liar, and no one would believe the words that come out of a liar's mouth. But now am I not playing the role of the liar? Thinking of this, Song Yun began to worry again. Yes, yes, yes. I signed in to so many places except the bank. Song Yun slapped the bed and sat up, waving his fists in the air excitedly. Damn it, if I go to a 4S store and get a sports car worth tens of millions, if I go to a bank, I will have to give away assets worth hundreds of billions, right? He got dressed and went to the bank branch downstairs. Ding! The host is detected to be in the bank. Do you want to sign in? Yes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. You will be rewarded 50 million yuan in cash via foreign asset remittance, which will be safely transferred into the host's account. Only 50 million? Song Yun felt lost for a moment. There was no difference between having the 50 million and not having it. He sat dejectedly at the bank counter and sighed deeply. On the other side, the manager in charge of asset management discovered this lost lamb early on. He pretended to be calm and sat beside Song Yun and casually asked, What's wrong, young man? Why are you sighing? Oh, I'm so worried. Is it because of money? Song Yun turned to look at the middle-aged man in a suit and asked cautiously, What does this have to do with you? Haha, 99% of people sighing in the bank are because of money. Do you know why people are penniless? The asset manager asked with a smile. Why? Because they don't know how to manage their finances. Ordinary people would only keep their money in their accounts to earn interest, but this is not 20 years ago. Interest rates are getting lower and lower. In the future, this amount of money won't even be enough to buy groceries. The asset manager pretended to be an expert and said, I see that you are still young, so you must develop good financial management habits. Look, I have several funds here. I wouldn't say that the annualized rate of operation is 10%, but it's still 7 or 8%. Isn't this better than a fixed deposit? Ding! Congratulations to the host for starting the story mode. As a reward, the host will be able to predict the increase of all funds in the next half month. Fuck. Song Yun suddenly jumped up. He didn't expect that he could play like this. That is to say, within this half month, he can advance payment on which funds may rise and which funds may fall. This feature is awesome. Song Yun's action frightened the asset manager. He hid back and thought, could he have met a fool? What if he got beaten up for no reason? Song Yun didn't have time to deal with the strange looks from the people around him. He picked up the virtual panel and what came into view was a #1 ranked fund called Jinling Fund. In the next 3 days, you can actually earn 3 times the profit. He walked quickly to the asset manager, stared into his eyes and asked, Can I buy Jinling Fund here? Jinling Fund. After thinking for a moment, the asset manager shook his head and sighed. This fund is not very popular, and few people buy it. Its interest rate is also very low. I don't recommend you to buy it. Chapter 17 If you lose money, come to me. I don't need your advice. The loss is mine. Song Yun left some money for food and put all the rest of the money into this fund. In a week, his assets would triple. You kid, you still don't listen to advice. The asset manager sighed. This young man got some information from somewhere and bought funds recklessly. The current market fluctuations are too huge and many people are losing money. Forget it. There is no point in persuading a dying ghost with good words. The asset manager took him to the fund management office. He had no intention of continuing to follow the order for this little fish. Sitting on a chair, a young and beautiful woman in professional attire came over with a cup of water, placed the water on the table in front of Song Yun, and asked in a gentle voice, Hello, sir, what business are you here to handle today? The woman had the signature smile of a bank employee on her face. She didn't look very enthusiastic, but she definitely didn't seem cold either. I want to buy a fund, Song Yun said calmly. Do you need me to recommend a few funds to you? There are several that have risen significantly recently. I am optimistic about these high-quality stocks in the next month. No need. Just buy all of them into Jinling Fund for me. Okay, I'll do it for you. The woman lowered her head and began to operate, while the other customers in the fund office looked at Song Yun, with confusion gradually appearing on their faces. Jinling Fund? This fund seems a bit unfamiliar. Does it really exist? For people who buy funds, the popular funds are always the same few. Only young people like Song Yun dare to buy some obscure ones. If they lose money by then, they might even lose their pants. After the woman completed the relevant formalities, she asked Song Yun, Hello, how much do you need to buy? Let's start with the 50 million. As soon as these words were spoken, the scene fell silent. Even the woman's expression slowly changed from a professional smile to flattery. Sir, are you saying that you want to buy 50 million Jinling Fund? Are you sure you are right? Seeing the woman's stunned expression, Song Yun waved his hand and said, 50 million Jinling Fund, swipe the card now. It was the first time for the woman to see someone buying something without asking. It was also the first time she saw someone willing to spend a large amount of money to buy a fund. It seemed that the young man in front of her was a rich second generation. After all the procedures were completed, Song Yun walked out of the bank. The asset manager walked into the fund management office and asked, How much did the young man buy just now? 50 million. The woman's mind was still in shock, her eyes fixed on the string of zeros after the 5 on the screen. How much? 50 million. The asset manager never expected that a seemingly ordinary person could be so terrifying and have such abundant assets. When he thought of the high commission after closing the deal, he squatted on the ground with heartache. Damn it, it's all my fault for looking down on others. After Song Yun came out of the bank, he realized that he was so busy signing in that he hadn't even washed up yet. He hurried home, went into the bathroom and started washing. Ding ling ling tilde. Ding ling ling tilde. Song Yun didn't look at who it was and just slid through. Hello, who is this? Song Yun asked vaguely with a toothbrush in his mouth. Me. Your brother Shin. The caller was Song Yun's college roommate, named Jia Shin, who had a very close relationship with Song Yun during college. The two chatted for a while, then Song Yun turned off the water, came out of the bathroom wrapped in a bath towel, and opened a bottle of water and gulped it down. By the way, brother Shin, aren't you working in the fund business now? I just bought one today. Oh, you are also interested in this thing. What did you buy? Jia Shin asked curiously, because he didn't know that Song Yun had broken up with Su Luting. In his impression, Song Yun usually used all his money to subsidize the Su family, so he would have any spare money to focus on other investments. Jinling Fund. There was a sound of rummaging through things on the other end of the phone, followed by Jia Shin's voice. Wait a minute, I'll check it out. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone, and then Jia Shin's exaggerated voice came. Brother. You are really my brother. You didn't buy so many popular funds, but just went with the unpopular ones. Are you afraid that you won't lose enough? You told me that you bought it based on someone's advice. That person is a big liar. Song Yun, I'm not trying to discourage you. Even I can't see the current market situation of funds. How dare you enter the industry so easily? Tell me, how much did you buy? Song Yun rubbed his ears, almost deafened by Jia Shin. I bought 50 million. Fuck. 50 million. Did you go rob the banknote printing factory? Jia Shin shouted excitedly. After the excitement subsided, he quickly grabbed the microphone and screamed, Quick! Listen to your brother Shin. Sell Jinling Fund quickly. Those people are just trying to cheat you out of your money. If you want to invest, I'll recommend a few good ones to you for free. Throw. It is impossible to sell it, not even this week. His fortune depends on it. Besides, those excellent funds can only earn about 13% at most. How much did he earn? 300%. If he really threw it away, Song Yun would be a fool. Oh, just listen to me. I beg you. You won't lose much money if you sell it now. On the contrary, if you keep holding on, you will definitely lose all the 50 million. Jia Shin patiently persuaded him that he had been playing with funds since college, and there were many tricks involved. If he was not careful, he would be completely wiped out by the investment. However, Jia Shin was also very surprised. He did not expect that Song Yun had become so rich in the past few years after graduation and had 50 million yuan. He, who worked in the financial industry, only had a few 100,000 yuan in his pocket. Haha, thank you brother Shin for your kindness, but I advise you to buy some as well. This fund will definitely rise. After Song Yun said this, Jia Shin remained silent for a long time. Is this brother of mine possessed? Not only did he buy it himself, he also dragged me into losing money. Jia Shin sighed and said, I don't have as much capital as you do. I can't afford it. Song Yun did not insist. He told you that the price would go up. If you don't believe me, forget it. Jia Shin then said, Brother, I don't have much ability, but at least I have some savings. If you really have no money to eat one day, come to me. I will never let you starve. Good. Song Yun answered with a smile. Although this was impossible, it was still very heartwarming to hear someone care about him. Several days passed in a flash. During these few days, Song Yun signed for 2 dream cards and 8 million in cash. He came to the largest private hospital in Magic City that day, originally wanting to sign in for a good body, but the next words from the system made him ecstatic. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in at Magic City Huachuang Hospital and obtaining ownership of the entire hospital. Chapter 18 My Poor Daughter. The private hospitals in Shanghai only serve wealthy celebrities as their clients. Here, minor expenses such as treating a cold can cost thousands, while major expenses such as surgery can cost millions. It can be said that people without money in their pockets dare not even step into the door of a hospital. Song Yun observed at the door for a long time and calculated the flow of people. He felt that the profit of the entire hospital should be over 100 million in a year. Although the amount is not much, it is long-lasting. Even if the hospital is short of money in the future, it can provide itself with a steady stream of funds. So Song Yun drove the Lamborghini towards the hospital. Not far away, a Volkswagen slowly stopped, the window opened, revealing Zhao Junshia's greedy eyes. Ever since Su Jun told his family about Song Yun's actual situation, Zhao Junxia has been urging Su Luting to find Song Yun. Although Song Yun hated him to the core, he treated Su Luting differently. They have been together for such a long time. If Su Luting begged Song Yun for help, Maybe he would loosen his fingers and the money that came out would be enough for their family to pay off all their debts and even live a good life. But no matter how much Zhao Juanxia tried to persuade Su Luting, she still refused. Zhao Juanxia could only ask people about Song Yun's daily whereabouts while planning how to meet Song Yun in a less deliberate way. It can be said that Zhao Juanxia's mind was entirely focused on how to deal with Song Yun. She received news early today that Song Yun was at the door of a private hospital. She quickly pretended to be sick and asked Su Luting to take her to the hospital. And she specifically specified this private hospital. Zhao Juanxia may not know the meaning of a private hospital. In her opinion, a private hospital is no different from a community clinic, but Su Luting knows what this Huachuang hospital represents. She teaches in an aristocratic school, where all the students are either rich or noble. But in their opinion, if it is not an emergency, they will definitely not choose Huachuang Hospital. Why? It is too expensive. This hospital is like a money-eating monster. Although it provides first-class medical treatment, it will completely devour the patient's wallets. Others are so rich and this is the case. With my family's conditions, I'm afraid I can't even get in the door. But unable to resist her mother's pleading, Su Luting still brought Zhao Juanxia to the hospital entrance. She thought that if it was just a simple checkup, it shouldn't cost much money. As long as I am thick-skinned and don't go for further treatment, the few $1,000s in my pocket should be enough. Just as the two of them were about to go in, Su Luting caught a glimpse of a Lamborghini sports car. Isn't this the car that her brother said Song Yunshan had bought? As a teacher, Su Luting's IQ is definitely online. She immediately thought that this was a trick of her mother. Yes, how could a mother who even thinks ordinary hospitals are too expensive ask to go to a private hospital for treatment? It is obvious that he has other intentions and is here to scam Song Yun. Su Luting was unwilling to do such a thing. Since they had broken up, they should retain some dignity for each other. But her mother kept forcing her. To be honest, the salary card has never stayed in her hand since graduation. She didn't even see a penny of her monthly salary because it was transferred away by her mother. Su Luting endured it out of consideration for her mother's hard work, but now that she sees that Song Yun is a rich second generation, her mother shamelessly sticks to him. Does she think Song Yun is a fool? Mom, tell me the truth. Is Song Yun in the hospital? Su Luting asked with a gloomy expression. What are you talking about? Are you hysterical, silly girl? Aren't you here to treat me today? Zhao Juanxia pretended to be calm, took her daughter's hand and walked towards the door. But Su Luting rejected her for the first time. Zhao Juanxia sighed and said slowly, You have been smart since you were a child. I can't hide anything from you. Yes, Song Yun is in the hospital. Today I want to create a chance encounter so that you can find a place to have a good chat. Mom, I said I don't want to. Can you please listen to my opinion? Then can you please consider our family's financial situation? We have lost our house. Your brother still owes online loans. Are we going to starve? Your brother is already in his 20s and will be getting married in a few years. Do you want to watch your brother be single for the rest of his life? The mother and son's thoughts collided, and both sides became more and more excited, attracting the attention of the young nurses inside the hospital. Su Luting squatted on the ground in pain. If she had known this would happen, why did she do it in the first place? The reason why she and Song Yun had come to this point was inseparable from her mother's doting on her brother. Now that it was like this, why did she still want to rely on her? Could it be that without her, the rest of the family could not survive? Is it true that my mother only has my brother in her eyes? Isn't she the biological daughter of the Su family? Ouch, my waist. Without Su Luting's support, Zhao Juanxia slowly lay on the ground, her face full of pain. Oh, my life, Tingting, if you don't help, our family will have no choice but to jump into the Huangpu River. Please help Mom one last time and beg Song Yun. I believe he will definitely help you. Seeing Su Luting's pale face coming forward to check her non-existent injuries, Zhao Juanxia was delighted and grabbed Su Luting's hand and burst into tears. My poor daughter, why is our family so miserable? If we don't have the money to pay the bank, Mom will have no choice but to die. It's okay for Mom to die, but can you bear to see your brother burdened with $1 million debt at such a young age? Zhao Juanxia cried and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. In fact, her injuries were still very serious. It takes 100 days to heal a broken bone. She had only been treated for her injuries, but had never had a good rest, which resulted in her body being very weak. Any emotional excitement would lead to various diseases. I think the old lady is seriously injured. Why don't we go to the hospital first? If someone dies, it will have a negative impact on our hospital. The security guard guarding the gate kindly came up to persuade them. Seeing the old lady lying on the ground breathing out more than breathing in, if she died at the door of the hospital, Who knows how many trolls on the internet would accuse the hospital of having no medical ethics? Anyone can enter this hospital except them. The person who spoke was Song Yun, who had just arrived. He was originally patrolling around the hospital, but he heard crying and shouting coming from the hospital gate. Thinking it might be a medical dispute, Song Yun hurried to the hospital entrance. Unexpectedly, as soon as he came over, he saw Zhao Juanxia lying on the ground like a shrew. Song Yun hated this family from the bottom of his heart. Normally, people would take a detour when they see them, let alone let them enter the hospital. If something happens to Zhao Juanxia in the hospital, she would make a scene and force the hospital to close down and rectify. Chapter 19. Don't let me look down on you. When Song Yun appeared, everyone around him looked at him. Zhao Juanxia, who was lying on the ground, had her eyes brightened up and there was no more expression of pain on her face. Why did she come here today? Just to find Song Yun. Finally found her. Just as Zhao Juanxia struggled to get up and wanted to pull Su Luting into the hospital, she was stopped by the security personnel. The security guard looked a little confused and said hesitantly, "Auntie, our chairman said that Huachuang Hospital does not welcome you. If you need, I can help you call an ambulance from another hospital." It turned out that when Song Yun first took over the hospital, as the owner of the hospital, this information and Song Yun's appearance were implanted into the minds of everyone in the hospital by the system. This can be considered as a convenience after Song Yun opened the story mode and his permissions were upgraded. Zhao Juanxia and Su Luting stood there in a daze. They once guessed at home that Song Yun was at most a rich second generation who relied on his family, but they never imagined that Song Yun had such a powerful background. Chairman of Huachuang Hospital, a first-class private hospital in Shanghai. The value is rising sharply. Moreover, the hospital is the place with the widest network of contacts. In addition, Huachuang Hospital itself serves high-end customers. The people Song Yun makes friends with on a daily basis must be big shots. This also means that Song Yun actually has a very scary network of contacts. If he randomly picks one of them and steps on him, the demon city will tremble. If I hadn't raised the price temporarily, and Song Yun had introduced a few successful people to Su Jun after revealing his identity, wouldn't Su Jun be? Such a great son-in-law was actually forced away by himself? Was I a fool at first? What was he thinking? He pushed away such a good son-in-law in a fit of anger. While everyone was introducing themselves to Song Yun in a flattering manner, several young nurses were quietly doing their makeup. If I can make Mr. Song fall in love with me, even if it's just a one-night stand, I will be able to rise to great heights. A few nurses stood not far from Su Luting and gathered together. One of them looked at Song Yun with admiration and said, "Mr. Song is so handsome. When I saw his photo before, I thought it was photoshopped." Another beautiful nurse nodded and agreed. He is not only handsome but also rich. I wonder which woman will be lucky enough to marry Mr. Song in the future. Hearing several nurses chattering about Song Yun, Su Luting felt so embarrassed that she just wanted to find a place to hide. She actually lost such a man that everyone praised. Thinking back to the past, Song Yun was so good to her. He always tolerated her silently and never forced her even in matters between men and women. It can be said that the Su family is very happy. And his own mother was so foolish that she forced Song Yun away just for the sake of a betrothal gift of 200,000 yuan. This huge contrast made Su Luting feel cold in her heart. Zhao Juanxia endured the pain in her body and moved step by step to Song Yun's side. Song Yun. She knew that she couldn't deceive the man in front of her. After all, he was so powerful, young, rich, and well-connected. If he wanted to bring down the Su family, he would have to use his hands. Since that was the case, she might as well say it openly, hoping that Song Yun would help the Su family for Su Luting's sake. So Zhao Juanxia cried to Song Yun about her experience of being cheated and the current predicament of the Su family. Looking at Zhao Juanxia, Song Yun laughed angrily. It turned out that there really are shameless people in this world. He had embarrassed me in front of the Civil Affairs Bureau and made me lose face, but now he has the nerve to ask me for 3 million? Fuck, am I your parent? Do I need to spoil you like this? Song Yun, please save us for Tingting's sake. I promise you this is the last time. 3 million is nothing to you, and the relationship between you and Tingting is priceless. Stop. What qualifications do you have to say that? Love is priceless? I think the price has already been marked. Zhao Juanxia was speechless for a moment. Song Yun, I admit that I was wrong before. Now I formally apologize to you. I hope you can forgive your aunt. If you really can't, I will kneel down for you. After saying that, Zhao Juanxia actually knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Song Yun continuously. There is no way out. Song Yun is now the only savior of the Su family. Without Song Yun, the Su family will have to bear debts, and Su's father's medicine will be cut off. The whole family will be shattered. Seeing Zhao Juanxia constantly raising her status in front of everyone and then morally blackmailing him, Song Yun was furious. Why should I forgive you just because you apologize to me? Why should I accept it just because you kneel down? Do you really think that you can get 3 million by kowtowing? Why? Your Su family ignored me before, but now you are trying to curry favor with me. How disgusting. Hearing this, Zhao Juanxia looked very embarrassed. But there is no other way now. She can only accept whatever Song Yun says. If she had known Song Yun's background at the beginning, she would not dare to treat him like that even if she had 10,000 guts. There is no other way. Since it has already begun, we can only carry out the self-torture tactic and moral kidnapping to the end. Song Yun, I'm not a human. If you want to blame someone, blame me for being ignorant and breaking up you and Tingting. Zhao Juanxia knelt on the ground and slapped herself twice. She looked up at Song Yun with tearful eyes and cried, but Tingting is innocent. I beg you to help us this time for Tingting's sake. Once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, Song Yun could no longer remember how many times he had helped the Su family, but what did he get in return? To put it bluntly, even if Song Yun owed the Su family a life debt in his previous life, he has paid it back in this life, but now he still brings Su Luting up. Do you really think Su Luting is useful to him? The people around seem to have guessed something from these words, and they all lowered their heads and dispersed. After all, these are the chairman's family affairs, and it would not be good for outsiders like them to see them. Seeing that there were no more spectators around, Zhao Juanxia was extremely anxious and shouted without thinking, Song Yun, marriage is a gift for 100 days. You and our Tingting have been together for such a long time. Do you really have no feelings for each other? I don't believe it. If you don't help me, I will crash and die in front of the hospital. After saying that, Zhao Juanxia started crying again. Are you done? I still say the same thing. Your Su family's affairs have nothing to do with me. Let alone you dying in front of the hospital. Even if you die in front of my house, I don't care. Seeing Song Yun's ruthless look, Zhao Juanxia couldn't breathe properly. Her throat felt sweet, and blood spurted out. Then he fell to the ground and passed out. Su Luting saw him and quickly stepped forward to grab Song Yun's sleeve, her eyes filled with rain and mist. Song Yun, I'm begging you personally, please help me one last time, okay? You've always wanted to get me, Shut up. Don't let me look down on you. Since you have already insisted, then keep sticking to it. Giving up halfway will only lower your value. Song Yun said coldly, and then ordered the guards not to admit Zhao Juanxia without his permission, and those who violated the rules should get out. After saying that, Song Yun drove away. Chapter 20 Song Yun's Halo. 5 days later, Song Yun watched the Jinling Fund continue to rise on his mobile phone. Looking through the system control panel, I found that this node will be the highest in the next period of time, and will slowly fall back afterwards. Throw it away. Song Yun sold all of his Jinling Fund and immediately made 3 times the profit, a total of 150 million. Looking at the funds that continue to flow into the account, Song Yun feels that it is no wonder that so many people plunge into funds or the stock market. The feeling of making money is so damn good. Now Song Yun's total cash flow has reached a terrifying amount of more than 200 million. It can be said that the bosses of medium-sized companies in Shanghai may not have more money than him, because many company bosses talk about their net worth in the hundreds of millions, but in fact they are referring to the sum of all their assets including company shares, real estate, etc. They don't actually have much cash on hand. If you have money in your hands, you will not be worried. Song Yun felt that if he went to see Yi Qingqing's father right now, he wouldn't feel inferior. After all, 200 million. This was an amount of money that many people had never seen in their lives. On the other side, Jiaxin had dinner with several colleagues. When everyone was drunk, a colleague said mysteriously to everyone, "Do you know? There is a monster stock recently." The so-called monster stocks are the jargon used in the financial industry, and generally refer to funds that have suddenly risen a lot. In the fund market, there are always a few of them every year that lead the small investors to make a fortune. Another colleague immediately became interested and asked curiously, "Don't arouse everyone's curiosity. You know that we can't pass information to each other in the company. Tell me quickly." "Hey, Jinling Fund." The colleague took a sip of beer and said drunkenly, "This unknown and unpopular fund has tripled in 3 days." "Fuck. Jinling Fund? I know this. It's very unpopular." Colleagues started talking about it. Alas, we are not destined to make a lot of money. If we had bought some earlier, we could have bought a new car this year. Jinling Fund. Jiaxin scratched his head. Why did it seem like someone had mentioned this fund before? But now the alcohol had numbed his brain, making it difficult for him to come to his senses for a while. Why, don't tell everyone you bought it. Some colleagues laughed and said, if you tell everyone you bought it, and you pay for today's wine, we will be considered big dog eaters. How is it possible? I've only heard of this name from other people. This fund was so unpopular at that time. How could I be so stupid as to buy it? No, I'm the idiot. I didn't even buy it. Jiashin said with a silly smile. He picked up the cigarette box, took out a cigarette and lit it, and then a memory flashed through his mind. Jinling Fund. Fuck. It's actually Jinling Fund. Jiashin jumped up, his eyes wide open. Colleagues around him looked at him curiously, wondering if Jiashin really bought it. At this time, Jiashin was standing there with a cigarette in his mouth. He finally remembered who told him the name of this fund. Song Yun. When I called him at the beginning, he advised me to buy some as well. But when I saw that the performance of this fund was not good, I declined. As a result, this fund actually tripled in value. 3 times. What a concept. If I had listened to Song Yun and invested 500,000 yuan, I would now have 2 million yuan including the original capital. This amount of money can be used to pay the down payment on a house in Shanghai. I was so stupid that I missed the opportunity to get rich overnight. I regret it so much. Now Jiashin wanted to slap himself in the face. It was all his fault that he was too confident and missed the opportunity. Damn it. The more I think about it, the more I regret it. Suddenly, he thought of the money Song Yun invested, and quickly grabbed his phone and ran out of the store. What's wrong with Jiashin? Why is he so secretive? He must have drunk too much. Never mind him. Let's keep drinking. Jiashin went out, found a secluded and quiet place, and pressed the screen of his mobile phone with trembling fingers. Beep, beep. The busy tones made Jiashin upset. But soon someone answered the phone, and a confused voice rang out. Hello, what's wrong, Brother Shin? Song Yun. The Jinling fund you mentioned to me has gone up like crazy. Did you buy it? Jiashin shouted excitedly into the phone. I bought it, but I've sold it now. Song Yun answered weakly, yawning. Hearing this, Jiashin sat down on the ground, his body shaking with excitement. He asked cautiously in a trembling voice, Sold? How much? Not much, maybe 150 million. Gudong. Jiashin acted out a big mouthful of saliva. In just a few days, he made more than 150 million. And Song Yun is so low-key. He sounds like he is still sleeping. Damn it, how on earth could he sleep? With so much money, wouldn't Song Yun be nervous if he didn't go out and squander it? Does he really care about money? The two chatted for a while, and Song Yun looked at the time. It was really late. He said, Brother Shin, do you have anything else to do? If not, I'll go to sleep first. Haha, that. Jiashin asked cheekily, Brother Song, can you give me some pointers? Which fund should I buy next? I'll tell you if I have any news. Don't worry, I'll make money and you'll definitely get some. Song Yun continued to sleep while Jiashin was excitedly making money on the other end of the phone. Damn it, whether he could turn his life around in this life depended on this opportunity. The next day, Song Yun stretched and prepared to get up. He had originally planned to go find Yi Qingqing, but the other party had an urgent meeting, so Song Yun was stood up this time. Since nothing happened, Song Yun planned to drive around for a visit. Driving, he came to the most prosperous street in Magic City. After parking the car in the underground parking lot, Song Yun strolled around the street. Not far away, there is a newly opened commercial bookstore that is 2 stories high. The first floor is used to sell books, and the second floor is a place similar to a cafe. Customers can choose to borrow a book and order a cup of coffee on the second floor to read quietly. Song Yun feels that this business model is good, as it not only allows him to learn but also allows him to relax. So he borrowed a book and went upstairs. Lying on the soft sofa, Song Yun flipped through the book comfortably. Ding! Isn't it a pleasure to learn and practice from time to time? Congratulations to the host for achieving temperament +10. I hope the host will keep up the good work. So in the eyes of strangers, Song Yun, who was reading in the sun, seemed to be surrounded by a halo. He was so dazzling, so peaceful, and made people want to get close to him involuntarily. The girls in other seats all looked at Song Yun with changed eyes. Although Song Yun was very handsome when he first came in, they just felt he was pleasing to the eye, but now, with the addition of Song Yun's temperament, they have all fallen for him. Chapter 21. You are my savior. An hour later, Song Yun stretched lazily, drank the last sip of coffee in the cup, and prepared to leave. It didn't matter that he stood up. The girls around him also stood up in unison. Following Song Yun out of the bookstore, More than 10 people walked out at once. More than half of the second floor was empty, and the remaining ones were some middle-aged men. Originally, they thought they could hook up with 2 literary young ladies, but now all the pretty ones had left, so a large number of people left again. The girls following Song Yun were all encouraging each other, so I felt embarrassed to be the first one to ask for contact information. In this way, they followed Song Yun all the way to the underground parking lot. When they saw Song Yun get into the Lamborghini and drive away, the group of girls couldn't help but sigh. These days, all good-looking guys are actually rich. Alas, I have never seen a man more handsome than him in my life, and I don't know if I will ever meet him again in my lifetime. I love it. This is the image of my ideal man, tall, handsome, and rich. Oh my God, please give me a boyfriend like this. Are you only interested in the brother's appearance? Come on, sisters. The sports car is the main point. As far as I know, the car is called Lamborghini Veneno. It's worth tens of millions. Oh my God, I love it. With this car as a base, the image of the male god in my mind has become even taller. Agree. 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 Song Yun was driving around the street and caught a glimpse of the municipal government. If he signed in here. Just as I had this thought, the system came out and said, ding. In order to protect the host's personal safety, the system prohibits the host from entering the municipal agency to sign in. Once you enter, the system will suspend the sign-in button. Well, there is no way. It seems that the system is also a good patriotic comrade. After wandering around the bustling area of Shanghai for a long time, Song Yun drove back home. On the other side, Yi Qingqing sat in the office with a worried look on her face. I have been very busy these days, running around all the time, and have no time to look for Song Yun. The only reason for this is that her company is going to go public. When she first returned to China to start her own business, Yi's father secretly invested tens of millions of yuan in her. Even if his daughter failed in this business, the old father would support her behind the scenes. But who would have known that after Yi Qingqing entered the business world, she would feel at home and start dozens of money-making projects. From the initial market value of 50 million, it has soared all the way. Now investment institutions estimate that Yi Qingqing's company is worth 2 billion. Therefore, even without relying on her family, Yi Qingqing can still gain a foothold in the Magic City. But now, Yi Qingqing felt very annoyed. She looked out through the large bay window of the general manager's office, and what came into view were the skyscrapers of Shanghai. Countless people were struggling to make a living in these expensive office buildings. Whenever she thought of this, she felt the burden on her shoulders had become heavier. Oh, what should I do? It's so annoying. Yi Qingqing rubbed her hair anxiously. Her company had many projects, extending from the internet to the physical world, spanning many industries. But the most profitable project within the company is real estate. This time, she and several group bosses jointly set their eyes on a piece of land. As long as they could buy this land, it would be enough to double the company's market value. However, when it was about to go public, her capital chain had problems. First, a project investment failed, resulting in a loss of more than 40 million yuan. Then, the manager of a project resigned, causing the entire department to be uneasy and unable to work properly. These trivial matters piled up together made her feel very tired. What should I do? To buy the land and get subsidies for other projects, I need 100 million. After Yi Qingqing did the math, she lay on the sofa and sighed. It seems that this time she has no choice but to go to her father. Now only her father has enough cash to save her company from its gradual decline. In fact, she didn't want to take money from her father from the bottom of her heart. As long as she took some money, all her success would be attributed to her father in the end. But there is no other way now. Yi Qingqing can only accept her fate. Jasmine. Yi Qingqing shouted to the outside of the door. Soon a woman in business attire walked in with a folder in hand. This is the personal assistant specially assigned to Yi Qingqing by Yi's father, who usually plays a supporting role in work. Alas, Yi Qingqing opened her mouth, not knowing whether she should ask her father for the money. If she asked for 100 million, the company could be completely transformed and the market value would double after listing. But the disadvantage was that it would be easily criticized. If she didn't take 100 million, she would have to borrow money from everywhere. Although she had thought clearly about the interests involved, she still hesitated when it came to opening her mouth. Hey, Jasmine, go contact my father and tell him that I'm lending him 100 million yuan in the name of the company. Hearing this, Jasmine was slightly stunned. Miss, why do you need so much money? I want our company to accumulate more foundation before going public, so that when the time comes, the stock price will increase accordingly. Yi Qingqing explained. But miss, you still have more than 100 million in your personal fund account. Jasmine looked at Yi Qingqing strangely. As the CEO's confidant, she knew that this little girl in front of her didn't rely on her family's power at all. Now that she had sufficient funds, was there any other project that needed to be developed? She actually forced the CEO to borrow money from his family. How many? Yi Qingqing hadn't paid attention to her fund account in the past few days. When she heard the amount in her personal account, she was obviously stunned. To be specific, it's 120 million. Tell me again, how much? 120 million. Yi Qingqing sat up from the sofa, opened her mobile phone, and when she saw the string of zeros on the fund account, her heart suddenly began to beat faster. Seeing Yi Qingqing's strange expression, Jasmine was even more puzzled. She asked, "Miss, don't you know that the fund you bought has skyrocketed recently?" "I don't know." Yi Qingqing shook her head blankly. "The Jinling fund you purchased a few days ago has tripled in value in just a few days." Jasmine sighed and reported to Yi Qingqing about the fund market in recent days. After understanding the whole story, Yi Qingqing suddenly remembered that Song Yan had come to her a few days ago and asked her to allocate a sum of money to buy Jinling fund, saying that this foundation had recently ushered in a new era. She didn't take it seriously at that time, but this was Song Yan's first request, so she allocated 40 million to purchase the Jinling fund. But now, this fund has become her life-saving straw. Brother Song Yan is so awesome. He is simply my savior. Chapter 22. Encounter with college roommate. Yi Qingqing felt extremely complicated at this time. She had bought the fund out of love for the house and the people in it, but she didn't expect it to increase by 3 times. The most terrifying thing is that Song Yan was able to find this niche and unpopular fund among many funds a few days ago. It's so terrifying. There is probably no investor in this world who can predict the future and invest a large amount of money in an unpopular fund as if he knew it in advance. It seems that the mysterious aura around her husband has been enhanced. Thinking of this, Yi Qingqing felt extremely happy. After all, who doesn't want their husband to be excellent? The more outstanding Song Yan was, the deeper her love for him became. On the other side, Song Yan returned home and watched videos out of boredom. I don't know what that little girl Yi Qingqing is doing now. She hasn't contacted me for so many days. I don't know if she bought the Jinling fund that I recommended to her. Well, after all, Song Yan still missed her a little. The next day, Song Yan drove a Lamborghini Veneno and planned to visit Yi Qingqing's company. On the way there, I passed by the university I once attended. Song Yan parked the car by the roadside and looked at the college students coming and going at the campus gate with a hint of envy in his eyes. Once upon a time, he was also one of them, and at that time campus love was not mixed with money. His university life with Su Luting was generally very warm. But all this changed after graduation. After being ravaged by society and hit by his family, Song Yan felt that love was just like that. If Yi Qingqing hadn't appeared in time, Song Yan would have become a playboy by now. Song Yan envied these youthful college students, but he didn't know that those college students also envied him sitting in the car. Since there are only a few Lamborghini Venenos in the world, it attracted the attention of countless college students as soon as it appeared. There were even a few female students who stood at the rear of the sports car and took some selfies. Just then, someone knocked on the car window. Song Yan opened the car window out of curiosity, and when he saw the person bending over outside, he looked a little excited. "Fuck, leaf." Song Yan pushed open the car door, got out, and hugged the man in front of him. Yeezy shyly touched the back of her head and said with a smile, "So it really is you. I thought I was seeing things." Yeezy is also Song Yan's college roommate. The two have a very good relationship and keep in touch online from time to time. Ha ha ha, after so many years, you're still like this. You blush when you're shy, like a woman. Song Yan patted Yeezy's chest. Although Yeezy often blushes, he is actually a 1.8 meter tall man. This huge contrast caught Song Yan, who had just entered college, off guard. He even thought that Yeezy was actually a gay. "Brother Song, you are getting more and more handsome. If the girls in our class saw you, they would probably chase you all the way home." Yeezy smiled and said, "Besides, you are getting richer and richer now. You even drive a sports car. It's just for fun." Song Yan waved his hand and said, "It's been a long time since we last met. Let's find a place and I'll treat you so we can get together." "Okay, then I will shamelessly eat dog today." After getting in the car, Song Yan was about to drive away. The female student who had taken a selfie at the rear of the car tucked her hair behind her ears and came over. She bent down, gave Song Yan a goddess-like smile and said, "Handsome guy, can you add me on WeChat?" "Sorry, no time." "It's okay, I'll just scan you." Looking at the girl's unwilling eyes and the other passers-by who were eager to come up and ask for WeChat, Song Yan shook his head, closed the car window, stepped on the accelerator and left. Sitting in the car, Yi Zi looked at the interior decoration curiously, touching here and there, her eyes full of envy. Lamborghini. This is a luxury car. I would have to go without food and drink for 20 years to be able to afford it, right? Brother Song, this must be 3 or 4 million. Hearing this, Song Yan smiled but didn't say anything. Brother Song, what configuration did you buy this car with? Top configuration. Haha, you're right. After a while, Yi Zi secretly took out her mobile phone and started searching. How much does a top-of-the-line Lamborghini cost? What caught her eye was a recommended picture of Lamborghini models. Yi Zi opened the link and read it carefully. 10 seconds later, he looked up suddenly. WTF. This is no ordinary sports car. This car is a limited edition poison. At this price, you can't afford it even if you don't eat it for 20 years, even if you live your whole life. Thinking about what she had just said about the car being worth 3 or 4 million, Yi Zi felt her face getting hot. Song Yan drove Yi Zi to a private restaurant, and they chatted casually on the way. This is the good thing about Yi Zi. No matter how rich you are still my brother. Even if you don't have money, I won't look down on you. Since we are brothers, we shouldn't worry too much about money, as it will affect our relationship. Through chatting, Song Yan learned that Yi Zi was about to get married and now had to bear the burden of mortgage and car loans, and the pressure was extremely great. When he found out that Song Yan was married, his eyes widened. Brother Song, to be honest, if I were as rich as you, I wouldn't get married. Wouldn't it be nice to travel and pick up girls every day? Song Yan smiled when he heard this. It seemed that this little brother of his was still the same as he was in college. Although he was shy, he couldn't help being naughty at heart. The two chatted and laughed as they arrived at the dining area. After parking the car, they entered the yard. This private restaurant has received good reviews online. It occupies several acres of land and has a Su-style garden built inside. The ancient and quaint architecture makes one wonder if they have traveled back to ancient times. After entering the store, Song Yan told the girl in Gyeongsam at the front desk about the room he had booked. Excuse me, sir. Our manager has already promised that room to an old customer. Can you please stay in the lobby? The waitress clasped her hands together and kept apologizing. Song Yan frowned and said nothing. It was not the waitress's fault and he shouldn't be angry at her, but this series of actions really made him feel sick. It's okay, Brother Song. We can just eat something casually. Yi Zi hurriedly persuaded. Then arrange a quieter location. After taking their seats, Song Yan and Yi Zi each held a menu and started ordering food. Song Yan didn't care. He had more than 100 million yuan in his account, so even if he came here to eat every day, he wouldn't go broke. But Yi Zi is different. Looking at the thousands of dishes on the menu, her eyes almost popped out. In the end, Song Yan forced him to order a few dishes, and Yi Zi carefully ordered a few cheap ones. At this time, at the door of a private restaurant, a girl wearing a sexy skirt and with a perfect figure and face was talking and laughing with a few friends. I've been to this restaurant before. The chef's Suzhou dishes are very authentic. You guys should try them later. Chapter 23. Hello. I am Song Yan's wife. The girl with beautiful looks and amazing body was Yi Qingqing's best friend Li Shishi. The friends around her are also the second generation of wealthy families from the top social classes in Shanghai. After entering the restaurant, the front desk lady in Gyeongsam came up to me and asked, "Hello, are you guys here to eat? But we don't have any private rooms now. Is the lobby okay?" When they heard that they had to eat in the hall, the group of people immediately became unhappy. Even if you dine in a 5-star hotel, the lobby manager will serve you carefully. But now you can only eat in the lobby of this shabby restaurant. Just as they were complaining, Li Shishi, who was standing nearby, discovered Song Yan eating. Song Yan. Li Shishi shouted and waved to Song Yan. No need to find a private room. I have friends here. After saying that, Li Shishi ran towards Song Yan. At the dining table, when Yi Zi was enjoying the food, suddenly a fragrant breeze blew over. He looked up and happened to meet Li Shishi's eyes. Yi Zi sat in a daze, and the goose leg in her mouth fell onto the plate. It's so beautiful. This sentence kept repeating in Yi Zi's head. Indeed, in terms of appearance, Li Shishi is equally good as Yi Qingqing, and her natural queen temperament is enough to make many men worship her and call her a goddess. Song Yan raised his head and looked at Li Shishi helplessly. He still remembers what happened in the cafe last time. Can I sit next to you? If you don't say anything, I'll take that as your consent. Li Shishi sat down next to Song Yan and waved to her friend. There's no room here. Open another table next to it. Seeing Li Shishi rudely asking the waiter to bring another pair of bowls and chopsticks, Song Yan could only shake his head and sigh deeply. If this little girl was not Yi Qingqing's best friend, he would have started to chase her away long ago. After Li Shishi sat down, her friends at another table nearby kept looking at Song Yun. They were very curious about what kind of extraordinary man could tame this wild horse. You know, Li Shishi is well known for her bad temper in their circle. Except for her best friend Yi Qingqing, she will point out directly if anyone does something wrong, usually making the person embarrassed. Therefore, people who don't get along well with Li Shishi usually avoid her when they see her. And now a man suddenly appeared who could make Li Shishi so well behaved, which made them very curious. After looking at it, the first impression is handsome. The second impression is elegant. The third impression is too damn handsome. No wonder he can capture the heart of a little witch. It turns out that if you have a good-looking face, you can really do whatever you want. On the other side, Yi Zi saw a beautiful woman suddenly sitting opposite him, and he felt uncomfortable all over. Even eating has become about taking small bites and chewing slowly. Brother Song, who is this? Yi Zi asked Song Yun quietly. But there are only a few tables, and even if you speak quietly, it will be heard. Li Shishi suddenly became playful, took Song Yun's arm, leaned her head on his shoulder and smiled. Hello, I'm Song Yun's wife. As soon as Li Shishi finished speaking, the chopsticks in everyone's hands fell to the ground and they looked at her straight. Yi Zi was even more astounded by her beauty. She wished her brother Song could open a love-teaching class to give guidance to those who were confused in their relationships. Song Yun was originally drinking water, but when he heard what Li Shishi said, he almost spit it out. Is this little bitch crazy? What to say in public? She is a married woman, and her wife is her best friend. Isn't she afraid that Yi Qingqing will get angry with such a joke? Before Song Yun could explain, Li Shishi let go of Song Yun's arm and said with a smile, I am Song Yun's wife's best friend. Hello, my name is Li Shishi. It's the first time we meet. Please give me your guidance in the future. Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, but soon Li Shishi's friends' faces turned stern. Li Shishi's best friend. Isn't that Yi Qingqing? This Song Yun is Yi Qingqing's husband? Although Li Shishi and Yi Qingqing look similar in appearance, Li Shishi is no match for Yi Qingqing in terms of temperament, personality, and family background. After all, Yi Qingqing's father is the richest man in Shanghai. They never expected that the top goddess in the circle would actually get married. And she married a stranger to them. What is the origin of this Song Yun? Could it be that he is the son of some leader? That doesn't make sense. Yi Qingqing is the legitimate daughter of the Yi family, and there is only one of them. Only the son of a very high-ranking leader can be worthy of her. This Song Yun was just like a god, stepping on a 5-colored cloud to descend to the earth and marry the goddess they all coveted. As a result, Song Yun felt even more uncomfortable than Yi Zi during this meal. On one side is Li Shishi. If Yi Qingqing was here, he wouldn't have such a big psychological burden, but the point is that Yi Qingqing is not here. If he goes out to eat alone with his wife and bestie, will he be beaten by Yi Qingqing? On the other side were the jealous eyes of the people at the neighboring table. Song Yun felt particularly uncomfortable looking at him. There was envy mixed with jealousy, and admiration in the jealousy. In short, it was very complicated, and Song Yun didn't know how to pick up his chopsticks to eat. Fortunately, the meal passed quickly and Song Yun quickly said goodbye to Yi Zi. He really didn't want to stay here any longer. After the two people hurriedly left, Li Shishi also stood up from her seat and gave a charming smile to Song Yun's back. It seems that Song Yun is even more amazing than she imagined. Alas, it's a pity that he is my best friend's man and I really can't do it. So sad. However, it's always okay to not do anything and just tease that idiot Song Yun, right? Thinking of this, Li Shishi said hello to her friends and chased after them. The group of people looked at each other. What was going on? The scene of two women fighting for one man happened in real life? And they are the two most beautiful women in the Magic City. This Song Yun. Damn it. Let's start a class right away. They can't wait to have Song Yun teach them some knowledge. On the other side, Yi Zi was sitting in the passenger seat, obviously feeling a little unsatisfied. Brother Song, why don't you sit for a while? That Li Shishi looks, wow, amazing. Is it possible that you two actually have? He, I understand. A good man always has a few confidants. But Brother Song, you actually dare to eat grass in your own backyard. Aren't you afraid that your sister-in-law will find out? As he spoke, Yi Zi gave Song Yun a wicked smile and raised his eyebrows. Song Yun helplessly slapped the boy on the back of his head. My wife is much prettier than Li Shishi, so I have no intention of cheating on her. Yi Zi looked at Song Yun with disbelief, as if he were saying, are you kidding me? Li Shishi is so pretty, and you said that my sister-in-law is even prettier than Li Shishi? You think I have never seen time? You are kidding me. Chapter 24. Look at those two men. It's true love. Song Yun opened his phone and saw that Yi Qingqing had forced him to change his phone screensaver to a photo of the two of them some time ago. He held up his phone to show Yi Zi and said with a smile, "This is my wife." Yi Zi's eyes widened with disbelief. He snatched Song Yun's phone, looked at the screen, and then looked at Song Yun. After a while, he stammered, "You, brother Song. You are so awesome. My sister-in-law is so beautiful. Don't blame me for being a bad person, blame my sister-in-law." Yi Zi had only said half of her words when Song Yun kicked her away. "To be honest, I feel like you are not worthy of my sister-in-law Zhong." "Bullshit. How can I not be worthy of you? If someone like me is not worthy of you, how can you be worthy of me?" Song Yun gave Yi Zi a displeased look. "What does my sister-in-law do?" "Open a company." Fuck. Brother Song, Big Brother Song, Uncle Song. "I beg you, please start a class quickly. I finally know how you got your sports car after only a few years of graduation. You're on the list of rich women." Yi Zi sat on the ground, hugged Song Yun's thighs and cried. People on the street saw two men pulling each other in public, and curiosity drove them to stop and crane their necks to look over here. Do you think they are in a forbidden relationship? A Fujoshi wearing thick glasses looked at Song Yun and Yi Zi with a silly smile. "I don't think so. After all, this body type." The Fujoshi's companion smacked her lips and muttered, "But, don't you think this is exciting? Look at the handsome guy standing there. He's obviously a cold-faced weak top. And the man crying on the ground. Isn't he a contrast bottom? This is love." Listening to the two Fujoshi's comments on herself, Song Yun was so angry that she laughed. Look, he's smiling. The contrast must have appeased him. Song Yun stood there in a daze, not knowing whether to laugh or not, as if his every move could be interpreted by these two women with deeper meaning. He couldn't afford to lose face. He had finally gotten rid of the title of loser, but now he was labeled a gay. It was really not a good thing. He kicked the leaves away and got into the car angrily. It would have been fine if two people had to bear the burden of being gay, but now only Yi Zi was left. He blushed and got into the passenger seat. "Brother Song." "Shut up." Song Yun turned the steering wheel quickly and stepped on the accelerator to leave this place of trouble. "Oh, I'm leaving now. I never thought that weak attacker is actually a rich man. This is incredible. I have to tell my friends about it when I get back." The Fujoshi kept clicking her tongue as she looked at the back of the sports car. "Brother Song, please forgive me this time. I don't know if it will. If you don't want my hands to shake while driving and cause a car accident, then shut the fuck up." Song Yun slammed the steering wheel and yelled, "Oh, that's right. Many of our college classmates stayed in Shanghai after graduation. We plan to get together sometime soon. Do you want to go?" Yi Zi asked cautiously, "Who organized this?" "Our squad leader, Sun Lei." "Go ahead. You have nothing to do anyway. I'll take you wherever you want to go." Following Yi Zi's guidance, Song Yun arrived at the downstairs of an office building. "I'm leaving, Brother Song. I'll notify you when the party time is up." Yi Zi waved to Song Yun and hurried to the office building. He was not an idle person like Song Yun, who was on the list of rich women. He still had to make money to support his family. Song Yun finally sent this annoying guy away. He drove on the road not knowing where to go. When passing the commercial street, he thought of the bookstore he visited last time. It was a good place to kill time. He parked the car, walked into the bookstore, picked up a book at random and went upstairs. And behind him, Li Shishi was following him stealthily. When she saw Song Yun going upstairs, she also took a comic book and quietly went upstairs. As soon as she went upstairs, she saw Song Yun sitting on the sofa, lazily flipping through a book. What's going on? Song Yun is already very handsome, but why do I suddenly find that the temperament he exudes when reading is so charming? The sunlight shining on Song Yun seemed to add a halo to him, making people want to come forward and get close to him. At this time, Song Yun didn't notice anything unusual. He was flipping through a thick book when suddenly a whiff of fragrance wafted into his nose. This fragrance is completely different from Yi Qingqing's. The fragrance of green leaves has a sweetness that makes people think of beautiful things, and this fragrance seems to make people feel refreshed and think of the coolness in the hot summer. He raised his head and found Li Shishi squatting beside the sofa, staring at him curiously. "Why you again?" Song Yun sighed helplessly. Is he really that handsome? So handsome that any woman would be unable to extricate herself from him? Hey, we haven't finished our conversation last time. This proposal was originally proposed by Qingqing Tilda. Shut up. Song Yun put the book down, leaned back on the soft sofa and said with a pout, Hey, great writer. I didn't expect you to have such a wide range of interests. You read everything, just like a teacher. Li Shishi was not shy at all. She sat next to Song Yun and stared at him with a smile. Teacher Song, what do you teach? Can I join your late-night cram school? If he hadn't been afraid that Li Shishi would follow him all the way home, he would have wanted to run away long ago. Listen to what this woman is saying. How should I continue? Can I still chat? If you say something like this again, I will turn around and leave. Song Yun stopped Li Shishi, who was approaching, and said seriously, Really? I don't believe it. Song Yun picked up the book and left without saying a word. Li Shishi looked at Song Yun's back and smiled secretly. This man was so funny that people couldn't help but want to tease him. But then again, Song Yun is such a gentleman. How could it be possible? Miss Li has always believed in her charm. She doesn't believe that there is no cat in the world that doesn't steal fish. If there is, then it's not coquettish enough. On the other side, Song Yun came out of the bookstore and finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Li Shishi did not follow him. He jogged into the car and drove away quickly. After returning home, he took a shower, wore a bathrobe and lay on the bed, chatting with Yi Qingqing. However, Song Yun found that Yi Qingqing admired him even more than before. What was going on? Could it be that the saying a short separation is better than a new marriage really came true? The two chatted for a while, and Yi Qingqing hung up the phone because she was going to start preparing for the land auction. President, Mr. Zhu is here and said he wants to talk to you about that piece of land. Do you want to meet him? Jasmine asked, knocking on the door. Humph. These people are like sharks that have seen blood. They all want to come up and have a piece of the pie. But can anyone touch my Yi Qingqing's cake so easily? Yi Qingqing said with a cold face, Prepare the meeting room, let's go meet him. Chapter 25. I'm in my own villa. Having a party? A few days passed like this, and Yizi informed Song Yun of the time for the class reunion. On the day of the party, Song Yun brought Yizi to the place mentioned by squad leader Sun Lei. When they arrived, they found that this was a villa area. Song Yun wanted to drive in, but was stopped by the security guard and was told that non-residents of the community could not drive in. There was no choice but to find a place to park the car. After parking the car, Song Yun and Yizi entered the villa area. Looking at the luxurious villas, Song Yun had an idea in his mind. What would happen if he signed in here? With this thought in mind, Song Yun signed indecisively. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in at Huasho Villa District. You will be awarded villa number 83. According to the market value, this villa is worth 90 million. Listening to the mechanical voice of the system, Song Yun felt happy. I never expected that I would encounter such an unexpected surprise when attending a party. A villa worth 90 million is considered a luxury house in the entire Magic City. 83. I must take some time to take a look at it later. In the future, I will own a house and a car. Since Song Yun didn't know where the party was, he could only follow Yizi. The two arrived at the gathering place one after the other. Song Yun looked up and saw that it was Villa Area 83. The place for classmates to reunite is actually in your own home? Song Yun was dumbfounded when he looked at the house number. The system really took care of him. The rewards were all closely related to real events. My system is so awesome. What Song Yun didn't know was that squad leader Sun Lei had not originally planned to hold a party here. Once when he was drinking with his cousin who was a real estate salesman, he mentioned that there was a villa in their area that had been on sale for several years, but no one lived in it. No one knew how much money the owner had to burn to buy the house, so it had been empty for so long. Hearing this, Sun Lei had an idea in mind. This villa must have been bought by those rich people, not for their own use. So could he borrow it for a day? On the one hand, he could show off his connections, and on the other hand, he could have some interesting things happen with his female classmates during this party. Thinking of this, he pestered his cousin and asked to stay here for a day. After much persuasion, he finally spent 5,000 yuan to get his cousin's agreement. But he didn't know that the villa was now under Song Yun's name. Song Yun was standing there in a daze. Yizi was curious and nudged him and asked, Brother Song, why are you in a daze? This villa is only worth 2 cars. Ask your sister-in-law for it someday. Maybe she will buy you one. Get out. Song Yun said unhappily. The two of them chatted and laughed as they knocked on the door of the villa. A man in a casual suit and with hairspray on his head opened the door. This man was the squad leader Sun Lei. Seeing Sun Lei, Yizi stepped forward and greeted him, and Sun Lei smiled and nodded. Yizi, Song Yun, long time no see, come in. Song Yun and Yizi followed Sun Lei into the villa. After entering, Song Yun was surprised to find that most of the people in his university class had arrived today, including some very familiar faces. When everyone saw Song Yun, they all greeted him with smiles. Some of Song Yun's good friends in college also joined in the fun. Handsome Song, long time no see. Did Song Yun come here alone today? How about sleeping together with our class beauty? The class beauty in everyone's eyes was named Zi Ingsen. She almost got together with Song Yun during college, but later due to some reasons, Song Yun got together with Su Luting. Later on, Zi Ingsen never had a good face every time she saw Song Yun. Listening to everyone's booing, Zi Ingsen just lowered her head with a slightly red face and did not refute. Song Yun pretended not to hear the nonsense of these people and greeted them one by one. Yi Zi, who was standing next to Song Yun, had a face full of resentment. If she had known earlier, she would not have come with Brother Song. Now, all the limelight was on Brother Song, and she was almost becoming an invisible person. After chatting and laughing with everyone for a while, Song Yun looked at those familiar faces and sighed. Since graduating from college, I have rarely seen you all. Today, thanks to the class monitor, it's good for us to get together. Song Yun looked at his classmates' faces. They were still so friendly. Although some of them had lost their bodies and had receding hairlines due to the ravages of society, the friendship between them was still very strong. A male classmate with an out-of-shape body and a big belly patted Song Yun on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Song, handsome guy, I haven't seen you for a few years and you haven't aged at all. On the contrary, you are even more handsome. How can we live like this? Look at me. I was also a handsome guy in school when I was in school. Now, I am left with only a beer belly. Oh, I am so worried." Another girl who was dressed very delicately nodded and agreed. Indeed, Song Yun has grown younger. If this happened in school, it wouldn't be out of place at all. Maybe those junior girls would even ask for his contact information. A boy with acne scars standing next to Song Yun said with a sly smile, "You came late, and those of us who came earlier have already allocated rooms for tonight. Only you and Zi Ingsen have one room left. How about our handsome Song show some spirit and huddle together for warmth tonight?" Before Song Yun could speak, Yi Zi asked with wide eyes, "Brother Song and I came here together, so where do I live?" "You blockhead, you stay with your brother at night. I guarantee you'll wake up refreshed." A boy pulled Yi Zi over and said. Song Yun looked at his classmates making jokes, shook his head and said with a smile, "Let's not make such jokes. After all, our class beauty is a girl. It would be too much if we say too much." Zi Ingsen, who was listening with her ears stretched out not far away, felt a sense of emptiness in her heart for no reason. Sun Lei, who was standing in the crowd, was so angry when he heard what everyone said. He is like Zi Ingsen since college, and he organized this party just to see Zi Ingsen again, but he didn't expect that after all the effort, it all went to Song Yun. Looking at Zi Ingsen's blushing face, Sun Lei became even more furious. After such a long time, his favorite goddess still had some feelings for Song Yun? Damn it, I can't stand it. All right, almost everyone has arrived. Let's move on to the next project. Let's go grill and prepare dinner. Sun Lei changed the subject and led everyone across the villa to the back garden. The back garden is a small garden that comes as a gift when you buy a villa. It is about 3 or 4 acres in size and is very beautiful after being greened. Sun Lei led the way and said with a smile as he walked, "Everyone should follow closely and don't fall behind. This villa is very large, and people who don't know the structure of the rooms will easily get lost." Hearing Sun Lei's words, everyone burst into laughter. Chapter 26. Look how thin you are. And I suggest that everyone try not to mess up the room at night, otherwise I will be hard to explain. Sun Lei reminded everyone, "This villa is now worth 90 million yuan. I finally found an acquaintance to borrow it for one night. I hope everyone will consider my hard work and not damage anything." When everyone heard Sun Lei say that the villa was worth 90 million yuan, their pupils shrank noticeably. They originally thought that this villa was worth at most 10 or 20 million, but they didn't expect it to be so expensive. The price of this house is almost comparable to that of Tangchen Yiping in Shanghai. Everyone looked around the villa and felt deeply moved. If such luxury items were not born with them, it would be difficult to buy them through their own efforts in this lifetime. Alas, the housing prices in Shanghai are ridiculously high. A villa like this would only cost a few million in my hometown, but in Shanghai, it would be more than 10 times more expensive. I wonder who can afford to live in such a luxurious place. Aren't you afraid of shortening your life? Haha, those who can live here are all big shots. The social energy they contain is simply beyond our imagination. But having said that, it is because of the monitor's efforts that we can get a glimpse of the lives of the rich. We should thank the monitor. Hearing this, Everyone began to compliment Sun Lei. Seeing everyone giving him so much face, Sun Lei felt light-hearted for a moment, as if this villa belonged to him. At this moment, Song Yun left the main force and looked around at will. He wanted to take a good look at the house that the system rewarded him. When he received the reward, he also obtained the room structure diagram of the villa. However, those were things on paper after all, and they were not as shocking as seeing them with his own eyes. Seeing Song Yun gradually walking away, Sun Lei became anxious. Whether Song Yun got lost or not had nothing to do with him. Sun Lei even wished that Song Yun got lost. However, the things and decorations in this villa were very expensive. What if he damaged something? He would not be able to explain to his cousin at that time. Song Yun, don't run around. I'm really not kidding you. This villa is really expensive. If you break a bottle, you might have to pay tens of thousands. Song Yun turned around and looked at Sun Lei helplessly. What could go wrong if a man just walked around his own villa by himself? Seeing that Song Yun had no intention of coming back, Sun Lei's eyes turned and he had a bad idea in his mind. How about this? If you want to look at the villa, it's fine, but you have to bear the corresponding responsibilities. If you break anything, you have to pay for the compensation yourself. How about that? Hearing this, Song Yun was too lazy to explain, so he nodded and left. Damn it, this villa is mine. Not to mention breaking things. Even if I smash, blow up, or burn it, it has nothing to do with you. Who can take care of me? Could it be possible that someone would be so nosy as to ask Song Yun for compensation just because he broke their things? Seeing that Song Yun agreed, a hint of sarcasm flashed in Sun Lei's eyes. What will you do if you get lost or break something? Then we'll wait for you in the back garden. If you get lost, remember to call me and I'll pick you up. After saying that, Sun Lei led everyone away. To be honest, he really wanted to see Song Yun make a fool of himself. This villa is at least over 1,000 square meters in size. Not only is it large, but the decoration inside is also very complicated. There are many rooms and corridors, and you can easily get lost if you are not careful. For someone like Song Yun who is visiting the villa for the first time, it may take a whole day to find the exit. Sun Lei just wanted to see Song Yun unable to find the way and bumping into walls everywhere like an ant. I wonder what Song Yun will look like when he calls me crying and begs me to take him out. Maybe Zi Ingsen will no longer have a good impression of Song Yun after seeing him make a fool of himself. But if I turn off my phone and Song Yun spends the night in the corridor, I will see him with disheveled hair and dirty face tomorrow. Well, this will definitely work better. Sun Lei decisively turned off his phone. When Song Yun complained tomorrow, he would say that his phone was out of battery and turned off. Since Song Yun wants to explore, we won't wait for him. Sun Lei smiled and asked everyone to set up the grill. Soon, the aroma of barbecue spread and everyone gathered together on the lawn. Zi Ingsen, standing at the edge of the crowd, holding a glass of juice, looked up into the villa, not knowing what had happened to Song Yun. She was afraid that he would break anything, as the things here must be very expensive. At this time, Sun Lei, holding a bottle of beer, walked up to Zi Ingsen and asked with a smile, "Shaoshan, why don't you go have barbecue with everyone?" "Sorry, I'm on a diet at night." Zi Ingsen responded casually, "Haha, if you are so thin and still want to lose weight, then you will leave no chance for the other girls." Sun Lei joked, "I saw you looking at the villa. Is there anything good there?" "No, I'm just waiting for Song Yun to come out." Holy crap. Damn it. It's Song Yun again. Song Yun is not here anymore. Why are you still thinking about him? Can you please look at me? There is such a living person in front of you. Why don't you look at me? The more Sun Lei thought about it, the more he felt a surge of anger in his chest with nowhere to vent. Don't look at it. Maybe Song Yun is trapped in the villa and can't get out. Sun Lei said angrily. Zi Ingsen looked at Sun Lei with a puzzled look on her face and said anxiously, "Why don't you go pick up Song Yun quickly? This villa is so big, don't let anything happen to Song Yun." Seeing Zi Ingsen caring so much about Song Yun, Sun Lei became even more annoyed. "Oh, didn't you see that he didn't even call me? What if he doesn't need me to answer the phone? Let him go meet his love rival? Impossible. It would be better to kill yourself." Just as Zi Ingsen was anxiously thinking about how to rescue Song Yun's voice was heard not far away. "Wow, it's been a while since I last saw you all eating." Song Yun walked forward with a smile, picked up a piece of barbecue and ate it happily. "Brother Song, why are you coming out so slowly? Come, try what I baked. Eat more. You're so skinny. Even a girl like me feels ashamed when I see you." Listening to what everyone said, Sun Lei's face changed. Fuck. Song Yun actually came out by himself? How did he get out? The first time he came to this villa, he was trapped in one place for more than an hour. If it wasn't tea for his cousin who rescued him, he would have to spend the night in the corridor. And it didn't tea matter. What annoyed him most was everyone's attitude. It was clearly a villa that he borrowed and gathered all the people together, but everyone's eyes were on Song Yun. Damn it, I am the protagonist who should be praised by everyone. Chapter 27, Room Assignment. When he was in college, Song Yun was very popular. Not only in his class and department, but also in the entire college, there were people who knew him. Everyone liked to deal with Song Yun. At that time, Sun Lei envied Song Yun's communication skills. But now that they have graduated, everyone's eyes have begun to turn to money and wealth, and Sun Lei thinks that he is doing very well, very well. But I didn't expect that when everyone met, these people still surrounded Song Yun. Sun Lei was so angry that he almost burst the beer bottle, but the people in the distance were still laughing and joking. Song Yun, tell me how you maintain your figure and appearance. You look just like a freshman in college. Brother Song, I still remember when we went out to surf the internet together. Your down jacket got caught on a hook and it jumped so fast that the down flew all over the place. Later, I had the people in the dormitory send you a new one. Alas, now my body can't stand staying up all night anymore. I feel like I'm dying. I miss the body I had back then. Listening to what everyone said, Sun Lei said disdainfully, it's useless to miss the past. We can't go back. What's important now is to look forward and work hard. Then we'll see who does better and makes the most money. Don't you agree? As soon as Sun Lei finished speaking, no one responded and it was a bit awkward. Everyone was originally living the daily life of a corporate slave. Not only was there a lot of work pressure, but they were also told by their superiors every day and their work was interfered with from time to time. This was already miserable enough. The purpose of everyone coming here this time was to relax and reminisce about their college days with their classmates, but Sun Lei's words brought everyone back to reality. We are all ordinary people, and to be honest, our family conditions are all at a well-off level. In a place like Shanghai, it is impossible to get by with the help of family influence. But Sun Lei just insists on hitting people's pain points. Seeing that no one was talking, Sun Lei shamelessly continued, Song Yun, let me ask you, after so many years of graduation, what have you been doing? After all, we are all adults now, and it doesn't hurt to get to know each other. Who knows, we might be able to use each other someday. Sun Lei was actually a little out of control now, but he had long been blinded by anger and no longer cared about his manners. To be honest, Song Yun was not very familiar with Sun Lei. When he heard him ask this question, he answered casually, I run a small business, but I don't make much money. Hearing this, Sun Lei gradually showed a trace of disdain on his face. Small business? A small shop, right? If you are starting a business or doing a project, you will definitely brag in front of everyone that you own a company. If you work for a group, you will definitely say that your company is one of the strongest in the world. And the small business that Song Yun mentioned might be something unknown. Oh, a small business, that's great. I feel good about it. After all, you have free time. It's great that you can think of starting a business at your age. Sun Lei said this arrogantly, as if he was a life mentor in front of everyone. Hearing the tone of this, Song Yun narrowed his eyes. Is this Sun Lei sick? He has been speaking in a sarcastic tone just now. Why is he dragging himself into this? Seeing that the atmosphere was becoming increasingly tense, some people stepped forward to smooth things over. Okay, Song Yun has already introduced himself. So, squad leader, shouldn't you also talk about your profession? Yes, squad leader, you are the organizer of the party. Can you tell us where you made your fortune? Sun Lei felt very relieved when he saw that everyone's topic shifted to him. Haha, I don't have much of a future. I just have a quota in the company run by my elders at home, and I can easily make a few $100,000 every year. It's nothing. Although Sun Lei said that he didn't care, he was actually very proud of himself. An annual salary of hundreds of thousands is a threshold that many people cannot reach in their entire lives, but he can reach this level in his 20s. Wouldn't anyone praise himself for being a young and promising person? Listening to what Sun Lei said, although the students around him showed no expression on their faces, they were actually full of envy in their hearts. There was silence for a long time. Then a male classmate came up to him with a glass of wine, clinked his glasses and said with a smile, Class monitor, I've figured it out. You're the best student in our class. Please help me more in the future. Here, I'll toast you with this glass of wine. Seeing the first person take the lead, everyone put aside their so-called face and stepped forward to toast Sun Lei. Everyone had the same idea in mind. Since Sun Lei was so successful, it would be great if Sun Lei could help them if they had any problems in the future. When faced with the toasts from classmates from Zhejiang West, Sun Lei did not refuse and drank one cup after another. Soon, the situation began to reverse. The classmates who were originally laughing and joking around Song Yan all gathered around Sun Lei. After all, this society is very realistic. Whoever can make money and has connections are the real power. Seeing the classmates chatting in front of Sun Lei in a flattering manner, Yi Zi muttered with disdain, "Hundreds of thousands of dollars a year? That's nothing. The car my brother Song drives is enough to pay you hundreds of years of salary." However, no one knows Song Yan's current situation, so we can only take it one step at a time. It always does no harm to please Sun Lei first. After dinner, Sun Lei led everyone back to the villa. A group of people gathered in the hall to play games. Everyone's focus was vaguely on Sun Lei. Sun Lei was overwhelmed by everyone's flattery and was enjoying the feeling. It feels so damn good. I finally experienced Song Yan's happiness. It was late at night and everyone was tired, so Sun Lei stood up and prepared to assign rooms. He looked at the room's structural diagram, assigned several good-looking girls to the second bedroom, and those who had a good relationship with him to the larger guest room. As for those who had a good relationship with Song Yan, they were assigned ordinary guest rooms. Now he and Song Yan were the only ones who had not been assigned rooms. He sneered in his heart. There was only one master bedroom left, and he would definitely live in it. As for Song Yan, I'm sorry, you have to sleep on the sofa. But at this moment, Song Yan actually walked straight towards the master bedroom. Song Yan didn't care how the rooms were divided. He only knew that this was his home, and even if he didn't live in the master bedroom, no one else could step in. "What are you doing? You're heading towards the master bedroom." Sun Lei became anxious and yelled at Song Yan's back. This master bedroom was specially reserved for himself. He has never lived in such a nice house in all his years. If he doesn't enjoy it now, he doesn't know when the next time will be. Song Yan looked back at Sun Lei, anger gradually rising in his eyes. This Sun Lei was as annoying as a fly. From the tone of his speech just now until now, he was always looking for trouble with him. He didn't know how he had offended him. Chapter 28, It's You Who Should Go. Seeing the anger in Song Yan's eyes, Sun Lei paused, but quickly thought of the scene when he was surrounded by people just now. So what if you, Song Yan, were able to call the shots when you were in college? What about now? We have all graduated and entered the society. Can you please be realistic? If you have no money and power, it is useless to be handsome. You had no objection when the rooms were assigned just now, but now you're looking for trouble. Don't you think it's a bit shameless? Sun Lei looked at Song Yan coldly and said, "If you don't want to sleep on the sofa in the lobby, you can take a taxi back. But I'll tell you in advance that it's hard to hail a taxi here late at night. You are f***ing sick. I think you should be the one to get out." Song Yan walked up to Sun Lei, looked into his eyes and said, seeing the two people arguing with each other, no one dared to stand up and say a fair word for a while. After all, everyone sleeps in the room, and whether it is good or bad, they all enjoy it. But sleeping on the sofa in the hall, isn't that an insult? But this villa was rented by Sun Lei, and considering Sun Lei's background, many people weighed the pros and cons and decided to wait and see. Haha, Song Yan, you should face the reality. If I were you, I would just spend the night on the sofa. After all, it's not like I can't sleep. Sun Lei said with a smug smile. After hearing Sun Lei's words, everyone spoke up. Just make do for one night, Song Yan. This place is frequented by rich people, and most taxis don't go this way. Yeah, it's just one night, we'll leave tomorrow. Brother Song, after all, this house was bought by Sun Lei, and we can't decide. Hearing what his classmates said, Sun Lei was so happy. Aren't you, Song Yan, awesome? Haven't you been surrounded by stars since college? Now what? Song Yan looked around at everyone and said in a cold tone, "You bought this house, so you have the right to dispose of it." Right. Song Yan shook his head, lit a cigarette and said, "But what if I tell you that this villa is mine?" Sun Lei, no one cares if you want to show off, but you are making a big mistake if you provoke me. You can get out now. As soon as Song Yan said this, the atmosphere suddenly became awkward, and the people who had just persuaded Song Yan looked at him in amazement. Even Yi Zi was stunned. Holy shit, it turns out this villa belongs to Brother Song. I said in the afternoon that I could ask Brother Song to beg my rich wife, but in the evening I found out that Brother Song had already bought it. Damn it, it turns out that the clown is me. Yi Zi looked at Sun Lei and mourned for this man in her heart. But except Yi Zi, who believed Song Yan's words, everyone else at the scene more or less did not believe it. This villa is a luxury house with a market value of 90 million. Did you, Song Yan, rob a bank after graduating from university? When Sun Lei heard Song Yun's words, he was stunned at first, then he laughed randomly. Song Yun, if you beg me, maybe I can arrange a nanny room for you to experience the mansion, but you actually said that this mansion is yours. It's so shameless. Song Yun ignored this clown, took out his phone, found the number of the property consultant given by the system and dialed it. Seeing Song Yun actually making a phone call in a serious manner, Sun Lei laughed wildly. Song Yun, I advise you to save your energy. You are just a nobody. Why do you have to pretend to be so? Now it's hard to get off the tiger. Sigh, that's why people should not pretend to be so. If you don't have the strength, you are courting death. Beep, beep. The phone rang a few times and then someone picked up the phone. Hello, who is this? Hello, I am Song Yun, the owner of Huasho Villa 83. Song Yun said lightly. There was silence for a few seconds in the microphone on the other end, and then the sound of someone putting on clothes was heard. Hello, Mr. Song. What can I do for you so late at night? The other party said in an urgent tone. I don't dare to take orders, but when I came back today, I found that you rented out my villa. Impossible. Mr. Song, there must be some misunderstanding here. Your villa has always been taken care of by our special people, and no one is allowed to stay in it. I will rush over now. Please wait for me for a few minutes and let me handle it, okay? The property consultant on the other end of the phone broke out in a cold sweat. He was still cuddling with his lover the previous moment, and the next second he was almost scared to death by Song Yun's words. The owner of Villa 83 has always been a mystery. He has never lived in it for a single day since he bought it, as if this 90 million villa is just a thatched hut in the countryside. But the more this is the case, the more the property consultants dare not act presumptuously. Who knows how powerful the background of this giant Buddha is? If there is any mistake, they will be the ones who will be in trouble. At this moment, the property consultant's heart was beating fast. He had no idea what Song Yun meant. If the other party wanted to blame him, no one in the property consultant department from top to bottom would escape the punishment of the head office. If Song Yun is very angry about this behavior, then it will be even worse. The other party will have reason to cancel the purchase of the house in full and demand 3 times the compensation from the head office based on the market value of the property. 3 times 90 million. The property consultant didn't dare to think about it anymore. He will be killed by the general manager. If I ask you to handle it, can you handle it perfectly? After all, I have seen it with my own eyes. Song Yun's voice was very cold, but it made the property consultant even more nervous. Mr. Song, my name is Zheng Wang, company number 0312. Please give me a chance to handle it. If you are not satisfied, you can go to the head office to complain to me at any time. Okay, then you handle it. Let me tell you first, the person who rented my house is very powerful. He kept asking me to leave. There must be a misunderstanding here. Please wait a moment. I'm on my way. When Zheng Wang heard Song Yun hang up the phone, veins on his forehead bulged. Damn it. Which idiot did this to me? Not only did he rent out the villa at 83, he also dared to scold the owner and ask him to leave. If he finds out, he will definitely. He will kill that idiot. While driving, Zheng Wang called the company's senior executives one by one and told them what happened tonight. After receiving full authority from the senior executives to handle the matter, Zheng Wang stepped on the accelerator and drove towards the villa area at a high speed. On the other side, after Song Yun hung up the phone, everyone looked at each other and dared not say a word. Song Yun's phone call is a bit authentic. After all, if you pretend to be cool, there will always be a moment when you are exposed. From what the person on the phone said, it will be here soon. So is this call. Thinking of this, everyone's hearts began to beat faster. 90 million. Even if they don't eat or drink for their entire lives, they may not even earn a fraction of the money for this villa. But Song Yun is actually the owner of this villa, so his net worth must be hundreds of millions? Chapter 29, I will make you socially dead. Sun Lei was also stunned, but he thought it couldn't be such a coincidence. He borrowed the villa from his cousin, and Song Yun happened to be the owner of the house. The probability was too small. Even smaller than winning the first prize in the lottery. Thinking of this, he was no longer panicked and said in a mocking tone, Song Yun, don't just find someone to deceive everyone later. My cousin happens to be the property consultant of this villa area. Do you need me to make a phone call to confirm it for you? As he spoke, Sun Lei took out his cell phone and dialed his cousin's number. Under everyone's eager gazes, the busy tone of the phone echoed in the villa. Beep, beep. The call was connected, but it seemed very noisy on the other end, like being in a nightclub. Cousin, let me ask you, who is the owner of the villa you rented to me? Sun Lei asked cautiously with flattery. What's wrong? The other party asked in confusion, and then said nervously, "Wait a moment, the company's top management will call me, and we'll talk about your matter later. Song Yun, I advise you to run away now. If it is proved later that the owner is not you, how will everyone look at you?" Sun Lei said with a sneer. About a minute later, Sun Lei's phone rang. He even turned on the speaker. Since he was going to slap Song Yun in the face, he had to slap him hard. After beating this guy, he would have nightmares every time he thought of it. If it is proven in front of everyone that Song Yun is a liar, then Song Yun will be socially dead. "Hey, cousin." "I'm not your cousin. You're my brother, my real brother." The other party's furious voice came from the microphone. "You're a moron. You actually met the real owner of the villa, and you told him to get out? I think you should get out. I'm so unlucky to have a relative like you." "No, that's not it. How dare you lie to me? My boss called me and scolded me. How dare you provoke Mr. Song? Do you know that with the power of such a big shot, he can kill you with just one finger? If you want to die, don't drag me down, okay? I beg you, brother Sun, uncle Sun. You are the Monkey King." These national curses mixed with asterisks continued to come out of the microphone, causing everyone in the villa to fall into silence. At this time, the villa was silent, with only the faint sound of electrical appliances running. They widened their eyes and looked at Song Yun in disbelief. What the hell? It turns out that Song Yun was not pretending, but was telling the truth? Is this 90 million yuan villa really Song Yun's? How old is Song Yun? He has done so well. If Sun Lei was young and promising before, then Song Yun is simply a capital tycoon. Of course, the most shocked person was Sun Lei. He stood there, his legs swinging constantly. His mind was now dizzy and his mouth was dry. The villa that he was so proud of borrowing turned out to be Song Yun's? I spent so much energy, but in the end I ended up slapping myself in the face? What made him feel most panicked was that he was actually standing in front of the owner of the room and asking him to take a taxi and leave. I have been blinded by greed. Just when everyone didn't know how to start, Zhang Wang arrived. Not only did he arrive alone, but he was followed by a dozen fully armed security guards. He was panting, holding his knees, and looking at the people in the hall, also stunned. Damn, I originally thought it was just a few thieves sneaking in, but I didn't expect there were so many people. Are all the people in the security department shit-eaters? They let so many strangers in. Boss Song. I'm Zhang Wang. You can just call me Xiao Zhang. They are the ones who broke into the house, right? Please wait. I'll take them all to the police station in a moment. At this time, Zhang Wang's cell phone rang. He answered the call apologetically. The senior executive on the other end of the phone had already understood everything, so he told Zhang Wang the whole story in a very short language and told him to calm Mr. Song down. After all, their villas are mainly aimed at high-end people, and such an incident will definitely have an impact. Boss Song, my boss has informed me of the outcome. A jerk named Sun Lei and his cousin stole the villa. We have fired his cousin and decided to sue him for dereliction of duty. As for Sun Lei, we will also sue him later. Are you satisfied with this outcome? Zhang Wang asked Song Yun with an apologetic smile. Seeing that Song Yun didn't say anything, Zhang Wang waved his hand and more than a dozen security guards rushed in, standing in front of Song Yun to form a human wall, separating the crowd. Seeing this grand scene, everyone present panicked. After all, they are just fledglings in society who have just graduated from school for a few years. They can brag for days about being able to attend a banquet in a star-rated hotel on weekdays, but now they don't know what to do when faced with this situation. Sun Lei was even worse. He was sitting on the ground, pulling his hair dejectedly, with a look of regret on his face. I love you and you love him tilde then I. Sun Lei's cell phone rang. He answered the call and heard his father's anxious voice. Lei, what happened to you? Your cousin just called and said he would beat you to death. Is there any misunderstanding between you two? Hearing this, Sun Lei could no longer hold back and passed out. Mr. Song, do you need me to put all these people in jail? Although they won't be sentenced to many years, it will leave a stain in their files. Zhang Wang stepped forward and asked cautiously. Everyone's hearts were beating in their throats. They had never expected that attending a party would have such an impact on them. In society, a person's file is his or her face, accompanying him or her from birth to death. If there is a stain, not only will your current life be far away from you, but your descendants will also be affected to a certain extent. Thinking of this, everyone glared at Sun Lei, who was lying unconscious on the ground. I really want to beat this bastard up. He didn't have the ability, but he still pretended to be awesome. He made everyone go to jail. Pooh. A boy spat a mouthful of thick phlegm at Sun Lei. After the first one, Everyone started to spit on Sun Lei. You stupid idiot. I will beat you to death when you wake up. Just when everyone was panicking, Song Yun waved his hand and said, You are wrong. They are all my classmates. The one you want to take away is Sun Lei, the culprit lying on the ground. After hearing Song Yun's words, everyone finally put their minds at ease. When they looked at Song Yun again, their eyes were filled with gratitude. No wonder Song Yun could buy a villa at such a young age. It turns out he has such a broad mind. He deserves to be rich. Okay, then I won't disturb you from reminiscing about the past with your classmates. I will definitely come to your house to apologize to you some other day. Zheng Wang ordered the security personnel to carry Sun Lei out of the villa. After Zheng Wang and others left, everyone surrounded Song Yun again. Chapter 30. What is a winner in life? Brother Song, I really didn't expect that you'd be worth hundreds of millions just a few years after graduation. If it's a few more years, wouldn't you be catching up with the richest man? That's right, handsome Song, you are amazing. Tell us how you made your fortune. Yes, we still have some wine here. Let's talk while we are at it. Everyone's tone was filled with envy and compliments. After all, not everyone can do well after graduating from college. For those whose families are better off, their parents can support them in buying a house in Shanghai and paying the down payment, and then they have to bear a huge mortgage every month. If their family conditions are average, then don't even think about buying a house in Shanghai. Even if they want to rent a house, they have to consider whether they can afford the location and price. Things like Song Yun buying a villa worth 90 million yuan was something they would never dream of. Looking at the expressions of the crowd, Song Yun smiled without saying anything, and told everyone to go back to their rooms and sleep. Not far away, Zi Yingsen looked at Song Yun's back as he entered the master bedroom. She bit her red lips with her pearly teeth and stayed there for a long time, hesitating. In the end, he just sighed and didn't follow. If Song Yun was still an ordinary person, the two might be able to rekindle their relationship, but now their social status is too different. It's not a good match, so forget it. The next morning, everyone got up early. There is a special auntie who comes to clean the villa every day. In order to make up for the mistake made yesterday, Zheng Wang specially found a top cleaning lady from the company to come and make breakfast for Song Yun and his group. After a quick breakfast, Song Yun left the villa with everyone else. He planned to visit Yi Qingqing today. After all, the two hadn't seen each other for such a long time, and he really missed her a little. A group of people were walking on the road in the villa area, breathing the fresh air. It was so comfortable. This villa area is different. To be honest, the air quality in the downtown area of Magic City is really average, but here, I can actually smell the fragrance in the air. Yes, the air here feels like it was blown from the mountains. If I could live here, my skin would definitely become better. Everyone left the villa area with laughter. Brother Song, where are you going later? I'm going to find my wife. Everyone was puzzled. Not only did Song Yun become a billionaire at such a young age, but he was also married? Holy shit. Is this true? You're actually married. Brother Song, come on. You're so rich, but you're getting married so early. How are we single guys going to survive? At this time, Yi stood up and said to everyone with confidence, what Brother Song said is right, and the person Brother Song is marrying is so damn beautiful. Like a fairy. Hearing Yi say this, everyone's curiosity was aroused, and they all went to Song Yun to see Yi Qingqing's photo. Song Yun had no choice but to turn on the screensaver, and everyone was amazed when they saw Yi Qingqing. Oh my god. Brother Song, is your wife a celebrity? How come she is so beautiful? No. Brother Song doesn't like the rouge and powder on celebrities. And Brother Song's wife looks sweet and pure. It's absolutely amazing. It seems that Song Yun has achieved success in both love and career. When will an ordinary person like me be able to turn my luck around? Just as everyone was praising Yi Qingqing's appearance, a male student wearing glasses suddenly clapped his hands and shouted excitedly, Isn't this Yi Qingqing, the chairman of the Magic Crystal Group? You know her. No, the male student waved his hands frantically and said, How can a small person like me reach the level of the other party? But as far as I know, Chairman Yi founded the Magic Crystal Group after returning from studying abroad. In just a few years, he developed the company into a giant with a market value of more than 2 billion, spanning multiple fields. He is the leader of emerging companies in the Magic City. It is no exaggeration to say that in the Magic City, no woman under the age of 30 is richer than Yi Qingqing, and such a legendary figure is actually Song Yun's wife. After hearing what the man with glasses said, everyone felt that they could no longer digest what had happened in the past 2 days. Such a beautiful girl, with fair skin and a good figure, is actually the chairman of the Magic Crystal Group. What is more important is that she is actually Song Yan's wife. What is a winner in life? What is a protagonist in life? Song Yan undoubtedly perfectly interpreted the answer. Seeing his classmates' eyes full of gossip, Song Yan smiled and shook his head. He really didn't want to talk too much about his personal matters to others. He took out his car keys and rang the Lamborghini Veneno. Classmates, I have something else to do. Let's get together next time. Song Yan nodded to everyone, got into the sports car and left. Seeing Song Yan's car, some boys who know cars quickly took out their phones to check, but they didn't know what kind of car Song Yan was driving. After searching for a while, a boy suddenly screamed, "Fuck! Song Yan's net worth may be higher than we thought. His sports car. It's worth 40 million. Is this true or false? It's absolutely true. And it's limited to the whole country. You can't order it without some connections. Oh my god, Song Yan is developing so fast now. Is he a monster?" On the other side, Song Yan drove to the downstairs of Magic Crystal Group. I don't know what this little girl is busy with now. If I suddenly go over there, would it be a big surprise? Song Yan parked the car and entered the office building. And in the general manager's office of Magic Crystal Group, Yi Qingqing sighed as she looked at the documents in front of her, apparently because something went wrong with the land issue. I don't know which unscrupulous person leaked the itinerary of a new subway line in Shanghai. This subway line runs from north to south, and one of the stations is right next to the land I want, which caused the value of the land to skyrocket. Not only were several existing companies competing for it, but even some strong old established real estate companies also participated in the bidding. So Yi Qingqing helplessly discovered a real problem. The funds she had were totally insufficient. If it could have been obtained with over 100 million yuan in the beginning, it would now cost 300 million or 400 million yuan. But if we get this piece of land, the market value of Magic Crystal Company will increase several times after it goes public. Oh, I'm so worried. What should I do? Yi Qingqing kept tapping the pen on the table. It seemed that she could only ask her father for money. No, it's not possible. Last time, because of this piece of land, her thoughts were shaken. If the first thing she thought of when encountering a problem was to ask for help, then she would never achieve anything great in her life. At worst, we can just not shoot. Does my Magic Crystal Group still need a piece of land? Yi Qingqing murmured, her tone full of determination. In fact, the original value of this land was just that, but due to the constant hype from various bigwigs, the price was inflated. As an emerging company, Magic Crystal Group could not compete with them at all. After Yi Qingqing figured it out, a big stone in her heart fell to the ground. Chapter 31. The president also knows how to act like a spoiled child? Hello, sir. Do you have an appointment? Just as Song Yan was about to enter Magic Crystal Company, he was stopped by the front desk. Make an appointment? Even though Yi Qingqing is my wife, can't I just go in directly? The lady at the front desk couldn't help but roll her eyes when she heard this. The CEO is your wife. Why don't you say that this company is also yours? You are such a handsome guy. Why is your brain not working well? I'm sorry, sir. I can't let you in if you don't have a reservation. The front desk politely refused. Song Yan wouldn't get angry with a little girl. The company has its own rules and she was just doing her job. Song Yan took out his phone and called Yi Qingqing. After explaining the reason, Yi Qingqing cheered on the phone and quickly came down to pick him up. While waiting, Song Yan looked at the simple yet elegant company facade and thought to himself that he had never signed in at an office building before. Ding! The host is at the entrance of the Magic Crystal Group. Do you want to sign in? As expected, Song Yan decisively pressed the click button, looking forward to what would happen next. Products produced by the system must be high quality. The reward given for the first sign-in was beyond his imagination. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in. You will be rewarded with business talent and the events that will happen to all companies in Magic City in the next week. Event? Song Yan curiously opened the attached schedule, which clearly stated what major business events would occur in Magic City within a week, and allowed one to search for specific companies to view their growth trends in the coming week. He took a quick glance and found it to be quite good. At least for an ordinary person, this information would be enough to buy a house in Shanghai. But now he no longer cared about these millions of profits. He searched carefully and finally found the information he wanted. 3 days later, at a land auction in Shanghai, a piece of land was sold at a sky-high price of 500 million yuan. However, the actual value of the land was inflated, causing the company that won the bid to suffer a capital chain blow and lose 400 million yuan. In the end, the company had to cut off its arm to survive, and its market value shrank significantly. In this auction, there was a piece of land that was not favored by many people, but it played a prominent role in the subsequent development of Magic City. The person who bought the land saw his company's market value tripled. After Song Yun looked into the reasons carefully, he suddenly realized that the main reason why that piece of land was so popular was that someone spread the word that the government's newly designated subway line would pass through there, so many companies were hyping it up. In fact, this news is false. And the piece of land at the back is where the actual subway line passes. Song Yun looked carefully at the piece of land at the back, then searched for its location on his phone. In any city, once a subway is built in an area, it means that the value of the house will increase significantly. Today is an example. Song Yun discovered that this piece of land was originally an urban village, but after transformation it became a very backward shantytown. Even the local people living there often make fun of themselves to the outside world, saying that other people's houses cost tens of thousands per square meter, but no one buys their houses even at a few thousand. But just 1 week later, the government will issue relevant documents to demolish the shantytowns and build the designated subway line around them. If I can buy this basically unsold land in 3 days, then the subsequent profits. Thinking of this, Song Yun decided to take over this piece of land. Just when Song Yun was thinking about how to proceed, Yi Qingqing came down. During working hours, Yi Qingqing wore a women's suit. Her originally loose hair was now tied up, making her look cool and capable. The first time Song Yun saw it, he was amazed. Pretty people look good in anything. Wearing a skirt is one experience, and wearing work clothes is another. If you wear it after sex. Song Yun didn't dare to think further. The receptionist standing at the door saw Yi Qingqing coming down and said to her respectfully, "Hello, President Yi." Yi Qingqing nodded indifferently and walked straight towards Song Yun. Looking at Yi Qingqing walking like a gust of wind, the receptionist couldn't help but sigh. This is why she can be the CEO. She puts speed first in everything she does, and doesn't waste any time. Just as she was sighing, she saw her CEO Yi pounce on a man, rubbing his face against his. "Brother Song Yun, you are such an unfaithful man. Why did you just remember to come and see me? If I don't go to find you, will you never come to see me? I miss you so much, Tilda." Hearing this, the receptionist who was working with her head down slowed down her work and pricked her ears a little more. "Brother Song Yun, do you miss me? He, if I wasn't busy with work at the company, I would definitely stick to you every day. He, Tilda. What the hell? Is this still the cold and aloof CEO queen? Why does it sound like you're acting like a spoiled brat?" While satisfying her desire for gossip, the receptionist's mentality collapsed. 1 second, she was still encouraging everyone to look at everything from Mr. Yi, but the next second, she found out that he actually already had a sweet love, and going to work was just to pay them a salary. The lonely young lady felt confused and wanted to cry. She finally couldn't help her curiosity and looked up at Yi Qingqing. Yi Qingqing now had a face full of shyness like a little woman, which was quite different from her usual vigorous and decisive appearance. And most importantly, Mr. Yi was in a man's arms, and the man just told him in person that Yi Qingqing was his wife. Holy shit. This can't be true. I want to be fired. After a while, with the front desk clerk looking confused, Yi Qingqing wrapped her arm around Song Yun and got on the elevator reserved for the president. The two people entered the office through the president's exclusive channel. As soon as the door was closed, Song Yun couldn't wait to kiss her. After a long time, their lips parted, Yi Qingqing's face flushed, she bit her lips lightly, picked up a wet wipe from the table, and carefully wiped the lipstick off Song Yun's lips. "Bad guy. You just know how to bully me. Who made you my wife?" Song Yun hugged the other person tightly, and seeing her cute appearance, he couldn't help but kiss her several times. At this moment, there was a knock on the office door. Yi Qingqing shouted subconsciously, "Come in." "No. Wait, don't come in." But it was too late. Jasmine had already pushed the door open. Seeing the two people hugging each other tightly, Jasmine's eyes gradually widened, her fingers kept moving on the two people, and finally she retreated outside awkwardly and quickly closed the door. After a while, Yi Qingqing's cold voice rang out in the office, "Come in." Jasmine lowered her head, pushed open the door, put the documents on the table and said nothing. After Yi Qingqing carefully read the documents, her face changed and she gritted her teeth and said, "They are crazy. They actually raised the land price to 430 million. Chapter 32. A rumor deceived everyone. Although this piece of land is indeed very tempting, aren't they afraid of coming up empty-handed and eventually breaking their capital chain? Yi Qingqing sighed helplessly. She had no choice but to give up. Who made these old real estate companies raise the price recklessly, as if they would not stop until they got the land? Seeing Yi Qingqing's depressed face, Song Yun stepped forward to look at the document and found that the land being auctioned was the one that had paid the huge compensation. "Have you received any news that the government's new subway will pass through here?" Song Yun asked curiously. "Brother Song Yun, You are also paying attention to these things? Indeed, I don't know which psychopath released it, which makes it impossible for our emerging companies to compete with those people. Have you ever thought that this news is fake? Song Yun was a little confused. People who can climb to this position are not necessarily smart, but there is definitely no fool among them. Is it worth it to risk all their fortune just for a piece of illusory news? Yi Qingqing was also stunned when she heard this. That's right. Whether this news is true or not is still unknown, because everyone has this kind of channels. After hearing this rumor circulating in a circle, they believe it to be true, always thinking that other companies must have verified the truth of the news. If all companies hold this idea. Seeing Yi Qingqing gradually relieved, Song Yun smiled and said, a piece of land worth only more than 100 million yuan has now tripled or quadrupled in value. The risk is high and the profit is low. It is the right choice for you to leave. Sir, please be careful with your tone. After all, this is an auction attended by all the demons in the city. It's unlikely that there will be any tricks. Jasmine held up the frame of her glasses on her nose and looked at Song Yun with some dissatisfaction. Seeing that her most capable right-hand man had somewhat misunderstood Song Yun's meaning, Yi Qingqing quickly stepped forward and said, Molly, this is my husband. Jasmine was stunned for a moment. Her expression gradually dulled. Husband? Miss, does the master know about this? Jasmine was dumbfounded. Her eldest daughter was getting married, but she didn't even receive an invitation. She was so sad. Yi Qingqing hesitated for a long time before saying, we just got married and haven't had time to tell my dad yet. You are not allowed to tell snitches. Otherwise I will fire you. Jasmine sighed. Well, it seemed that the eldest lady had a flash marriage, and she might be the first one to know about it. She didn't know what kind of love potion this boy had given the eldest lady, which made her get the marriage certificate secretly without telling anyone around her. The misunderstanding between the two sides was resolved, and Yi Qingqing specially introduced Jasmine to Song Yun. Jasmine also understood Song Yun's identity. She originally thought that Song Yun was the son of that family, but now she sees that he is just an ordinary person. She doesn't know if he can pass the master's test. Let's get back to business. Actually, I don't necessarily need this piece of land. It's just that the company is planning to go public recently, and I need to increase the market value as much as possible before the listing. Brother Song Yun, do you have any good suggestions in this regard? Song Yun thought for a moment and said slowly, the land that everyone is fighting for was once an old industrial area in Magic City. The people living there are all retired factory workers. It is difficult to get them to move out willingly. The resettlement fee will be a sky-high price. In addition, some stubborn residents are unwilling to change their minds. If we want to develop it, it will take a lot of money and time. It is not cost-effective and the cost-effectiveness is extremely low. After hearing Song Yun's explanation, Yi Qingqing, who was originally very optimistic about this piece of land, gradually came to her senses. Whether a piece of land is valuable depends on how it is developed, but if there are obstacles in the demolition, the unlimited extension of the construction period will also be a burden on the company. Even a professional like Jasmine nodded secretly after hearing what Song Yun said. I knew it. My eldest lady is definitely not a crazy fan who throws herself on any handsome guy she sees. Anyone who can be favored by my eldest lady must be of real quality. Son-in-law, according to your opinion, that piece of land has great potential for appreciation in value. Jasmine asked seriously. Yi Qingqing also stared at Song Yun with starry eyes. It turned out that her husband was so capable. If she continued to dig deeper, he would always bring her surprises. He was truly a treasure husband. Song Yun looked through all the plots of land that needed to be auctioned in the document, pointed to a picture and said, it's absolutely right to buy this one. Yi Qingqing and Molly looked in the direction Song Yun pointed, and then fell silent. They were also familiar with the land that Song Yun was talking about. Not only was it far away from the city center, but it also had a chaotic population. It used to be an urban village in Shanghai, and now the housing prices there have not been rising. In their opinion, there was no need to develop such an unpopular piece of land. Brother Song Yun, can you tell me why you must buy this piece of land? Although this piece of land is close to the outskirts of the city, it has a natural advantage, which is that it is cheap. In addition, people there often make fun of the housing prices, which means that if you want to develop it, they would like you to take over as soon as possible. Also, I don't know if you have studied the construction of each line of the Magic City subway. If you look carefully, you will find that there are rules to follow. Hearing this, Yi Qingqing's face changed slightly, and she asked Jasmine to find out the construction time and direction of all the subway lines in the Magic City. Jasmine is indeed a professional. In a few moments, a map was spread out on the office table with all the routes marked on it. Song Yun pointed at each route and explained to the two the deep meaning behind it. When he drew a new route on the map with a pen, Yi Qingqing and Molly were dumbfounded. According to the logic expressed by Song Yun, the area through which the new line passes is actually that unpopular piece of land. This, too much information. I have to slow down. Jasmine rubbed her temples. Although she didn't want to admit it, what Song Yun said made sense. Why did the government develop the land? It was for economic prosperity. The popular land might appreciate in value after many years, but distant water can't quench a nearby fire. The most feared thing about the real estate industry is the long cycle and slow return on investment, which will drag down the company. I believe in brother Song Yun. I will take the lead in bidding for this piece of land when the time comes. Yi Qingqing said heavily after a moment of silence. Although it is unpopular, it actually requires at least 100 million yuan in funding, plus resettlement fees and other investments, so the overall funding of 200 million yuan is not enough. Jasmine was a little anxious at this time. Miss, should we reconsider it? Jasmine, do you remember the time when the fund I bought skyrocketed? Jasmine nodded and said, Of course I remember. The investment made by the young lady was truly extraordinary. No, I just listened to brother Song Yun and invested a little money, but the return I got was generous. I believe that brother Song Yun will still make the right judgment this time. After all, brother Song Yun has the ability to do so. Chapter 33. The land is in hand. Jasmine was shocked when she heard Yi Qingqing's words. She never expected that it was Song Yun who predicted the surge in the value of an unpopular fund last time. This forward-looking vision proved that Song Yun was not a good-for-nothing pretty boy, and was qualified to hold an extremely important position in major investment institutions. Song Yun sat on the sofa, looked at Yi Qingqing with a smile and asked, Qingqing, do you want to get involved in this piece of land? If you don't take it, I will. Yi Qingqing trusts Song Yun very much, but all her funds are tied up in the bidding for the popular land. The bank has designated her account as a payment account, and all the funds in it are temporarily frozen. If the auction is successful, the money will be directly debited from the card. If the auction fails, the money will be unfrozen within 24 hours. It can be said that the Magic Crystal Group now has only tens of millions of funds at its disposal, which he specially set aside for emergency use. Brother Song Yun, I also want to take it, but the money is not enough. Yi Qingqing lowered her head, bit her lips and hummed softly. It's okay. Just calculate how much working capital you have available and I'll make up the rest. Song Yun's casual words made Jasmine look at him in surprise. It looked like the kid had no more than 500 yuan on him. How could he have the confidence to take on a project worth hundreds of millions? Yi Qingqing's eyes lit up when she heard this. Yes, it was brother Song Yun who reminded her to buy the fund last time, so he must have bought it too. I just don't know how much he bought. Thinking of this, Yi Qingqing sat next to Song Yun, hugged him and asked coquettishly, Husband Tilda, how much money did you make from the last fund Tilda? Song Yun blushed a little at this sudden contact. Not much, just 50 million. Before he could finish his words, Yi Qingqing screamed, 50 million. Brother Song Yun, where did you get so much money? Haha, I saved it. Could it be that someone else gave it to me? Song Yun said with a smile, 50 million. Then you made a profit of 150 million from your last investment. Yi Qingqing looked at Song Yun in amazement. She never expected that her husband had more disposable funds than she did. How many secrets does brother Song Yun have hidden from me? Humph. I must dig them out when the time comes. Molly, go find the financial director and see how much money we have in our account. I must get this land. Even if we lose money, my husband will pay you wages. Jasmine looked at the eldest lady's excited expression and sighed helplessly. It seemed that her cheap son-in-law was really a hidden dragon and crouching tiger. He made more than 100 million in 3 days without making any noise. She wondered whether the master would be happy or sad when he knew the news. Jasmine hurried to count the funds. Yi Qingqing hugged Song Yun, put her ear on Song Yun's chest, and listened to her husband's strong and powerful heartbeat. Brother Song Yun, tell me, what assets do you have that you haven't told me yet? You have to give me some mental preparation, Tilda. Yi Qingqing pouted and hummed in dissatisfaction. Song Yun was delighted to see the prey, kissed her several times and said with a smile, Why, you want to be a housekeeper now? That's right. When I go bankrupt, I'll use your money to shop and spend. I'll rely on you to support me. Ha ha ha, I can do it right now. Song Yun touched the other person's hair and said, It's nothing, actually. There's just a hospital and a villa. Villa? Where is it? Yi Qingqing asked curiously. Huashou Villa District 83. Yi Qingqing covered her mouth in surprise. She knew the housing prices there. Any house could be sold at a sky-high price of 70 or 80 million yuan. At first, she wanted to invest in a villa there, but later, because the company project had problems and needed money, she gave up the idea. But now her husband actually has a house there. What about the hospital? Hua Chang. Hua Chuang. Is it a private hospital with excellent medical technology but high fees? Yes, that's ours too. Humph. You actually have so many assets, but you didn't tell me. So, tell me, do you have any confidants out there? How is it possible? You are the only one. Song Yun scratched Yi Qingqing's small and straight nose lovingly. Humph. How would we know? They say a man's heart is like a needle in the sea. Ha, ha, ha. You hum again. Snort. Mew. After Jasmine finished counting the data, she didn't bother to knock and pushed the door open. What she saw was the son-in-law kissing the eldest daughter. She was so embarrassed that she just wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. She didn't expect to encounter this kind of thing twice today. Hearing the noise, Yi Qingqing pulled herself out of suffocation, took a deep breath of air, then glared at Song Yun with a slightly red face. Ahem, miss, the statistics are out. The total funds we can control are 40 million. Good. It's useless to keep the money here. Let's collect it all together just in case. I'll transfer 150 million to you later. I estimate that after the later development of this land, we can get 700% or 800% of the profit. The overall market value of your company will also double because of this. Hubby, you're so nice. Yi Qingqing was so moved that she kissed Song Yun. Soon, Song Yun transferred 150 million to Yi Qingqing's account, and Molly went to negotiate with the government, planning to add another piece of land to the auction. But who knew that when Jasmine just proposed this condition, the person in charge of the other party looked at her in surprise. Everyone knew that the person behind the Magic Crystal Group was the richest man in Magic City, but the other party was too rich, right? Not only did he want a popular piece of land, but he also bought a piece of land that no one wanted. He welcomes with open arms those who work hard to deliver performance. After looking at that unpopular piece of land again, I found that no company was interested in it. In order to avoid any further complications, he privately called the bidding companies one by one. After learning that no company was planning to bid for the land, he consulted his superiors and, after obtaining full authority to handle the matter, he sold it to Magic Crystal Group for 140 million yuan. After completing the handover procedures, Jasmine left the business hall. As soon as I went out, I met 3 middle-aged men with a group of bodyguards. These 3 people were the 3 strongest families competing for the popular location. After seeing Jasmine, they changed their route and walked towards her. Ms. Jasmine, I didn't expect to meet you here. What are you doing? A bald man asked Jasmine with a lustful look in his eyes. I heard that niece Qingqing bought a piece of land. She is indeed the daughter of the richest man. We can't compare to her. But it seems to be an extremely unpopular piece of land. Miss Jasmine, you can tell Qingqing when you go back that the land has no value for development at all. If there was any, we old guys would have fought for it long ago, and it would not be her turn to pick up the bargain. Jasmine looked at them with a professional smile, listened to a bunch of sarcastic remarks from the other party, and then hurriedly said goodbye. Chapter 34. Compensation? Good compensation. After Jasmine returned, she handed the contract to Yi Qingqing. Yi Qingqing looked at the contract and nodded with satisfaction. If it is really as Brother Song Yun said, even if I do nothing with this land, the value of the land can be multiplied many times. Even if I don't develop it myself, selling it would be an excellent choice. Yi family. A vigorous middle-aged man was sitting on the sofa reading a financial newspaper. While watching, I stopped to record some useful information. For Mr. Yi, learning is the only shortcut to success. If you don't learn, you will be abandoned by the times. From ancient times to the present, many people have become arrogant after reaching a certain level, and were finally washed ashore by the huge waves of the times, with no one knowing whether they were dead or alive. Just as Yi's father was reading the newspaper with great interest, a man in formal attire came up and whispered something in Yi's ear. Father Yi put down the newspaper, lit a cigarette and took a deep puff. After a while, he slowly said, Qingqing bought a useless piece of land. Yes, Jasmine has completed the transaction, with a total cost of 140 million. Well, I'll buy it. Yi's father said casually, as if Yi Qingqing did not spend 140 million to buy the land, but spent 14 yuan to buy a small toy. Master, we are needed behind. No need. Since we are in the business world, we have to accept the losses. Even if we lose money in the end, we can buy it back through other channels. After all, land is always useful. After the man went down, Yi's father crushed the cigarette and gradually showed a smile on his face. It's good to lose money. It's good to lose money. It saves people from gossiping that our Yi family is a Pishio, only taking in but not giving out, making me scared and afraid of being slaughtered. Now my daughter has done a good deed and bought a piece of land that no one wants. Now you can't find a reason, right? Yi's father was very open-minded about his daughter losing money. In fact, this was how her life was. What was the point of saving more money? Not to mention that Yi Qingqing lost more than 100 million. Even if it was 1 billion or 10 billion, Yi's father would not blink an eye. Besides, if my daughter loses money, what will she do when she is short of money? She will have to go back home to find me, right? It can buy a good reputation and promote family relationships, killing two birds with one stone. But if Yi's father knew that his daughter got the marriage certificate with Song Yun without notifying him, who knows what kind of expression he would have? On the other side, inside the most upscale club in Magic City, more than a dozen men sat around the sofa, somewhat like a roundtable meeting. At this time, the news that Yi Qingqing spent money to buy land had spread in the real estate circle, and countless people were waiting to see her make a fool of herself. After all, how can a young girl like you, who has just started out, turn defeat into victory for a piece of land that so many real estate tycoons are not optimistic about? At the conference table, an elderly man raised his red wine glass, motioned to everyone, and said with a smile, "Ju Chen, this time Yi Qingqing has withdrawn from the fight. I think this most popular piece of land will fall into your hands." This old man is the owner of the club and also the person with the longest seniority. He stood up at this moment to show his position and signal everyone to quit while they are ahead. Ju Chen is determined to get this piece of land. Ju Chen clinked glasses with the old man and smiled. "Mr. Wu, you think too highly of me. This piece of land is being fought over by everyone. Everything is based on money. Whoever has more money gets the land. However, my Ju family has prepared 800 million yuan in funds this time. I wonder what price you plan to bid for this piece of land." It was a blatant threat, and everyone present who was interested in this piece of land felt a chill in their hearts. At this time, the price of this land has approached 500 million. If it continues to go up, Ju Chen, the insidious guy, will give up on it in the end, and he will be the one who suffers. Besides, I have told you clearly that I am prepared to pay 800 million for this piece of land. If you can afford it, then follow the offer. If you can't, get out of here as soon as possible. This has made some people with tight capital chains think about taking a step back. Haha, let's not talk about this at the party today. Yi Qingqing didn't inherit her father's genes at all. She is still not proficient in doing business. That's right, she is just a little girl after all. Maybe the development of the Magic Crystal Group over the years was directed by that old guy behind the scenes. Old Wu comforted everyone and brought the topic back to Yi Qingqing. In my opinion, Yi Qingqing is nothing more than a vase. She started a company just to gild her reputation so that she can find a good family in the future. Yes, this time she spent 140 million to buy a useless piece of land. She is simply a typical spendthrift. From this point of view, my daughter buying bags every day is nothing. Ha ha ha. Everyone was talking about it and were very disdainful of this emerging younger generation. If Yi Qingqing didn't have a good father, she would have been eaten by them without leaving anything behind. Ha ha, but Yi Qingqing still has some self-awareness. At least she didn't continue to borrow money to buy this popular land. If she started to borrow money, the stock price of her company would definitely plummet after it goes public. Ju Chen said lightly after taking a sip of red wine. Hearing this, everyone subconsciously agreed, but they soon realized that Yi Qingqing had avoided one pit and now jumped into another one. It seems that Yi Qingqing's reputation is very exaggerated. On the other side, Song Yun and Yi Qingqing finished dealing with the matter. Yi Qingqing felt relieved and pestered Song Yun to take her out for some delicious food. Song Yun had no choice but to take her to a cheap restaurant that he often went to during college. This restaurant is near the university town. Although it is a bit dirty, it is cheap and the food is delicious. It is said that the boss used to be a chef in a 5-star Chinese restaurant. Later, he encountered setbacks in his relationship and fled all the way to Shanghai, where he opened a restaurant to make a living. Song Yun and Yi Qingqing found a seat and ordered a few dishes. Yi Qingqing was puzzled as to why Song Yun brought her here, but Song Yun explained that he had given all his money to Yi Qingqing and could only fill his stomach with home-cooked meals. Of course Yi Qingqing knew that Song Yun was joking with her. She had never been to such a place before, so she didn't feel disgusted when she came here for the first time. Instead, she looked around with great curiosity. The dish came up quickly. Yi Qingqing took a bite and her eyes widened. It's delicious. If a dish like this is packaged, it will sell for hundreds of dollars. You little money grubber, even food can't stop your mouth. Just when the two were about to finish eating, a face appeared between them. Brother Song, it's really you. Yi Zi said excitedly. Song Yun was also stunned when he saw him. Why are you here too? Don't say that. Isn't the rent cheap in the university town? I rented a house here. Every day after get off work, I come here to eat something before going back. Yi Zi sat next to Song Yun and noticed Yi Qingqing. He opened his mouth wide and kept pointing his fingers at Song Yun and Yi Qingqing. This must be my sister-in-law. She's prettier than in the photo. Chapter 35 Simple Happiness. Yi Qingqing in the photo is beautiful, but it is just a photo after all. In real life, she is flesh and blood, with a hot body and an indescribable temperament. When Yi Qingqing saw Song Yun's friends called her sister-in-law, she knew that Song Yun must have mentioned her in front of his friends, which made her feel very happy. By the way, Brother Song, why are you eating here? Although the food here is indeed good, it doesn't match your status, Yi Zi asked curiously. What kind of identity do I have? I'm just a commoner. Song Yun said with a smile. In fact, the main reason is that I have no money. Yi Zi looked at Song Yun with a look on her face. Do you think I'm an idiot? You are a billionaire who lives in a villa worth 90 million and drives a sports car worth 40 million. You tell me that you have no money? I don't believe it. Brother Song, you just keep making fun of me. If you let go of my fingers, it would be enough to feed a family of 3 for a lifetime. Song Yun looked at the other person with a smile and said helplessly, I really have no money. I just invested more than 100 million in my wife's company. Now my body is cleaner than my face. More than 100 million, get out of here. You rich bastard. Yi Zi and Song Yun played around for a while, then packed up the food and took it away. After all, if they didn't tea leave quickly, they would be full of dog food. Song Yun and Yi Qingqing came to the villa. Looking at the renovated villa, Yi Qingqing looked around curiously. It was not that the environment she lived in was not as good as here, but that this was their future home. Watching Yi Qingqing going up and down the stairs, Song Yun sighed. How about not going home tonight? Let's watch to our heart's content. Okay. Yi Qingqing sent a text message to her family without any hesitation. Holy crap. I was just joking with this little girl, but why did she take it seriously? So, is it tonight? Yi Qingqing seemed to see through Song Yun, rolled her eyes at him and said, Put away the idea in your head. It's impossible before you meet the parents. What nonsense are you talking about? I didn't think anything. Song Yun was furious after being exposed. He went over, hugged Yi Qingqing and gave her a big kiss. If I can't accomplish the big thing, I can always collect some interest, right? When it was time to go to bed, Song Yun originally wanted to go to the second bedroom to spend the night, but who knew that Yi Qingqing would pull him into the master bedroom very naturally. No, I'm a man. We are still a legally recognized couple. Aren't you afraid that I will go wild at night? No, I believe you. Yi Qingqing said seriously. Although Song Yun really wanted to let her see the dangers of society, he wanted to live up to this trust even more. Lying on the big bed, Yi Qingqing curled up in Song Yun's arms, buried her face in Song Yun, greedily breathing in Song Yun's breath. But this was hard for Song Yun. He was holding such a beautiful woman in his arms, and every part of her skin was so warm. If he didn't commit a crime, it would be simply treason. But just as he was about to move, he looked down and saw Yi Qingqing sleeping soundly in his arms. If you look closely, you can see that Yi Qingqing's eyes are a little blue. It seems that she hasn't slept well these days because of the company's development. Song Yun moved his body to make Yi Qingqing lie more comfortably in his arms. Good night, love you. Song Yun secretly kissed Yi Qingqing on the forehead and closed his eyes. Nothing happened that night. Early the next morning, Yi Qingqing slowly opened her eyes and found herself lying on an unfamiliar big bed. Oh, by the way, this will be my home from now on. She touched her side sleepily. No. It was empty. Where is Brother Song Yun? She got up in a hurry, threw on a nightgown and prepared to go downstairs. But at this time the bedroom door opened, and Song Yun was holding a plate with a glass of milk, a bread and a boiled egg on it. Get up and eat, little lazy boy. Song Yun said as he put breakfast on the bedside table. No. I opened my eyes early in the morning and didn't see you. I was in a bad mood after waking up. Humph. Yi Qingqing pouted and turned her head to the side. I saw you were sleeping soundly, so I didn't wake you up. Whatever. So after Yi Qingqing forcefully asked for kisses and hugs, and had acted coquettishly enough, she got up, washed, and started eating. On the other side, there is the auction business hall. Ju Chen shook hands with the person in charge. The most popular piece of land finally fell into his hands. Under the dual pressure from him and Mr. Wu yesterday, many real estate companies gave up the bidding. Some old companies, who were unwilling to give in, had no choice but to give up after studying their internal capital chains late at night. There was no other way, because the young master of the Zhu family had a lot of money, and money is king these days. No matter how much you say it, it is impossible to make a deal without money. So the most popular piece of land was finally sold for 490 million. Congratulations, Mr. Zhu. I hope to see him build a landmark building for Shanghai in the future. The person in charge said gently, looking like a good guy. We still need your support. Zhu Chen smiled back. After the two talked for a while, Zhu Chen took the contract and left. After getting in the car, I saw Mr. Wu sitting in the back seat. All done. Zhu Chen waved the documents in his hand triumphantly and told the driver to drive. Haha, after this development, your Zhu family will make at least 200 million. There was a hint of envy in old Wu's eyes. Zhu Chen smiled but said nothing. To put it bluntly, 200 million is considered a small amount. If used properly, a net profit of 300 million would be no problem. I made money, but Yi Qingqing lost a lot of money. 140 million was just wasted. I don't know how she will explain to her family when she goes back, Zhu Chen said disdainfully. A long time ago, he heard others praise Yi Qingqing as a heroine who worked hard alone and finally created such a big family business. But now, Yi Qingqing bought an unpopular piece of land as if she was possessed by a demon. It was absolutely ridiculous. Yi Qingqing is just a little girl after all, and she is easily influenced by others. She might have bought it on impulse. But it's better this way, as it saves us trouble. To be honest, I originally thought she would go home and ask for resources, but now it seems that people who don't know how to use resources are destined to be losers. Time passed day by day, and the government still did not release any news about the new subway line. This made all the real estate tycoons very nervous. But Yi Qingqing in the Magic Crystal Group's office did not have any negative emotions at all. Her daily routine now was to go to work, process documents, wait for Brother Songyan to pick her up from get off work, go home, and sleep in Brother Songyan's arms. Simple and warm. Yi Qingqing would never get tired of such days even if hundreds of years passed. Songyan has not been idle either. He has been signing in at various places recently, and the small treasury around his waist has been slowly filling up. He wouldn't dare to say how much it is, but there is still a few tens of millions, plus some function cards. This gives him even more power, so that he is prepared when something happens. Chapter 36. 200 million for a kiss. One morning, Zhu Chen was sitting at home, leisurely eating breakfast with a newspaper in his hand. This habit was formed at his host relative's home when he was studying in England. Just as he cut a piece of bacon and put it elegantly into his mouth, his secretary rushed in. You are so careless in your work and not calm at all. Zhu Chen scolded. Mr. Zhu, a new subway line in Shanghai is coming out. The secretary was a little out of breath after running for a long time. When Zhu Chen heard the news, he stood up suddenly and asked, Really? He was ecstatic. It seemed that the land would appreciate in value not long after he bought it. A subway line would not only facilitate transportation, but also lead to a surge in housing prices along the way. Tell me, the subway line is located over there. The secretary opened a map of the Magic City area and drew a straight line with a red marker. Zhu Chen's heart sank when he saw this line. He grabbed the secretary by the collar and stared at him with red eyes. Where did you get this information? The government has issued a document and the subway construction will begin soon. The secretary lowered his head and endured the boss's anger. Zhu Chen pushed the secretary away and looked at the annoying red on the map, feeling furious. The piece of land he bought was valuable, but it was definitely not worth that much. He had asked his family to increase the stakes because he thought the new subway line would pass by there, but now it seems that he was wrong. It was all wrong. The news was both true and false. What should I do? What should I do to save it? Suddenly he looked up. Wasn't there a new subway line? Then he should buy another piece of land before the news spreads completely. He searched from bottom to top along the red line drawn by the secretary, and finally found a piece of land, which was the only piece of land. After seeing it clearly, he covered his heart and sat down on the ground suddenly. That piece of land was the unpopular land that Yi Qingqing bought. It's all over now. If you invest such a huge amount of money, you might even lose money if you fail. However, Yi Qingqing actually made a big profit with a small investment. The value of that unpopular piece of land has increased many times now. After the document was officially issued, the commercial streets of Shanghai went into an uproar. Originally, those real estate tycoons were not optimistic about the land that Yi Qingqing bought. After all, It was far away from the city and had complicated personnel. But now it seems that this is not the case at all. That piece of land is now the only piece of cake in Shanghai. As long as Yi Qingqing is willing to sell it, it can still be sold at a price of 700 to 800 million. On the other side, the Yi family. After hearing the news, Yi's father became unhappy. The secretary waiting beside him was a little confused. The eldest lady made money. This investment is perfect. Why is the master not happy at all? What he didn't know was that Yi's father had already raised the funds and was just waiting for Yi Qingqing to come back and talk to him about this matter. He could enjoy his daughter's admiration and pampering to his heart's content. But now, it's over. It's all over. How could my girl be so competitive? She could even turn defeat into victory over a piece of land that was sure to be lost. Master, why do you look unhappy? The secretary asked cautiously. Hey, Xiao Qian, can you help me think of an idea? How can I fail an investment and lose some money? Father Yi asked with a deep sigh. The secretary was full of questions. Was his master's brain out of control? Could he really say such a losing deal? When Father Yi saw that the secretary didn't say anything, he sighed again. They were all a bunch of good-for-nothings who didn't understand what he meant at all. Forget it. He should just build more Hope primary schools. Among all the people, the happiest people right now are those in the Magic Crystal Group. In the general manager's office, Jasmine answered call after call. Hello, Mr. Yin? I'm sorry, but we haven't sold the land even though Mr. Su offered 900 million. Yes, you should discuss the final price with the company's top management. Hey, Mr. Li, you want to pay 1.1 billion? How about this? I'll write down your amount and report it to our president later. Is that okay with you? Okay, bye, Mr. Li. After hanging up countless calls, Jasmine finally breathed a sigh of relief. When she was handling the formalities for the piece of land, people kept mocking her. Now that the land is appreciated in value, these villains have to come and beg her before they can see the eldest lady. This feeling of slapping her in the face is so satisfying. Just when she was immersed in the pleasure, the door was pushed open. Song Yan and Yi Qingqing entered the office. The official document came down today. He invested 150 million yuan, which was at least multiplied several times. His wallet can finally be filled. Yi Qingqing, who was following behind Song Yan, did not look like a CEO at all. She stuck to Song Yan and asked for a hug. She loves brother Song Yan to death now. She didn't expect that brother Song Yan is so forward-looking. The route he drew casually is almost the same as the route set by the municipal government. Jasmine, what is the highest bid now? Yi Qingqing asked curiously while sitting on the sofa. The highest bid is 1.1 billion. Do you want to sell it or develop it ourselves? Jasmine said respectfully, but her eyes could not stop looking at her son-in-law. She really did not expect that her son-in-law would be so capable. First, the capital investment doubled, and now the land is the same. It can be said that it is a great blessing for the eldest lady to marry her son-in-law. Brother Song Yan, you are the largest shareholder of this land. Do you want to sell it or not? Yi Qingqing asked with a smile. Song Yan thought about it. In fact, if he held on to the land for a while, he should be able to make some money. However, that little money was not as good as Song Yan's casual investment. If the investment was proper, the profit he would get would be far beyond what that little money could bring. Sell it. 1.1 billion seems to be the highest price. The highest price is a bit of hype. Song Yan said calmly. Okay, let's sell it. Yi Qingqing asked Molly to contact Mr. Li to sign the contract today. This kind of thing is prone to complications. After Mr. Li received the news, he immediately started to raise funds. It took him a long time to raise all the funds and signed a contract with Yi Qingqing. The money came over, and Yi Qingqing hugged Song Yan's waist and said with a smile, Song Yan, come on Tilda, give your wife a smile, and your wife will give you a few 100 million pocket money Tilda. Being teased by a little girl, Song Yan naturally refused to give up. He had to laugh, and after laughing he had to kiss her. Yi Qingqing really didn't expect Song Yan to be such a hooligan. Although she had gradually gotten used to it, Song Yan's sudden attack still made her heart flutter. HMPH. You just know how to bully me. I was going to give you 800 million, but now I'm deducting 200 million and only giving you 6. The rest can be considered as you sponsoring my business. Yi Qingqing muttered with a pout. Wow, 200 million for a kiss? No. I've suffered a great loss. I have to earn it back. Song Yan's lips pressed against hers again. Chapter 37 starts the story. In the end, Yi Qingqing still gave Song Yan 800 million yuan. After all, they were all family members, and it didn't matter where the money was. What's more, the Magic Crystal Group was no longer short of money. and had a perfect record of investing in this land. It was believed that after it went public in the near future, the stock price would soar to an unimaginable level. Then just go to work obediently, and I'll wait for you to get off work and take you home. Song Yun walked away with a smile, holding a bank card with 800 million yuan in funds. Looking at Song Yun's carefree back, Jasmine said enviously, "Miss, you have such a good eye for people. The son-in-law is so amazing. Bah, bah, bah," it's like he knew it in advance. Hearing people around her praising her lover, Yi Qingqing said with a smile, "Of course, don't you see whose husband he is?" On the other side, Song Yun left the Magic Crystal Group and returned to the villa. He parked the car and looked at the empty garage, wondering whether he should buy 2 more cars. After all, the Lamborghini Veneno is a supercar and is not suitable for driving in the city. He would get a speeding ticket before he could even accelerate. Thinking of this, he searched for 4S stores in Shanghai on the internet, and finally found that one of them was holding a car show today, so Song Yun drove the Lamborghini to the venue again. After parking the car, Song Yun walked inside. Countless people have flocked into the exhibition hall where the auto show is held. Most of them are not here to buy cars, but to see the car models. Song Yun naturally didn't have such a bad taste, and he looked at one SUV after another intently. In this way, we arrived at the Bentley exhibition area. Bentley's customers are all high-end clients, and ordinary people cannot enter at all. When Song Yun just wanted to go in and take a look, he was stopped. "Sir, only VIP users can enter the Bentley exhibition area, so I'm sorry." Seeing the apologetic look on the saleswoman's face, Song Yun did not make things difficult for her. After all, if cars worth millions or tens of millions of dollars were not maintained on site, and anyone could come in and touch and drive them, who knows what the paint would look like after the car was exhibited? Don't worry. Since I'm here, I must have the capital to do this. Do you see the Lamborghini booth next to you? You can go and ask them if they know a man named Song Yun. The saleswoman was stunned by Song Yun's words. After all, rich people nowadays always like to play the role of pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger. She couldn't guarantee that the young man in front of her, who was dressed in ordinary clothes, was not that kind of person. Asking a question wouldn't cost you anything, so the female salesperson asked Song Yun to wait for a moment and then trotted to the Lamborghini showroom. When she learned that Song Yun was the super rich man who had just bought the Lamborghini Veneno some time ago, she broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, her attitude just now was pretty good. Otherwise, if the other party held her accountable, she would definitely be fired from the car dealership. "Mr. Song, please come this way. I will introduce you to the model of car you want to see." The female salesperson came back with a perfect smile and took Song Yun into the showroom. After a round of driving, Song Yun felt that Bentley was more suitable for middle-aged bosses with abundant assets. Usually, the driver drove the car, and the boss rode in it, which was a bit inconsistent with him. After the saleswoman's closing remarks of welcoming guests to visit next time, Song Yun left the Bentley showroom. Ding! It is detected that the host is in the 4S store car show. Do you want to sign in? Sign in. Song Yun never expected that the system could be triggered here. Ding! The host has completed this sign-in, and is rewarded with a plot mode. The plot is about to begin. Apart from signing in, you will not be able to use other system functions before completion. Of course, the host will receive a very high reward for completing the plot. Song Yun was stunned when he heard the mechanical voice of the system. What the hell? Is this the beginning of the plot? Is he locking himself up? Just as Song Yun was standing there in a daze, someone hit him on the back. He looked back and saw a very young car model sitting on the ground, rubbing her ankle in pain. Song Yun looked at the car model's 18-centimeter high heels and felt pain just thinking about it. He stretched out his hand and tried to pull the car model up, but when the car model raised her head, Song Yun was stunned, and the car model sat on the ground with her mouth wide open. Song Yun knew this car model, and this little girl almost became his child bride. After Song Yun moved out of the compound, he had no suitable playmates in his new living environment. By chance, a comrade in arms of Song Yun's father came to visit with his daughter. At just one glance, Song Yun became good friends with the little girl. But as we grew up, we lost contact. I didn't expect to meet here today. But according to what Song Yun knew, his father's comrade in arms became a glorious policeman after he retired, and the little girl was also a lady from a well-off family. How come she is now a car model at such a young age? Song, brother Song Yun. The little car model lowered her head, her face flushed. She had met Song Yun countless times in her dreams, but in reality, the first time they met after not seeing each other for many years was here. Yuan Ce, why are you here? Uncle doesn't care about you. Song Yun asked in pretended anger and pulled her up from the ground. Looking at her ankle, which was gradually becoming red and swollen, he helped her all the way to the nearest Bentley showroom. The female salesperson was delighted to see the wealthy man Song Yun coming back, but she was puzzled when she saw that he was supporting a small car model. "Mr. Song, how can I help you?" the saleswoman asked with a smile. "My sister's ankle is swollen. Could you please bring some crushed ice for me?" "Thank you." Not to mention getting crushed ice. Even if it was to buy an ice maker, the female salesperson would not hesitate at all. After all, for a wealthy man like Song Yun, when buying things, he no longer looks at the price, but only at the personal connections and whether it is suitable. If I can please Song Yun here, and Song Yun contacts me when he wants to buy a car, the commission will be extremely generous. The saleswoman trotted off to get some ice, leaving the two of them standing there in silence. "That, Brother Song Yun, actually, my father died." When Yuan Si said this, her eyes were slightly red, but it could be seen that she was trying hard to hold back her tears. Song Yun never expected this to be the outcome. Looking at the other party, it was obvious that he knew something. There is no need to say anything explicitly. One sentence is enough to make everything clear. "According to your age, you should be a junior this year." Song Yun asked tentatively. "Well, after my father died, my mother got sick. Over the years, I was able to go to school smoothly with the help of my father's pension and the support of my uncles and aunts, but I don't want to get something for nothing all my life, so I took advantage of my spare time to do some part-time jobs." Yuan Si murmured softly. Song Yun didn't know what to say at this moment. He lit a cigarette and smoked it silently. At this time, the female salesperson came back, handed the ice to Song Yun, and stood there waiting. Song Yun waved his hand in annoyance and said, "Don't stand here. Go ask your store manager to customize a car for me. It's an SUV model. Just choose the best accessories." The female salesperson was ecstatic after hearing this. Bentley's customized models are different from the existing cars. If the existing cars can be sold for 7 or 8 million, then the customized models can easily sell for tens of millions. She could see that Song Yun had something to discuss, so she tactfully left in a hurry. Chapter 38. It's okay for other girls to dress like this, but it's not okay for you to dress like this. Brother Song Yun, are you so rich now? Yuan Si pressed the ice on her swollen ankle and smiled at Song Yun with a wink. Since she was a child, she has had a special feeling for Song Yun, because only Song Yun would stand up to protect her when she was bullied. In her heart, Song Yun is the best brother in the world, no doubt about it. When she saw Song Yun's wealthy appearance, she just asked jokingly, but there was no greed in her eyes. If Song Yun lives a good life, she sincerely wishes him well. If Song Yun lives a bad life, she will not look down on him. Perhaps this is the most basic emotion between people. At this time, the female salesperson brought over the price list prepared by the store manager. Song Yun glanced at it casually and signed the contract. He signed and swiped his card so smoothly that many people at the auto show looked at him. This guy is not simple. He doesn't care about anything when buying a car. How rich must his family be? By the way, I'm swiping a car driven by a young man. It doesn't matter whether it looks good or not. The important thing is safety. Song Yun said to the female salesperson. The saleswoman hesitated for a moment and whispered, "Mr. Song, if you want a car with a very high safety factor, I think Volvo would be more suitable." There were 2 reasons why she didn't introduce it directly from her own car. First, it was Song Yun's focus. If something happened to Song Yun in the future, but the car did not show its safety, she would definitely be the one to suffer. The second point is that a big order has been made today, and leaving a good impression on Song Yun is the top priority. A steady and long-term business will bring much higher profits than a one-size-fits-all approach. Song Yun looked at the saleswoman in surprise. He didn't expect that she would recommend another company. He nodded to her and left a business card. When he was about to go to the Volvo auto show, he found that Yuan Si couldn't walk at all after standing up, so he apologized to the saleswoman and said, "I'm sorry, I have to ask you to buy it for me." "No problem. What car would you like?" "It doesn't matter, as long as it's safe." The female salesperson learned this and went to the Volvo showroom with her bank card. After a while, she brought back photos of several car models. Song Yun stuffed them into Yuan Si's hands and asked her which one looked better. After much deliberation, Yuan Si finally picked a car worth more than 600,000 yuan. After completing the formalities, Song Yun drove away with Yuan Si in the existing car. In the car, Song Yun asked Yuan Si to put on his coat. This little girl is really bold. Doesn't she know how chaotic the car model circle is? If she is not careful, she will be arranged to the big boss's drinking table and lose her virginity in the end. Song Yun didn't know about her experience before and was too lazy to mention it, but now that he has met her, he has to take care of it. "Brother Song Yun, where are you taking me?" Yuan Si couldn't help but ask curiously as she watched Song Yun drive the car to one of the most expensive shopping malls in Shanghai. Buy clothes. You don't want to wander around the street in such a revealing dress, do you? Song Yun tugged at the other person's coat, trying to close it more tightly. No. The clothes here are so expensive. Yuan Si shook her head repeatedly. If I say buy, you must buy. Song Yun retorted in annoyance. Seeing that Song Yun was a little angry, Yuan Si quickly compromised. There is no way, because she has been targeting Song Yun since she was a child. Although they haven't met for many years, she has always been looking forward to meeting Song Yun, and for this reason she has remained single. Song Yun borrowed a wheelchair from the mall, picked up Yuan Si in his arms like a princess and put her on the wheelchair. Yuan Si's face turned red because of this intimate action, and it was almost dripping with water. Song Yun pushed her and followed the mall's navigation all the way into a European women's clothing brand store. As soon as I entered, the female salesperson who was waiting for customers came towards me. She took a closer look at Yuan Si, who was sitting in the wheelchair, and saw at a glance that although the dress she was wearing was very beautiful, it could actually be bought on Taobao for a few hundred yuan. Look at Song Yun again. He is extraordinary. Although the clothes she was wearing were not branded, they were so perfect in terms of both material and design, and must have been made by a famous custom designer. It would cost at least hundreds of thousands of dollars to finish this. But in fact, Song Yun didn't know how expensive the clothes he was wearing were. Ever since Yi Qingqing moved into the villa, she had filled up his wardrobe. He didn't care too much because he felt comfortable wearing them. The saleswoman smiled sincerely at Song Yun. Hello, both of you. We have recently added several new women's clothing to our store. I believe that this lady will be very suitable for her when she puts them on. Song Yun nodded calmly and said, I don't care. The most important thing is that she likes it. You can take my sister to look at your clothes later. If she likes any of them, just pack them up. But the premise is that they must be suitable for college students and not too revealing. After saying that, Song Yun handed the wheelchair to the female salesperson and went to the men's waiting area to flip through magazines. To be honest, he never wastes time when buying clothes. It takes him a few minutes to look at clothes in a store and 1 minute to buy them. Following the whole process, he can put together a set of clothes in less than 10 minutes. But girls are different. They go from one store to another, looking at this model and that model, and after comparing prices from 3 stores, they decide not to buy anything. Song Yun has never been able to understand such a waste of time. On the other side, the female salesperson brought all the new models to Yuan Si for her to choose from. Yuan Si took a look and picked out a dress. The female salesperson helped her into the dressing room, and she looked charming when she came out after changing her clothes. The whole person's temperament has been elevated to a higher level. Song Yun took a look and found that the hem of the skirt was above her calves. It was okay. This dress suits her very well. But we have to mention that expensive clothes are expensive for a reason. Yuan Si is like 2 different people before and after trying on clothes. Before the fitting, she was dressed maturely, but she looked like a young girl, which looked very incongruous. But now Yuan Si has brought out the advantages of her pure girlhood to the fullest, and her every move is filled with the exuberance of youth. Anything else? Song Yun asked. We have a few more pieces, but this lady has a foot injury, so it's not convenient for her to try them on. The female salesperson said apologetically with sweat on her head. When they were changing clothes just now, she had to support Yuan Si the whole time, which took a lot of effort. Wrap them all up and wait until her wounds are healed and then she can try it herself. Song Yun took out the card and said. The female salesperson was stunned when she heard this. In all her years of working in a clothing store, she had never seen a man so generous with his money. Thinking that these clothes cost more than 300,000 yuan in total, she kindly reminded him, Sir, because this lady has chosen new styles from us, the prices. Don't worry, there is definitely enough money in the card. Well, this is a good deal. The saleswoman went to the front desk to check out with a smile, and then handed the receipt to Song Yun. Please leave your address, and a special person will deliver the goods to your door later. Chapter 39 Potential Love Rival. Yuan Si was pushed back into the car by Song Yun wearing this outfit. Looking at the receipt in her hand, Yuan Si asked cautiously, Brother Song Yun, can these clothes still be returned? I can just go back to the dormitory and buy a few pieces online. Why? Did I buy you something too cheap? Or are you uncomfortable wearing it? No. It's that, oh my. These clothes are too expensive. Is their family doing robbery business part-time? A piece of cloth like this costs more than 80,000. Yuan Si complained. So, does this dress look good? It looks good. Song Yun interrupted Yuan Si before she finished her words. As long as it looks good, it's fine. After all, for me, There's no difference between tens of thousands and a few dozen dollars. Damn it, you're pretending again. They quarreled all the way to the dormitory building. It was just the end of get-out-of-class time, and many college students were walking towards the dormitory with their cell phones in their hands. After seeing Song Yun's Volvo, many people stopped to look. After all, the rich second generation were still a minority in the school, and most people came from ordinary families. They couldn't even think about driving to school. At this time, the car door opened, and Song Yun ran to the other side and helped out the jumping Yuan Si. "Do you have a driver's license?" Song Yun asked. "Yes, what's wrong?" "This car is also convenient for you to drive back and forth on a daily basis." Yuan Si never expected that Song Yun bought such an expensive car and finally gave it to her. She pushed the key away and refused to take it. Just at this time, Yuan Si's roommate came up and asked with a smile, "Handsome boy, are you pursuing our Si?" "No. This is my brother. Don't talk nonsense." Yuan Si quickly denied. The girl looked at Song Yun in surprise, then turned to look at Yuan Si. She knew Yuan Si's family situation, so how could a brother suddenly appear? Could he be an illegitimate child or something like that? "Okay, here are the car keys. Keep them for later use and rent a parking space at school." Song Yun slapped the car keys into Yuan Si's hand, then took out a bank card from his pocket and waved it in front of Yuan Si. "There are more than 600,000 yuan in the card, which is enough for a while. If I find out that you work part-time at a car show again, I will break your legs." Although Song Yun's words were a bit harsh, they were full of warmth in Yuan Si's ears. She didn't know how many years it had been since anyone had cared about her like this. "Oh, by the way, I'll ask a doctor for you to give Auntie a comprehensive checkup someday to see if there is any treatment plan that can cure Auntie's disease." Yuan Si's mother has cancer and has been relying on chemotherapy and medication to maintain her life over the years. However, the efficacy of these drugs is linked to money, and the drugs that rich people take are definitely much better than those of ordinary people. Besides, Song Yun has the phone number for the best private hospital in Shanghai, so it would be a waste if he didn't use it. Seeing that Song Yun had arranged everything for him, Yuan Si tried hard not to cry. "I'm leaving now. You should study hard at school. If you're tired, take a break. If you want to do a part-time job, find something that a college student should do. It can also be considered as training for yourself." Song Yun said this and left. Looking at Song Yun's back, Yuan Si's roommate asked curiously, "Si, I remember you are an only child, right? How come you suddenly have such a rich brother?" Before Yuan Si could speak, the girl suddenly thought of something and whispered in her ear, "Could it be done?" "What are you talking about, you little bitch?" Yuan Si pinched the other person and was a little angry. "Oh, don't be angry, my dear. I'm just afraid that you'll be cheated. Come on, smile for your sister Tilda. Pa, this is the older brother of my dad's comrade in arms. We grew up together. It's not the dirty relationship you think. Oh my, so we are childhood sweethearts. Damn it, am I going to be excluded from this?" Watching her roommate turn over tonight, Yuan Si sighed helplessly and limped back to the dormitory. After all, it was too embarrassing to do that in public. Song Yun left school and hailed a taxi to go home. Lying on the soft big bed, Song Yun thought about what had happened in recent times and always felt like he was living in a dream. First he got the system, then he got a beautiful wife, earned hundreds of millions, and owned a house and a car. This is definitely the configuration of a new generation of rich people. However, Song Yun soon fell into deep thought. The things that the system arranged for him to do and the people he met were all people he had known before. But what about Yi Qingqing? Could it be that she is really the little girl who followed me around all the time when they were little and wanted to marry me? In fact, the answer you want is very simple. Just look at the mark on Yi Qingqing's body. But the other person always wears pajamas to sleep every night and never reveals a bit of her body. I can't just take her clothes off and watch her. Oh, I'm so worried. It seems that I have to meet her parents and then take a closer look to see if this little girl is the childhood sweetheart in my impression. On the other side, the Magic City Puxi Airport. A private plane slowly descended and landed smoothly. After a while, the ladder was lowered and a man in a British suit and gold-rimmed glasses walked down. The man is 183 centimeters tall, has a scholarly look, and his gentle and refined appearance is very pleasing. His name is Lu Sihua, the eldest grandson of the Lu family in Shanghai. The Lu family's history in Shanghai can be traced back to the Republic of China. In the early years of the Republic of China, Lu Sihua's great-grandfather fled to Shanghai and started out pulling a rickshaw. Later, he joined the Chamber of Commerce and started from a small business. He accumulated funds step by step and finally opened his own business, making the Lu family's brand bigger and bigger. It can be said that the Lu family's strength in the Magic City can definitely be ranked in the top 5. Previously, both Yi's father and Lu's father wanted to bring Lu Sihua and Yi Qingqing together, but Yi Qingqing flatly refused. The matter came to nothing. Outside the airport, a Rolls-Royce was parked on the side of the road, with 5 burly bodyguards in suits standing on both sides of the car. Seeing Lu Sihua leaving the airport, the group hurried forward to protect him. When Lu Sihua entered the car, he saw a hot woman wearing glasses looking at him seductively. "Master Lu, welcome back. Do you want to meet the Lu family first, or go find Yi Qingqing first?" The woman cast a coquettish glance at Lu Sihua, licked her lips seductively, and finally looked at him while biting her lower lip. "You little secretary. Your skills have become more and more advanced in the past few months. Let the young master see if you have great abilities." After saying that, Lu Sihua pounced on him. Fortunately, the Rolls-Royce is divided into 2 compartments, front and rear, which are completely separated. As long as the curtains in the rear compartment are drawn, it is equivalent to a small room with extremely strong sound insulation. The female secretary was tickled by Lu Sihua and said with a charming smile, "I have been waiting for you for a long time. You have to do your best." Chapter 40 Title Opening. The next day, Song Yan received a call from Yuan Si, who said that she was going to be an etiquette model and invited the person who had helped her a lot before, and asked if Song Yan could go. Song Yan thought about it and thought that etiquette models would not wear anything more revealing than car models, so he agreed. For Yuan Si's safety, Song Yan drove his sports car to the school gate to pick her up. Not long after I parked the car, I saw Yuan Si limping towards me. Although my foot still hurts a little, fortunately I treated it in time and applied a plaster at night, and it doesn't look very swollen anymore. Are you okay in this state? Song Yan stared at Yuan Si's feet and asked with some concern. It doesn't matter. The model they originally arranged couldn't go on stage because she had a stomachache, so I'm just going to be a background board today. I don't need to do anything. Yuan Si smiled sweetly. Song Yan didn't say much. He drove according to the navigation and arrived at the place Yuan Si mentioned. It turns out that this is a training base specializing in training flight attendants. It just opened today and has recruited many beautiful girls to serve. Song Yan drove his sports car to the parking space, and the huge roar of the engine attracted everyone's attention. Lamborghini. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the smooth curves of the sports car, and no one had time to pay attention to the beautiful woman hosting the show on the stage. Ding! It is detected that the host is at the Magic City Beauty Training Base. Do you want to sign in? Great! I finally found a new place to get rewards. I don't know what I will get. Could it be that the system will transfer this training base to my name? Sign in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Reward, temperament plus 10. Ding! Because the host's temperament has reached a certain level, the title of Young Master of a Noble Family is awarded. Note, the title can provide certain attribute bonuses to the host. Ding! The host has used the title, and his charm has increased by 10 points. Whenever the host appears, he will attract the attention of all the women present. Suddenly, Song Yan's temperament changed drastically. His every move was full of the demeanor of a noble man, and even some tiny expressions were enough to arouse the girl's fluttering heart. Song Yan really didn't expect that he would become the dream man of thousands of girls. If Yi Qingqing knew about this, she would have to take better care of herself to prevent those women from flocking to her like swarming bees and butterflies. Oh, the feeling of being a handsome guy, so sad. Brother Song Yan, you seem like a different person. Yuan Si stared at Song Yan and muttered. Song Yan joked, "You've become more handsome, haven't you?" Yuan Si nodded heavily. Brother Song Yan's smile was 100 times more handsome than before. She couldn't take her eyes off Song Yan at all. Okay, we should go down. Song Yan got out of the car, opened the passenger door, and then helped Yuan Si out. When Song Yan faced everyone present, people's eyes shifted from the sports car to Song Yan. Especially the girls, their eyes were fixed on him. Oh my God, I didn't expect the guy driving a sports car to be so handsome. Is this what it means to be a winner in life? Not only is he rich, but is also handsome. How nice it would be if I could get his contact information. Even if he plays with my feelings, I'd be willing to do it. Song Yan frowned as he watched everyone trying to crowd over. He didn't care. After the systematic transformation, his body strength was very great. But Yuan Si was not so good. If he aggravated Yuan Si's foot injury because he was too handsome, that would be too much of a sin. He fished out a mask from the car and put it on his face. But it still didn't have any effect. Just a pair of eyes was enough to capture the hearts of countless girls. See, why don't we retreat first? I'm afraid if we don't leave now, we won't be able to leave in a while. Song Yun was a little panicked. After all, he was being stared at greedily by so many pairs of eyes, and he was afraid that someone would take advantage of him in public. After all, boys should protect themselves when they go out. Okay, I'll call the person who invited me later. Song Yun drove away from the scene quickly with Yuan Si, but he didn't know that someone had posted his photo on the internet and was searching the entire network for news about Song Yun. Anyone who had his contact information would pay a commission of 100,000 yuan. When people on the internet saw Song Yun, they all gave him +1 and asked for his contact information. This quickly became a hot topic on the internet. After Song Yun left, the girls present couldn't help but smack their lips in amazement. They had a feast for their eyes today. On the other side, Song Yun sent Yuan Si back to school. In order not to cause a commotion, Song Yun asked Yuan Si's roommate to come and pick her up. Seeing Yuan Si return to school safely, Song Yun breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that being too handsome is not a good thing. If he is given an advantage in this aspect later on, he will have to hire a bodyguard. The next day, after washing up, Song Yun went to the Magic Crystal Group. Because the land purchase was not yet completed and some documents and procedures needed to be handed over, Yi Qingqing stayed in the company all the time in order to complete it quickly, and rested in the office cubicle at night. After entering the Magic Crystal Group, countless people's eyes turned to Song Yun. A little girl in work clothes stuffed a bottle of coffee into Song Yun's arms with a red face, then ran away shyly. Song Yun shook his head helplessly, turned around and got on the president's exclusive elevator. After Song Yun left, the receptionist pointed at the little girl next to her and said, "Little girl, do you know who that man is?" "Who cares? What's wrong? I'm not ugly. Am I not allowed to date handsome guys?" "You. That's President Yi's husband." The front desk lady said angrily, "How dare you flirt with the president's man? If someone with ulterior motives gets involved, will you still have a good ending?" The little girl's face turned pale when she heard this. She was so brave. But the president's husband is so handsome. Even if she is fired, she will never regret what she did today. Song Yun arrived at the door of the general manager's office, pushed it open, and found Yi Qingqing asleep on the sofa, while Molly was quietly sorting out the handover documents. Hearing the door open, Jasmine looked back and saw that it was Song Yun, so she didn't bother. But that's not right. Why is Song Yun so handsome again? She looked back again. It was not an illusion. Song Yun was even more handsome. It was not only reflected in his skin, but also hidden in his temperament. Song Yun made a hushing gesture to her, then took off his coat, walked to Yi Qingqing and covered her with it. Although the action was very gentle, it still woke Yi Qingqing up. Yi Qingqing opened her sleepy eyes and dimly saw her brother Song Yun coming. She twisted her body, opened her arms and said coquettishly, "Hubby, hug Tilda." Song Yun smiled and held Yi Qingqing in his arms, while Molly, who was fed with dog food, tactfully left the office. "Honey Tilda, I miss you so much, Tilda. I haven't seen you for a few days and you've become even more handsome. Damn it. What if someone else snatches you away?" Although Yi Qingqing was surprised, she quickly got used to it. After all, no matter how handsome he was still her husband, legally recognized by the country. Chapter 41 Master Chef. "Hubby, when I'm done with my work, come home with me to see Mom and Dad Tilda." When the two of them were being affectionate, Yi Qingqing suddenly spoke. "No problem. You set the time. I'll be there anytime." Song Yun kissed Yi Qingqing on the forehead. It seems that he is not far from happiness. As long as he gets the approval of Yi's father and mother, he and Yi Qingqing can truly be together. Looking at Song Yun's serious expression, Yi Qingqing also smiled foolishly. Just as the atmosphere between the two people was becoming more and more ambiguous, Yi Qingqing's stomach rumbled at an inopportune time. She smiled awkwardly, then shyly buried her head in Song Yun's waist. "Come on, I'll take you to dinner." There is a cubicle in Yi Qingqing's office. The decoration inside is no worse than any 5-star hotel. You can also sleep and take a shower there, which is a special benefit. Yi Qingqing had been up all night and felt sticky, so she asked Song Yun to wait for her for a while. While Yi Qingqing was taking a shower, Song Yun looked at the land handover documents. Due to the business talent granted by the system, he had no difficulty reading these things at all. After reading it all, Song Yun couldn't help but sigh that big companies are good. Both the treaties and some regulations in the documents were marked in bold, allowing readers to read them easily. Just at this moment, Yi Qingqing pushed open the door of the compartment and came out. She changed into a black dress and was still charming without any makeup on her face. She is no longer the high-ranking president, but Song Yun's little fangirl next door. Yi Qingqing took Song Yun's arm, and the two of them left the Magic Crystal Group. "What do you want to eat?" Sitting in the car, Song Yun diligently helped Yi Qingqing fasten the passenger seatbelt. It seems like there's a new 5-star restaurant opened. Shall we go try it? Okay, you guide me. The two of them came to a new 5-star restaurant that had received high reviews online. After ordering the dishes, the two of them started chatting casually, with Song-Yun asking the most questions, such as what Yi's father and mother liked so that he could prepare in advance. Although the Yi family is the richest family in Shanghai and has everything they need, you can't really visit them without bringing anything. This is etiquette and it concerns the first impression. Song-Yun doesn't want to make a mistake here. As the two chatted, the dishes came up one by one. Song-Yun took a bite and felt it was very ordinary, not even as good as eating in the shabby restaurant in the university town. Maybe people come here not for the taste of the food, but for a sense of identity and status. Just as Song-Yun was feeling emotional, the system beeped. Ding! The host is detected at Lijiang Restaurant, Furong Street, YH District, Magic City. Do you want to sign in? Sign in. Song-Yun didn't think much about it. After all, what good things could he get by signing in a restaurant? But the system's reward surprised him. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. The host will be rewarded with master-level cooking skills and the cooking experience of 100 famous chefs from ancient and modern times, both at home and abroad. A flood of memories entered Song-Yun's mind. It was as if Song-Yun had learned cooking for many years. He could know the cooking steps and requirements of any dish he thought of in his mind. After the two of them finished their meal, Song-Yun asked with a smile, "Are you full?" No. The portions of their dishes are so small. The more expensive they are, the more exquisite they are, huh? Yi Qingqing said dissatisfiedly, "Let's go home and make you something delicious." Brother Song-Yun, can you cook? With Yi Qingqing looking puzzled, Song-Yun returned home and took out some ingredients from the refrigerator. Since he had already eaten, Song-Yun steamed some rice and fried 2 home-cooked dishes. While cooking, Song-Yun was constantly honing his cooking skills and memories of famous chefs. Eventually, the 2 dishes were ready. One dish is scrambled eggs with tomatoes and one dish is stir-fried pork with peppers. When the food was served on the table, Yi Qingqing's eyes were almost shining. It smells so good. Yi Qingqing couldn't wait to take a bite of the fried pork with peppers. The spiciness of the peppers was completely released in her mouth and kept flowing in her mouth. But while the spicy taste stimulated the taste buds, it also caused people to secrete a substance that made Yi Qingqing pick up bites of the food one by one and couldn't stop at all. It's delicious. I didn't know you hid it so well. Yi Qingqing stuffed a mouthful of rice into her mouth and complained incoherently. Haha, if it tastes good, eat more. Song-Yun Wang poured a little tomato scrambled egg soup into his bowl. As soon as he put it in his mouth, he felt that what he had eaten before was nothing. This is the real dish. The two of them devoured all the food in no time. Not even a drop of soup was left. Yi Qingqing sat in her seat, rubbing her bloated belly and said contentedly, "I finally understand why you didn't cook for me before. You must have been afraid that I wouldn't be able to stop eating and would get fatter and fatter." I wasn't, don't talk nonsense. Song-Yun couldn't tell Yi Qingqing that I signed in today and got a cooking reward. It was actually my first day to eat the meal I cooked, right? Well, you don't need me to tell you. I know it myself. If I continue to eat like this, I will get fat sooner or later. Will you still eat it in the future? Eat. Why not? My husband cooks delicious food. Shouldn't I be secretly happy? You will be responsible for all the meals in our house from now on. Yi Qingqing smiled slyly and started to act coquettishly towards Song-Yun. Sure. No problem at all. So the two of them stayed in the villa for a day, and in the evening Yi Qingqing had another meal made by Song-Yun. After dinner, Yi Qingqing chose to go home. After all, a meeting between the two parties was about to be arranged, so she went home first to negotiate with her parents so that it would not be too sudden. Song-Yun sent Yi Qingqing home and returned to the villa alone. The next day, Song-Yun went to the hospital first and told the directors about Yuan-Si's mother's condition. After listening patiently, those skilled doctors still wanted to see Yuan-Si. After all, she was the one who had taken care of his mother all these years, and she must know more about the condition and severity than Song-Yun. So Song-Yun called Yuan-Si and made an appointment to meet at the school gate. Song-Yun drove his sports car to the gate of Yuan-Si's school. Today is the weekend, and there are many college students coming and going in the school. Some are shopping with their lovers, and some are friends planning to play games online. But at this moment, a sports car parked there immediately attracted the attention of most people. Some good-looking female college students turned on their selfies and took photos of the sports car non-stop. As one wave finishes, another wave takes over. Finally, a bold girl lay on the front of the Lamborghini and asked her companions to take a picture of her. Song-Yun felt a little embarrassed sitting in the car. The girl was wearing a one-piece hip skirt that barely covered her breasts. But as soon as he lay on the car, he was squeezed and a deep groove appeared in front of Song Yun. But because the car's windows were covered with film, people outside could not see inside, but people inside could see outside. So now Song Yun didn't know whether he should interrupt this female classmate or feast his eyes. Chapter 42. You are really a person with high aspirations in life. Classmate, can you get out of my car? Seeing the girl's increasingly excessive behavior, Song Yun finally couldn't help but open the window and remind her. The girl who was happily taking photos suddenly blushed and ran aside. It's so embarrassing. The owner of the car was actually in the car. The girl who was taking the photo for her stood there in a daze, deeply attracted by Song Yun's appearance. She didn't remember that there was such a handsome boy in her school, and he was so rich too. Everyone was in an uproar for a moment. Many girls ignored their modesty and went up to Song Yun to ask for his contact information, but they were all rejected. Just at this time, Yuan Si came out, and Song Yun hurriedly took Yuan Si and drove away. In the crowd, a figure quietly looked at the sports car that had already driven away. This person was Yuan Si's roommate. Song Yun took Yuan Si directly into the dean's office. After some usual inquiries, the directors all said that there would be no problem with the treatment. Because it is a private hospital, it can provide the most comfortable services, including post-convalescence. When Yuan Si asked how much money it would cost, the dean looked at Song Yun with some confusion. Song Yun coughed lightly and said, "No need to pay, just let Auntie live here." So both parties agreed on a time to bring Yuan Si's mother over, conduct a systematic examination, and then develop a detailed treatment plan. After Song Yun took Yuan Si out of the hospital, he found that the expression on her face had changed. Although she was smiling before, I always felt that she was burdened with something. But now, Yuan Si seemed to have lifted a heavy burden and became more sunny. Song Yun sent Yuan Si back to school. Yuan Si walked briskly back to the dormitory, but as soon as she pushed the door open, she was squeezed in between her roommates. "What are you doing?" "I don't remember doing anything outrageous," Yuan Si said jokingly. "No, you did." Several roommates shouted in unison. Seeing Yuan Si's dazed expression, a roommate put his arm around her shoulder and said earnestly, "Teacher Si, when are you going to start a love class? I want to be the first to sign up." "I'm second." "The third one." No, what are you talking about? I don't understand a word you say." "You're still pretending. The guy outside the school today. He's more handsome than a celebrity and drives a sports car. Is he your boyfriend?" Yuan Si was so upset after hearing this that she waved her hands and said, "That's the brother I've known since childhood. We just met recently." "Oh, childhood sweethearts. And it's a fateful encounter. It's okay, Mr. Yuan. You are really good at it." "What are you talking about? I really didn't know I would meet him again, and our relationship is innocent. I will be angry if you say anything again." Yuan Si said in feigned anger. Okay, we were just joking, but that little brother is really handsome. You must seize the opportunity." Seeing her roommate's confident expressions, Yuan Si began to feel hesitant. The next day, Song Yun was woken up while sleeping at home. The visitor was Zheng Wang, who was the person in charge of handling the villa invasion case. Zheng Wang was carrying some valuable gifts and flattered Song Yun. "Mr. Song, how is your stay here?" "It's okay, but I haven't been around our villa area much, and I don't know what facilities there are here." Song Yun yawned and said casually, "Then I'll take you around today. Our villa area covers a large area and is equipped with a series of high-end facilities such as community hospitals, parks, and kindergartens. What do you think?" Seeing Zheng Wang's expectant eyes, Song Yun didn't want to reject his kindness, so he put on his clothes and followed Zheng Wang out the door. Zheng Wang personally drove an electric car and took Song Yun to visit the villa area. Whenever he came across a facility, he would give a detailed explanation. As the two of them wandered around the villa area, Song Yun pointed to a more splendid villa complex not far away and asked, "Is that also built by your company?" "You think too highly of us." Zheng Wang smiled awkwardly. All those villas were built by Junli, the most powerful construction company in Shanghai. It is said that the land alone cost nearly 10 billion. Oh. Song Yun became interested. Would the system reward him with a villa if he signed in there? Who would complain about having too much money? After Song Yun asked to go and take a look, Zheng Wang gritted his teeth and drove to the other party's villa complex. After all, it is not their own place, and the two parties are competing companies. There will inevitably be ridicule and sarcasm when they go there, but what can they do? The owner has made the request, so they can only do as he asks. After arriving at the Junla Villa area, the mechanical voice of the system sounded. Ding! It is detected that the host is in the Junla Villa complex in the YK district of Magic City. Do you want to sign in? Song Yun decisively pressed the sign-in button. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the sign-in, and you will be rewarded with a set of Junla Villa. Really? Song Yun was a little excited. Just now, when he was chatting with Zheng Wang, he learned that the Junla Villa complex was called a villa, but it was actually built as a manor. There were only 18 buildings built in such a large area, and the market value of each building was now worth 1 billion. Not only that, the property fees here are also the most expensive in Shanghai, requiring 20 million yuan to be paid annually. The corresponding services are also second to none in Shanghai. Since Song Yun and Zheng Wang had been standing at the entrance to the villa area for a long time, the security guard came forward curiously and asked, "Are you two here to look for someone?" "No, I own this place." Song Yun walked forward and pressed his fingerprint in the verification area of the gate. Instantly, the gate opened like a castle. "Welcome home, owner number 6 tilde." The security personnel quickly let him pass, but Zheng Wang's brain was no longer working and he just stood there stupidly. I originally thought that Song Yun was a rich second generation from a wealthy family, but now it seems that he is more than just rich. It's pretty damn rich. Zheng Wang followed closely like a little follower and entered the Junla Villa area. Not to mention, after entering, Song Yun discovered that every household here had high walls and large courtyards, and once the door was locked, it was a world of its own. And because the area is so large, every household has a small tram provided by the property to pick up guests at the gate. Arriving at villa number 6, Song Yun pressed his fingerprint on the door and the fully automatic door slowly opened. Once you enter, you will find yourself in a completely different world. This villa covers an area of about 5,000 to 6,000 square meters, and half of it is landscaping. It can be said that there is a private garden at home for the owner to enjoy. Not only that, there are also outdoor swimming pools, saunas, tennis courts, outdoor paddy courts, and more. Entering the house, he found that it was equipped with an indoor elevator and the level of decoration was many times more upscale than where he lived currently. Zheng Wang was also looking around in surprise. After walking around with Song Yun, he sighed. Mr. Song really put a lot of thought into the decoration. I just had an occupational disease and estimated that the decoration alone would cost 200 million. You are really a person with high aspirations for life. Chapter 43, First Encounter. After getting familiar with the new villa, Song Yun decided to make this place the place where he and Yi Qingqing would live after they became husband and wife. Song Yun took Zheng Wang, who was still reluctant to leave, out of the villa. As soon as they walked out, they saw a middle-aged man walking out of villa number 5 opposite. This middle-aged man looks no different from the uncle next door. The only thing that impresses people is the calmness on his face that comes with the passage of years. "Hello." Song Yun smiled and nodded and greeted. "Are you the new tenant number 6? The middle-aged man looked at Song Yun curiously. In his impression, there was no such rich young man in the entire Magic City or even in the entire China. "Yes, I'm here to take a look at the house today." "Well, you have such a big family business at such a young age. That's pretty good. I wonder who your father is." "Haha, our family is just ordinary people." The middle-aged man was stunned for a moment, then patted Song Yun on the shoulder. Although this boy was rich, he was not arrogant at all, and he did not have the arrogance and love of showing off that ordinary people had. He was a pretty good guy. It was a rare opportunity to meet a young talent that he admired, so the middle-aged man invited Song Yun to sit in a coffee shop in the community. Song Yun readily agreed, and Zheng Wang left early. 2 people entered the coffee shop one after the other. The middle-aged man ordered a cup of pure black coffee without milk or sugar. When it was first served, the bitter smell was everywhere, but after getting used to it, he could actually smell a hint of mellow fragrance from it. This made Song Yun unable to help but have a drink. The coffee beans here are carefully selected from all over the world, and the process is also personally prepared by famous baristas. It is worth a try. The middle-aged man motioned for Song Yun to take a sip slowly. Song Yun just touched his lips, and it tasted bitter. Extremely bitter. But after swallowing it, there is a lingering fragrance in the mouth, which makes people want to take another bite. Actually, there is a way to make coffee taste better. Do you want to try it? The middle-aged man raised his eyebrows at Song Yun and looked at him like a naughty boy. Then scoop up some coffee with a spoon and gently inhale it into your mouth. While sucking, a sizzling sound was made. For a person who cares about his dignity, this is something he would definitely not do in public. But Song Yun was still a peasant a few months ago. He didn't care about other people's eyes at all and started learning immediately. Not to mention, this way the coffee is in full contact with the air, and the aroma immediately spreads in the air. The coffee that is inhaled one by one hits the taste buds like raindrops, and the mouth is immediately filled with fragrance. The middle-aged man looked at him with a smile on his face, and it seemed that this young man was really worth making friends with. I've been sitting here for such a long time, but I still don't know your name. Song Yun asked curiously, putting down his coffee cup. I'm too arrogant. Just call me Uncle Yi. Yes, this person is Yi Qingqing's father. Uncle Yi, how long have you lived here? Father Yi waved his hand and said, This is just a property I invested in. My family is not here. I came here today to hide some of my private money. Hearing this, Song Yun and Yi's father looked at each other and laughed. Young man, I think you are a good person. What do you do? Father Yi saw that Song Yun was handsome and had the noble air of a young man from a wealthy family, and he had an idea in his mind. My daughter is already so old, it's too difficult to find someone she likes or someone who is of equal status to me. I didn't expect to meet one today. This guy looks like me when I was young. Maybe my daughter will like him. I run a small business, but I don't make much money. Excessive modesty is pride. Father Yi pointed at Song Yun and said with a smile. So the two of them started chatting happily, and as they talked, Yi's father became more and more surprised that this young man had such a thorough understanding of the world's situation and economic development, which made him want to attract talent. When talking about stocks, Father Yi smiled and said, I just bought a share of Baishan Pharmaceutical recently. What do you think? Father Yi can be said to be a veteran in investment. The stock of Baishan Pharmaceutical has been lukewarm in the market. However, due to the recent heavy rains at the medicinal material cultivation base of his competitor Longshan Pharmaceutical, many precious medicinal materials were soaked by rainwater and could not be used as medicine at all. This is a signal. In the battle between these two companies, Baishan Pharmaceutical will definitely have the upper hand in the near future, and its stock price will continue to rise. After listening to Yi's father's words, Song Yun thought for a while and shook his head. It's okay to hold it in the near future, but I don't recommend you to extend the battle line. To be honest, Yi's father was very optimistic about this investment. When he was chatting with his friends in the circle, he was praised by his friends when he mentioned this investment. This made Yi's father feel that he is still as good as ever. But now he was hit by a young man named Song Yun, which made Father Yi frown slightly. Can you give me a reason? Song Yun also pays attention to some market trends on weekdays. He opened his mobile phone and searched for a piece of news. The general content of the news is that the state has included several drugs of Longshan Pharmaceutical in the medical insurance coverage. This means that the market share of those drugs will expand indefinitely. Then Song Yun opened another piece of news, which said that Longshan Pharmaceutical acquired 3 medicinal materials breeding bases a month ago. It can be said that even if the original breeding bases were rotten, he still had a way to get good medicinal materials. However, these news have been drowned out by the press release released by Baishan Pharmaceutical on the internet. Now, there are overwhelming reports that Longshan Pharmaceutical will soon run out of drugs in order to suppress the stock price. After reading it, Yi's father thought about it carefully and sighed. I have committed the biggest common problem in the investment world, which is arrogance. Once you invest more often, it is easy to develop this bad habit. Once you invest, you will only recognize what you see instead of searching for the truth. This is a big taboo. Father Yi looked at Song Yun with appreciation and said, So what stocks do you think are worth investing in? Originally, Yi's father thought that Song Yun was going to talk about the internet or some emerging industry company, but he never expected that Song Yun actually recommended a company in the real industry, and the industry this company is in is a sunset industry. Seeing the puzzled look on Yi's father's face, Song Yun did not explain much, because he had already bought 50 million shares of this group and was just waiting for them to appreciate in value. Well, I'll take a look after I get back. As for Baishan Pharmaceutical, which you reminded me about, I will also sell all of it when it reaches the daily limit. Thank you for today, so that I won't lose all my capital. Yi's father did not dwell on this issue for too long, and the two continued to talk about other topics. 3 hours passed unknowingly. Father Yi suddenly came to his senses, looked at his watch and apologized. Sorry, I have to go home to cook for the child's mother. Let's get together again when we are free. Okay. This conversation not only left Yi's father wanting more, but also benefited Song Yun a lot. It seemed that Uncle Yi was a man of real ability. No wonder he could afford a villa in Junli. Chapter 44, Rejection. In the past few days, Yi's father has been keeping an eye on the stock he bought. Sure enough, 2 days later, after the fermentation of the news on the entire network, the stock index of Baishan Pharmaceutical soared sharply. Yi's father chose the highest node and then sold all of them. This short-term operation brought him 4 times the profit. Looking at the string of zeros in the account, Yi's father sat at home drinking tea with satisfaction. Just at this time, an old friend came. Father Yi greeted him happily. After the two of them drank a few cups of tea, Father Yi told him about his experience in stocks. After hearing this, the other party expressed regret for not investing in Baishan Pharmaceutical S stocks and asked Yi's father to involve him in the next investment. After Yi's father agreed, he told the other party about his experience of meeting Song Yan in the coffee shop. When the other party heard Yi's father talking about the stock in the sunset industry, his expression changed. Father Yi has always been good at observation, and since this is an old friend, he knows every move of the other party very well. He asked curiously, "Why did you buy that stock?" "Old Yi, haven't you been paying much attention to the market recently? The Tianjin stock that young man mentioned is slowly climbing." When Yi's father heard this, his face was filled with shock. In his opinion, it was good enough if these stocks didn't fall. How could they rise? "I've been following Baishan Pharmaceutical recently and haven't had time to look at anything else. Please tell me why Tianjin's stock price has risen." Seeing Yi's father's anxious look, the other party sighed, took out his mobile phone and searched for a national policy. The country began to vigorously support that industry and reduced certain taxes, making Tianjin, the industry leader, a hot commodity overnight, with many investment institutions buying in. This. Father Yi scratched his head awkwardly. Ding-ling-ling. Yi's father's cell phone rang. When he answered it, the person in charge of investment in the company said excitedly, "Mr. Yi, how could you predict that Baishan Pharmaceutical would fall in advance and then sell all of it? Now Baishan's stock price has fallen back to its original level, and it will even fall further before the market closes today." Father Yi took a deep breath, hung up the phone, and opened the file sent to him by the person in charge. It turned out that Shanglongshan Pharmaceutical held a press conference today, at which they denounced their peers for taking advantage of their misfortune, and then announced that several of the company's drugs were included in the medical insurance coverage. In order to provide a steady supply of drugs, they specially purchased 3 medicinal material cultivation bases. In this way, they are ahead of Baishan Pharmaceutical in both scale and market, which has put Baishan Pharmaceutical in an embarrassing position. After reading it, Yi's father fell into deep thought. This Song Yan was really capable. If he said a certain stock would fall, it would fall. If he said a certain stock would rise, it would rise. Could it be that he had the ability to predict the future? The old friend saw that Yi's father was thinking, so he didn't disturb him. He said something to Yi's father's assistant and left. "It seems like I have to go find Song Yan. It would be a waste if I don't train such a business genius." At present, Song Yan doesn't know this news yet. He is taking Yi Qingqing to a newly opened Su Cuisine restaurant for dinner. When he arrived at the parking space, there was only one left, so he turned the steering wheel and slowly parked the car. And on the side, a Mustang Shelby also planned to grab this parking space. The driver was a man in rock and roll clothes. He said to the girl in the passenger seat, "That car is so blind. Why is a sports car so arrogant? Last time someone tried to grab a parking space from me, I bumped into him. Brother is so awesome tilde, I wonder if I can also give it a try today." Seeing brother show off his prowess. The man shook his head, shifted gears, accelerated and stepped on the brakes. Immediately, the rear wheel spun wildly, and a foul-smelling smoke rose up from the friction between the tires and the ground. But at this moment, the man took a closer look at Song Yan's car logo and quickly stopped the car. "What's wrong, brother?" "Hit him, hit him," the little sister excitedly directed in the car. "Hit the fucking thing. If I hit this car, I won't be able to pay for it even if I sell you." The man wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. It was a damn good thing he didn't drink today. Otherwise, if he got hot-headed and hit the car, his life would be over. And it seems that the Lamborghini is a limited edition model, and the other party can buy a whole car for just one tire. Song Yan parked the car and drove Yi Qingqing into the restaurant. When passing by the wild horse, he waved his hand to dispel the smell. The person driving this car seems to have a serious illness. He grinds the tires in broad daylight. He has no manners at all. On the other side, Yi's father arrived at Song Yan's villa in Junli. He knocked on the door for a long time, but no one opened it. Yi's father sighed. It seemed that he would not be able to see Song Yan today. He really wanted to communicate with this young man again. This went on for several days, with Yi's father visiting every day at noon and evening, causing Yi's mother to think that this old man had a mistress outside. But even so, Father Yi still did not see Song Yan. On the 5th day, when Yi's father came for a stroll at noon as usual, a Lamborghini Veneno stopped beside him. The window opened, revealing Song Yan's face. "Uncle Yi, long time no see." Father Yi was excited at first, but then he fell into depression. "Damn it, there are so many people in the outside world lining up to see me every day, and I have to consider it carefully, but this little bastard actually turns him down every day. What's wrong, Uncle Yi? Is there something wrong? Is it because your secret money was discovered by your aunt?" Song Yan parked the car, got out and said jokingly, "Go away, go away. What do you know as a youngster?" Father Yi muttered, "Ha ha, don't look at my young age. I am also a married man." Song Yun said with a smile, and then invited Yi's father into the villa. Song Yun came here today to buy some girls' makeup supplies and a dressing table in the master bedroom, but she didn't expect to meet this uncle at the door. Song Yun also had a good impression of Yi's father. The two of them entered the villa and sat down in the pavilion in the yard. Song Yun called the property management and invited two professional tea artists to come and make tea. The two of them drank tea and chatted as if they had been friends for many years. "Song Yun, Baishan Pharmaceutical stock price has fallen. Did you know that?" "You don't even need to look at this. The fall of Baishan Pharmaceutical stock is an established fact. Uncle Yi, have you sold the stocks you hold?" Song Yun took a sip of tea and praised, as if he already had a grasp of the rise and fall. Hearing Song Yun's words, Father Yi was stunned for a moment. "Have you always been so confident? Aren't you afraid of something going wrong?" Looking at Song Yun's expression again, it was calm and indifferent. Father Yi praised Song Yun in his heart. It seemed that this young man really had the ability, and was not just a blind cat catching a dead mouse. Chapter 45. Yi Qingqing is the cutest creature in the world, no doubt about it. After this conversation, Yi's father liked Song Yun more and more. If he hadn't known that Song Yun was already married, he would have wanted to push his daughter to Song Yun. In this way, the two of them drank tea and talked about things. Time passed unknowingly, and they didn't even know how many times the tea was changed. Just when Yi's father was getting angry, the phone rang. He looked at the two big words "wife" on the screen, then looked at the time and quickly answered the call. "Where are you, old man? You didn't even come home for dinner and didn't even tell me." A piercing voice came out of the phone. Father Yi smiled apologetically at Song Yun and said in a low voice, "Wife, I'm talking to someone outside. I'll be back right now, right now." "HMPH. Don't come back, there's no food for you at home." The other party hung up the phone after he finished speaking. Yi's father smiled awkwardly. There was nothing he could do. His wife had always been with him when he was at his lowest point. She even earned money to support the family when he was unemployed at home. Even if such a virtuous wife was a little strong, so what? "How about uncle? You go first. I want to see aunt." Song Yun asked cautiously, "What do you know, you little brat? Women can't be spoiled. The more you spoil them, the more rampant they become." Father Yi waved his hand and said something very arrogantly. The two of them fell into silence for a while. After a while, Father Yi drank the tea in the cup, smacked his lips, and stood up. "Well, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. We can talk again some other day. Take care. Do you need a driver from the property management to take you back?" Song Yun said, trying to suppress his smile. This uncle was really cute. He was obviously terribly afraid of his wife, yet he had to pretend to be a man in public. Such a couple must be very loving in their daily lives. "No need, I'll bring my own driver." Father Yi muttered, then turned and left. Song Yun also stood up and stretched his body. He still felt a little sore after sitting all day. Looking at the tea artist standing by in a kiosk making tea, Song Yun apologized and said, "I'm sorry, we were so engrossed in the conversation that we forgot about you. How about this? You go back and tell your manager that in order to compensate you, I will add a 50,000 tip to your original salary and put it in my account. All the people living in Junli S villas are wealthy, and their consumption is settled on a monthly basis." The tea artist was delighted upon hearing the news. He didn't care about his sore legs and gave Song Yun a very ancient style bow, packed up the tea set and left in a hurry. Song Yun watched the lights in his smart home gradually light up and couldn't help but sigh that it was good to have money. However, he still did not stay in Junli. The place was too big and he could not sleep well without someone to accompany him. 2 more days passed like this, and Yi Qingqing's work was finally done. To celebrate, Song Yun took her to Huasho Villa and personally cooked a sumptuous dinner. Yi Qingqing didn't care about her image and ate the dishes in big mouthfuls. She said vaguely while eating, "My father always says that his cooking skills are the best. I must let him see what the difference is." Song Yun smiled and said, "I don't dare to compare with my father-in-law, but I recently met an interesting uncle who is not only knowledgeable, but also henpecked." "Oh, tell me about it." Yi Qingqing blinked, her eyes full of gossip. So Song Yun told Yi Qingqing about these 2 experiences. Yi Qingqing didn't listen to anything else. She only listened to the fact that the uncle wanted to introduce his daughter to Song Yun. Humph. Let me tell you. Generally speaking, those who are eager to sell their daughters are usually not very good. Look at my dad, he is not in a hurry for me to get married, so you must not be fooled, understand? Song Yun kissed Yi Qingqing lovingly and said with a smile, "Don't worry, that uncle never mentioned this matter again after he knew I was married." After dinner, Yi Qingqing took the initiative to take on the responsibility of washing the dishes, but the process was not very pleasant and 2 plates were broken. Yi Qingqing whispered that the quality of the plate was not good, and at the same time, she pouted and pointed at the small cut on her hand and showed it to Song Yun, asking Song Yun to blow on it for her. The cute and naive Yi Qingqing is indeed the cutest creature in the world, no doubt about it. When it was time to go to bed at night, Song Yun still couldn't fall asleep peacefully while lying on the bed. After all, the person lying next to him was his legal wife. Not only was his wife beautiful, but she also had a super hot body. A little touch from time to time could arouse Song Yun's deepest thoughts. Just as Song Yun was silently reciting the state of Prajnaparamita in his heart, Yi Qingqing turned over and hugged him, and pressed her legs on Song Yun's lower abdomen. Song Yun looked down at the sleeping Yi Qingqing with the help of the nightlight and swallowed. Yi Qingqing's skin is fair and tender while she sleeps, and her lips are moist, making people want to kiss her hard. I looked down along my chin. No, I couldn't help it. Song Yun looked away, closed his eyes and forced himself to sleep. The next day, Yi Qingqing was awakened by the sunlight coming through the gap in the curtains. She slowly opened her eyes, and just as she looked up, she saw Song Yun with heavy dark circles under his eyes, staring at the ceiling in a daze. "Hubby, good morning, Tilda." Yi Qingqing twisted and turned in Song Yun's arms and said coquettishly, "Good. What a good ghost." Song Yun pulled Yi Qingqing over and kissed her hard several times. Yi Qingqing had just woken up and didn't know what had happened, so she fell on Song Yun's chest in a daze. After breakfast, Song Yun drove Yi Qingqing back to the company. He came to a security training base on the Bund in Shanghai. He was wondering whether he should learn more about the bodyguard market first. After all, he would be using them soon. Arriving at the location indicated by the navigation, Song Yun parked the car and looked at the large area but somewhat dilapidated gate, wondering whether he should go to another store. Just as he was hesitating, an elderly man in his 60s wearing a Zhongshan suit stood quietly beside him. "Young man, what's up?" "Hello, uncle. Is this Kuenping Security Company?" "Yes. Are you here to hire a bodyguard?" The old man asked with a smile, his hands behind his back. "I just came to take a look, but this security company looks, well, hard to describe." This is in Shanghai. When decorating, any company's first choice is to have a bright and beautiful entrance, which represents the company's reputation, but this security company doesn't seem to care at all. Haha, young man, don't judge a book by its cover. Just go in and take a look, and you'll know." The old man grabbed Song Yun's hand and walked inside. Song Yun struggled twice, but found that the other person's hand was holding him tightly like a pair of pliers, but he didn't feel any pain at all. You have to know that Song Yun's body has been modified by the system, so dealing with several adults is a piece of cake for him. But now, facing an old man of unidentified identity, Song Yun was suppressed.